Hello everyone and welcome back to the CS Asia Championships. It's day 2 branding, which means we get into some do or die games here. We've also got an idea of kind of what our playoffs are already looking like. So a lot played out yesterday and the action only continues today.
An awful lot, and the fact that we now just enter into best of threes I think is a lot more familiar territory and a lot more comfortable footing for these teams, especially when you consider that basically you now suddenly lose a game in this lower bracket, you get eliminated. It's really cutthroat. This format, and it means the pressure is at its utmost highest. Here's what happened yesterday in terms of the A stream and the results. Liquid were playing with their coach, but they still put up a respectable result against PARIVISION, only losing 13-9. MongolZ destroyed Lynn Vision. The TYLOO MOUZ game was the massive upset. BC.Game nearly put Falcons in overtime on Dust 2, and then MIBR took down PARIVISION, and Falcons took down MAT to already go to the playoffs.
Yeah, and of those 2 games, one was a lot closer than you'd expect, Falcons MAT, and then MIBR just made quick work of PARIVISION. It wasn't even close, and that kind of shows that opening game versus 3D Max wasn't a fluke. Although 3D Max did start to warm up towards the end, it wasn't enough. MIBR beat them there. Bait beat out NIP. That was also a very fun match and a very good showing from Bait. Legacy over NRG. NRG had some definite chances in that one. There was some 2v4s that perhaps shouldn't have been let slip. M80 looked fantastic over paiN. Bait vs MongolZ, that one I think is one of the bigger upsets as well, just in terms of expectations for these 2 rosters. That MongolZ, when you look at them, one of the favorites this event, I think, and for Bait to beat them 2-1 shows that they are in really good form right now. And then Legacy also just continuing. That one was also very, very close. A lot of overtimes in that series.
Yeah, so it's impressive how competitive the entire track record is looking for both groups. So you can see where we find ourselves now, immediately in Group B in the lower bracket. 3D Max taking on Team Liquid. It doesn't get any easier either for either 3D Max or Liquid, because they win this best of 3. They immediately have to go up and play the MongolZ. And for the lower bracket, you need to now win 3 best of 3s rather than a best of 1 and a best of 3 to get a spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's the brutal reality of it, right? You've got to really show your best counter-strike on day 1, otherwise you've got to do it the hard way. And a few teams that, you're not necessarily expecting to have to do it the hard way. MOUZ having to now grind against, like, at least they have like kind of the NA run, but what we saw from NRG and M80 yesterday, I don't think it's going to be particularly easy for MOUZ with how they're looking at the moment. They seem a little hot and cold. Looked really good like a week ago, but have started very, very slow here. That BC.Game paiN game, that should be pretty fun. I was really actually quite impressed by what I saw from BC.Game on day 1, and I'm excited that we'll get to cover them a little bit later, because Electronic was absolutely farming up a storm, and you can see our schedule here for Stream B, kicking off with 3D Max versus Team Liquid, and then our next best of 3 will be BC.Game versus paiN Gaming. Then we'll have to see who will be going up against the MongolZ and TYLOO.
Yeah, it should be a really fun day of Counter-Strike, and especially for 3D Max and Team Liquid. For both of these teams, I think the A-Stream described it best yesterday, is Liquid are a team looking for confidence ahead of the major. And for me, 3D Max are a team looking for confidence and identity just moving forward before the end of the season. And a good showing at this event, I think, will inspire a little bit of belief heading in towards player break for Liquid. I think it's paramount that they do really well here as well at this tournament before heading to Cologne. There's a lot on the line for both of these teams, who you would anticipate that both of them may be changing rosters come the season end. It is going to be really interesting. Usual bans from both of them. Last time these 2 teams played against each other, it was over a month ago at IEM Rio. It was Nuke there, and it was Ancient as well. That might be featuring as a decider. Just kidding. Liquid got stomped on it, so I think they want to try and take it towards Inferno.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe 3D Max might want to float the Anubis, given Liquid haven't played it like a considerable amount, and they've also got the stand-in situation. But I guess after the Anubis that we saw yesterday, maybe they're still feeling like their CT side needs a little bit of work. The T side needs a little bit of work. So yeah, it ends up being the Inferno decider. Nuke's going to be really rough here for Liquid. It's got to be said. Sure, they get that CT side start, but missing such a crucial player in MOUZ is going to make it very difficult, I think, for them. Lige also having some struggles, I think, yesterday. Definitely not what we kind of expected from him. And 3D Max, a very well-rounded team when it comes to Nuke.
MOUZ is back today. He got a plane yesterday.
Is he?
Yeah. So you see Flashy standing behind them. So that's okay.
Good.
That's good. Full strength Liquid is important. Wasn't 100% sure whether he would be back immediately. The good news for Liquid is that he is. And yeah, right. Nuke is going to be incredibly difficult. For Liquid, to be honest. Like, this is a map that has been a mainstay in this series whenever 3D Max and Liquid have played up against each other. This is a home map for 3D Max. They looked really good on the CT side yesterday of Anubis. We only saw, obviously, a best of one from 3D Max yesterday and Liquid, but what's good for 3D Max is they were down 11-1. And they were able to inspire that comeback. And Masuta was playing extraordinarily. He was always the guy that we sort of looked to, even before that map went live, and said, look, Masuta has been the best player for 3D Max over the last couple of months. He's come into it. He's really hit his stride. He's a lot more aggressive than Body. He takes a lot more space than Body. And he certainly was doing that on the CT side. Ecstasies as well, another one that had a really nice game. But what was worrying was for the bulk of the match, and I think this is going to be potentially quite prevalent between both 3D Max and Liquid, especially in these teams, is that one player took over and you needed the other guys to catch up. And I feel like on Liquid as well, sometimes one player can have a great game. Ultimate, for example, yesterday on Dust 2, had a brilliant game, and the rest of the team were taking a very long time to actually catch up.
Yeah, I was going to mention Ultimate, right? Because I think that we didn't really get to see much out of Maka at all yesterday. It just wasn't a factor in that series, even when the team was kind of mounting that comeback. It never felt like there was an AWP highlight moment. Whereas, yeah, Ultimate, fantastic against PARIVISION. So, you know, going into maps like Nuke, like Dust 2, Ultimate's definitely going to be a key factor here. But as you say, it's got to be those other pieces around him. Naf, he was stepping up, looked pretty good, but it's a Liege that I'm really looking forward to seeing a bit more out of here. Obviously, we get MOUZ now, which I think will be a lot better scenario for them because you've got one of those star riflers back with you. So I'm expecting we'll see a bit better Liquid today. My question is, you know, what 3D Max do we get? Do we get the 3D Max we got in the first half as MIBR or the second half? Because it felt like we had two very different teams showing up in that opening game.
Yeah, you bang on. And it was a real struggle for 3D Max. They didn't hit the ground running. And now there's no margin for error if you're 3D Max. You can't start this game running cold. I don't think they will, thankfully, for them on Nuke. With it being such a punish pick, really, for Liquid and how difficult their troubles have been on this map. I also really want to highlight the positioning out of Liquid recently. And obviously, they've gone through a lot of chop and change, Liquid. But in particular, you've got Shui that is playing Door. Before that, Nertz was playing Door. Before that, JL was playing Door. So you've got all these three players that have been standing in, trying to... obviously, and then the notes before that, like trying to work out the door position. 3D Max, they have got such an affinity on Nuke to end A in the mid round. So if door isn't under lock and key, there's a lot of responsibility here on Shui, in my opinion, because if this doesn't work, the good news is you've got MOUZ, you haven't got Flashy on A site. MOUZ is always that A site player for Liquid, but if A isn't under lock and key for Liquid, it's going to be really tricky.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see kind of what it's going to look like, you know, against a 3D Max set. The thing is, their T side felt very lackluster yesterday, but we know it's a bit more explosive on Nuke, and I think that we're going to get a bit more fight from them, and I hope we see some of that fire that we've come to expect from this team when it comes to Nuke. And get the door break, smoke on towards main, dualies for MOUZ set up, and for Ultimate as well, so double dualies. 40s. Trying to step forward, Ultimate steps straight in between him and MOUZ. It's a kill apiece. MOUZ keeps on fighting forward, and yeah, he's happy to be back in the action. A brilliant triple kill to kick off Nuke. And Maka doesn't know what's going on. He can find any fight he can, and he gets immediately removed. So a great statement pistol from Liquid.
Yeah, I love that. Get the dualies up close. You got the immediate quick rotations as well in from Liquid, and the flashbangs, if there were any, from 3D Max, just didn't find the mark whatsoever. How fantastic is it for Flashy? He must be thinking, thank goodness I'm standing here. MOUZ gets the triple immediately. Flashy didn't even play that badly, to be fair to him, but obviously you want your coach to be in the coach role. You want MOUZ to be on the server. So that's a warm welcome back for MOUZ here on Liquid. 3D Max, well, they didn't get the bomb down. They didn't even get a kill. So what do? Not a whole lot. You just got to full eco and try this A bomb site again. And I've got a feeling it's not going to work out as effectively as it did last time, which is a statement considering it didn't work out at all in the pistol.
Yeah, I got P250. That's the major investment here. Alicia's bored. He's going to keep on pushing. He might find a surprise. Gets one kill. He gives over the MP7. Thought he might get a bit more out of that, but they were literally just standing in the line ready for that peak. So it was just 5 or 4 bullets straight to him. And you're going to be like, what are you all doing there? Well, now this MP7 maybe has a chance to do some damage. You got another kill. Remove Chewy. You're feeling great. Yeah, nice.
There you go. Not bad. Not the worst outcome for Liquid either, because you're going to lose, what, a couple of players and the MP7. So you lost the FAMAS, you lost the MP7. Those are the worst weapons. That's fine. If you're Liquid, you get the job done. Oh, Flash has even gone old school. He's got the clipboard out.
Yeah, we need more clipboards. I feel like it commands a bit of authority, having a clipboard. Doesn't matter if there's nothing written, you know, on paper. You just got a clipboard. It kind of says a statement, doesn't it? It's kind of like wearing one of the kind of vests, safety vests. Here we go. Is this door fight you're talking about? Well, it's not going to be too aggressive early. Thought there was going to be some spam, but no. Okay, your eyes on door, my eyes on outside with a liege. It's not going to be too tested this round, though. Instead, it's to be rammed that the fight's going to come, but there's a double setup here.
Yeah, this is really good for Liquid right now. There's been no pressure outside. Shui's burned alive. Exorcies. How's that happen then? Just an early kill.
All the way back.
It's kind of ridiculous. So the spam and the utility working out brilliantly. Lucky and Maka have also been brought down a little bit lower. But with 1 minute left, take a look at just 3D Max. They've been so passive in these last 3 rounds. Maybe that creates an opportunity if Naf goes pushing into them. But with 45 seconds, he realizes, well, actually, they've not been fighting for anything. There's so much pressure here on 3D Max. Maka's got the bomb, and he's tucked in the corner.
Nice saving.
Surely not.
In a 4-on-5. First gun round. Yeah, they're going to save. All right. So all it takes is one molly deep in towards Squeak. Exercise gets burnt to a crisp, and yeah, they don't have anywhere to progress off it. So, all right, well, we'll try next round, I guess.
This is a real head scratcher for me. This is actually...
What was the intent into this round?
Well, I'm assuming they wanted to go ramp, and they wanted to have Gravity lurking. Instead, I mean, look at the reaction out of Liquid. It's just like, what? Like, what has happened just in this first gun round? Xyz gets mollied out, sure. But then they don't go ramp. Gravity doesn't really progress outside. He walks towards red, and then tucks behind main. And doesn't do anything. That is the easiest gun round. Liquid are probably going to have all best of 3. To be honest, all tournament.
Yeah, I'm not sure you ever even saw exercise during any of that, so... yeah, nice round, I guess. Thanks for the freebie, they say. So an attempt to run it back. Obviously, you lack a lot of utility because of this, because you didn't get any extra money. They're going to be a bit more active outside. Masuda, top main. They are looking for him. I mean, he's not going to expose himself just yet.
They're on such a timer here. As you say, as soon as these smokes go, I mean, 3D Max have got nothing really to play with. They need to find this fight in Garage. It's easy for a lead. You still got Shui having this crossfire in from main. As I say, the smokes fade, the bomb's not dropped outside, and 3D Max got to fight their way out this corner.
You got Slayer in towards Hell as well, and you got a double setup in towards main. That's just getting picked apart. I'm concerned. I mean, it's only 4 rounds in, but It's giving me shades of the MIBR game yesterday.
Yeah, the adjective is sluggish from 3D Max. Like,
Escargot.
if you want to just go outside, that's fine. But you're then pushing into garage when your smokes are fading. It's really off tempo from 3D Max, and yeah, this is a worrying sign. I'd love to see a timeout here in the next round after this Tech 9 buy.
Give some pace into this one. Just to get the blood flowing. Yeah, looks to be. No? Okay. We do litter the A-bomb site with flames. Also been started with the AWP. Now I'm just going to go searching Deagle, see if it can find something. I think maybe a second volley of smokes just across. They want to go down secret.
Right, nice. And they waited for the first sort of volley of the smokes to fall. They've also got all of the grenades out of ultimate. Shui's only got 1 for 1. That's an AK now scavenged for Gravity. And Naf can only go 1 for 1. So this is much better. Really good spacing. Being taken here by Gravity. Ultimate has a look around the other side, but it's Gravity that will get rid of him. This was a picked up AK that has now netted 3 kills.
Yeah, I think MOUZ needs to be careful because Lucky on the flank comes through and can't quite get the job done. But he's still got this AK. It's a Liege and Gravity into the 1-on-1. He's got the kit, got a bit of time. Where's Gravity got to? Not too many angles he could be in. And the fight might just come to him. Gravity standing in the open and ready for it. A quad kill from Gravity. And I absolutely love his scaling on that B-bomb site. He never stops moving after he gets that kill, scoops the AK, goes up into mini ramp to catch out MOUZ, and then just calls for the flash, wants to keep going, remove ultimate, and just make it so difficult for Liquid to pull off this retake.
Yeah, really good scaling, as you say. Like, the trade-in is immediate. Liquid try their best to come back into this. Ultimate isn't ready for how fast Gravity is up that ramp. He's ready around the corner.
Somewhat surprising to me, given Naf died 2 mini ramp, right?
Yes.
Like, is he just hoping that that push doesn't come through, that Gravity doesn't extend further?
Well, he's more hoping, I think, that he's going to get on the angle to the point where maybe he could see Gravity scaling around that side directly, and there's going to be another player going to get the AK potentially on that right-hand side. So so Gravity's going to come to the left. That's the rationale I'm going with. That makes the most sense. So it was slow, 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 really quick out of 3D Max to get the opening fight. Let's see if they can now back it up.
Flowing.
There we go. Yeah, exactly. It's what they needed.
A bit of an injection. And it comes with the Tech 9 skills even better. Means Mac has now got the AWP picked up at the end by Gravity. Exercise what's he up to here. Wants to walk through. Put himself into the corner of vent. The rest of the squad, they just want to go ramp. Naf about to be tested. Flashbangs to come through. They want to commit. Naf under a lot of pressure. Will just disengage, and Exercise, he was looking for this kill. Catch that, Shui. I guess there should be a second player about, but not finding him. And that's not quite the molly. And there's that second player. So Exercise does get caught, and there's a rotation down towards B. Naf's already here. As mentioned, just disengaged immediately, and he finds 2. Well, with a Liege by his side, but they both fall. And it's into the 2-on-2. MOUZ still low. Maka holding the line where MOUZ lies in wait. Oh, when he catches him. So it's now onto ultimate, pushing through the ramp side. I don't think he was ever spotted in hell, so he might have a timing here. It is being considered. A smoke lands in his face. He looks to walk through it. Oh, and Masuda's holding.
Oh, he had the right read. I really respect that play from Ultimate. Just think that he can get that timing, go through that left-hand side of the smoke with MOUZ. Able to get that spray transfer on both Nafa and Elige. It is everything. Really like this out of 3D This one's a lot more simple. Just a concentrated effort in towards ramp. Just flashing Nafa away. Getting Ecstasy then to lurk through Squeaky. And sure, the trade is in, but it also delays rotations out of Liquid. I feel like Naf's done such a good job with his reposition towards the back of the site. But no, it's MOUZ that is able to find that triple. He's been that pillar of consistency for 3D Max. And that's all it takes, right? A Tech 9 round. Back it up by winning the one thereafter. And Liquid's money is completely gone. Benchmark you're looking for out of 3D Max, it will be 5 on the T side. Maybe it was a false sense of security that Liquid went 4-0 up so early. This surely should be a one-round game. Given where the players are for Liquid, maybe MongolZ and Elige can craft something here on A.
Yeah, it feels unlikely with this barrage utility about to come their way. Ultimate in heaven, but he's just got a USP. See if they can hold against the A kit. Elige is mollied off his position. Smoke dropped by Ultimate, so they do prevent them from entering, and they've done a fair bit of damage. Goes both ways. Just to take space elsewhere instead, in towards ramp. 30-odd seconds left.
Uh-oh.
That's get a little bit claustrophobic now with 30 seconds, and
that's been heard as well.
The A site stacked, but it is just the pistols. Shui up close. That was the low HP player. MOUZ now swings out. MOUZ finds Shui. MOUZ so low, but still finds a kill. Trade comes. Don't want to go down that vent, although it's pre-fired. And it's Ultimate with just a USP. Backside, surely run down by Maka.
There's no time.
But the bomb, I think it fell down the vent. He scoots it up, but there's no time. Oh, they've been ecoed. It's a disaster. And a shake at the head from Maka. A peek down the vent, and the bomb falls.
That's so silly. That's so silly out of 3D Max. I can tell you exactly what's happened here as well. Is all they wanted to do was clear close ramp and not commit on it. If they had just all gone together at that stage, because there was so much damage being done, they got blocked over at Squeaky. You can't go out hut at that point because you have no info. You haven't got a player outside, so you can't go in towards main and split it that way. Because you don't know what's happening, you should just group together. You all group together, go in towards ramp, take those longer range gunfights. You've even flashed that close corner in towards radio, but instead, they only clear the close part. They then don't push further forward. This is now 2 timeouts being used in 7 rounds here for 3D Max. And this is an eco back for Team Liquid, but you could argue it was gifted to them. Brilliant reposition out of Naf in towards the vent. Shui's taking the contact. MOUZ has got that little jiggler as well, and just does enough. They really wanted to then reposition after this goes wrong between MOUZ and Shui 3D Max. They wanted to go down vent. They wanted to go down B, and Naf was just waiting with open arms. That was such an easy frag for him. And it really just feels like they overcooked it massively.
Yeah, just going down the vent, I think, was the huge risk there, but great start to this round. Ultimate ready for the boost up outside, and you've got this aggressive play from Elige. And they're Shui spamming out again, so Liquid looking to keep capitalizing. That was considered a flashbang over. Elige gets flushed out, but it's still a player advantage. Yeah,
Elige has been really aggro outside, so a nice consideration here. You've now got a player in secret, you've got MOUZ, but you can't really be individual, especially when you're in this player disadvantage. Now, Lucky is isolated. Maybe he can catch Ultimate here. But he moves off the angle. That's so savage. And suddenly, you know one was down secret because you heard Gravity stomping. You know that Lucky is back red. And Shui can now potentially just go on a push to flank. But Liquid are playing the contain game, which is really important. They're not overextending. They're just playing together. You can see that Shui is pushing, but not directly going around the corner. And Ultimate is just taking unfair fights onto all of these players. That is such a great round out of Ultimate. He'll get a quad kill, and Liquid will find their 6th.
Yeah, we're getting a bit of that Ultimate from day one. against PARIVISION. He's got some of those pieces around him this time. Just ready for this boost. And a flick up to the head too. That's just good timing. Spam coming out, but great shots from Ultimate. Looking very clean with it. Lovely sequence. So 3D Max, they get ecoed. Then they get shut down outside. And that's put them into a very uncomfortable round here. It's another one of these half buys. Let's have a Galil.
Nice molly from Liquid to block the outside smoke as well here, just making things just even more frustrating for 3D Max, because now you can't even land your smoke templates because they're just being obstructed. I think the issue with 3D Max in some of these rounds on the T side in particular is that they are still wanting to carry through the original thread of thoughts of the plan. And the danger you've got with that is when you're losing opening players, you then can't do that. For example, Masuta pushing, taking deep space outside in Garage, whilst you've got Gravity in secret, and then Lucky is effectively just completely by himself. And you can't do that. You've got to group together at that point. You have to just change the plan. Shuey under pressure, and this time it overwhelms him. Gravity able to find the opener. Ultimate's got his dualies out at range, and he's trying to take some shots. Elise will at least trade onto Exorcys 3v2, and Naf steps in to kill the bomb and mop things up. This should be fine now for Liquid. These rounds are actually being the most threatening rather than the gun rounds, which is probably a statement here for 3D Max, just to how bad the gun rounds are looking. This is 7 for Liquid, and this has been very fast indeed.
Yeah, very responsive from Liquid in that round as well, just to the different maneuvers that were happening. See, MOUZ takes that off angle in case they push through main. They have the response from Elysian towards Heaven. Ultimate coming to play off each other. Can't believe he gets the double Beretta kills. 120-odd ADR from Ultimate. He's having a great time outside with this AWP. Liquid in general having a good time on this map. That was just that Galil with a couple of pistols. Another aggressive line outside. Ultimate looking towards Silo. Going to see nothing, and it's Elige getting the opening pick. We might get some aggression at ramp at the same time. It looks like Naf is pushing his smoke, so Liquid applying the pressure everywhere. And Naf's taking a very forward line. We did see 3D Max clear this. Now they feel very penned in.
Yeah, this is really clever out of Liquid. They recognize that 3D Max are very one-dimensional on this T side. That there's been no faking. There hasn't really been too many lurks. So you kill Gravity. You understand that actually all of the utility came over from 3D Max towards lobby. Naf just takes the space off the back of it. Elite just now pivoted and rotated in. And Ultimate's holding the deep line in CT. And this is really clever because it just means that Elite can be this spare rifler over towards A. Lurk smoke out of 3D Max. But it hasn't landed on towards top main. It's actually dribbled over. So Elite has now got new angles to take a peek round. And he'll see nothing outside. And with 40 seconds, this will be an A play, but this will be Liquid really reinforcing this bomb site. Ultimate can even come over towards Heaven, and he understands that.
I half thought they were just going to go for another save in the 4-on-5. But no, they are ducking the molly, and they do look to commit in this time. But again, so many bodies here. 20-odd seconds. Yeah, the push comes through, and it's all over before it even begins. As soon as the call comes, Naf takes his step forward, and Elige steps in for his multi-kill. Simple stuff from Liquid, and this is kind of what that T-side was looking like against Anubis, right? You mentioned no lurks. There's not this extra step to any of these rounds. It's very much grouping up as 5, waiting to see if there's anything that happens early, and then going for whatever your initial commit was, which for the most part seems to be sitting in lobby and then going for A.
Which, I mean, would be fine if you're taking the outside space. You know, if you're pushing the player back off ramp. MOUZ has pushed Exorcys to the spectator screen in this round. Instant headshot. And Exorcys has not been having a good time over towards door. I thought that fight would be relevant, but my goodness me, it is so one-sided for Liquid. Gravity might have a chance on Elige here, given where Elige is on towards top garage. And yeah, he'll fall immediately afterwards. Gravity now needs to fall back and regroup with his team. And 3D Max need to start activating. They're going to head in towards A now. In fact, they're already on the site.
Yeah, Naf pushed aggro, and well, that's about that. Ultimate is going to start to progress forward. Swaps his ult for an AK. MOUZ is in towards main. Bomb's only just now getting planted, so there definitely is the opportunity. Well, there was the opportunity until Ultimate got caught. I think now MOUZ just wants to hold on to the AK for the next round. Doing damage here would feel good. Or
maybe not. And then overpeaking him. I really thought for a second then there was going to be this strafe out from Lucky. MUZ's going to swing, but no, they're playing it very diligently. 3D Max. And this round is much better from them. There's that damage that you were speaking about. Mob was able to get a couple. So it still isn't going to feel amazing. Yes, you've won the round. You desperately need this fourth just to give yourself something.
Surprised that Naf goes for that push again after it, you know, he did it just the round before. This time it's being held for and he's caught as soon as he steps out of the smoke. This is a pretty risky position from Elite. I don't mind it, to be honest. He actually did get the fight onto Gravity, just couldn't find the fatal headshot. But both of those pieces falling in tandem made that round crumble.
Yeah, but look what you've got. You've got a player that is actually going with the outside smokes for 3D Max. You've got a player that is watching the extremity as well. And sure, you're still bundled together in towards lobby, but you are being a little bit more forward-thinking. Diagonal smokes put down immediately for 3D Max. Looks like they want to commit with them, but MOUZ, yet again, has found Ecstasies. Another opening pick and another opening death, I should say, for Ecstasies. Feels like he's been burnt alive or just headshot instantly. 6 rounds in this first half.
Yeah, it's not been a fun half for him. Oh my god, that was disgusting. Gets traded immediately. That was ridiculous. Oh my god, they go to the other way as well. Masuda shows that he can do it as well. One Tap's raining out terror on this B bomb site in each direction. We have a 3-on-3 as that bomb goes down, and it's the full retake from ramp.
Yeah, this is tricky for Liquid to get back into. I mean, you've got Ultimate that could throw a flashbang here for his team, or in fact, Liquid are just going to stream in. And Lucky's got to be very careful because no one's near him. You got this single player door holding the crossfire, and Lucky does well to tuck in. So that means that Maka can get on the angle. Masuda has a look in towards double, but Ultimate's holding for him, and you knew that Maka was over here in towards single, but Elise just peeks without Ultimate, and suddenly this gets really tricky. Ultimate needs to hit the shot entirely, and Maka just strafes in, backs out, and gets 2 free fights. 3D Max will get back-to-back rounds, and they'll find a 4th on that T side.
Yeah, it's Negan to take that fight, right? I feel like if Ultimate just swings first the pistol in hand and then Elish can trade with the rifle, it feels like the better approach to that. But I think time's starting to build, the pressure is getting on. They just want to find that final fight, and yeah, it just ends up not working out for them. So yeah, a bit more blistering pace into that final round. That was after losing the opening pick. They just crossed Secret. 2 of their 4 rounds coming from just running down Secret very quickly. That time with the guns, and again, good scaling despite MOUZ hitting a disgusting 1-tap. It was the quick trading and quick scaling that again is the difference for 3D Max. In 4, that is something to work with going into the CT side.
It certainly is something. Good for them to actually rebuild and get something here. It was a crazy round in terms of these 1-taps and instant shots coming through from both of these squads. Maka does expertly here. 4 kills in this round. Leading by example, giving 3D Max a little bit of something on their choice. As Dust 2 looks pretty decent for Liquid, even playing with their coach yesterday. I like you'd wager that 3D Max have got to at least build in towards this nuke. Outside smoke being deployed for Liquid. Utility also being lined up for A, but Ultimate and Shui are going to look to take a bit of space before there's any real commitment.
Maka gets the opening pick. Nice one on Ultimate, and Spammy expecting Shui. It's a little dry, and now Shui can scale through and find his kill. Brilliant. So gets that opportunity, turns back, knows his player's fighting in towards main. Actually, want to take the fight to Maka. That could be a little bit risky. Yeah, okay. That maybe was a bit of an overextension. I think Shui just wanted to use his body with low HP to ensure the trade, but Maka not missing with the USP, and now it's a two-player advantage. A flash over, they look to just overwhelm this bomb site. Nothing offered from Liege or Naf. And despite getting in nice and clean with that kill off Shui, it's the follow-up that was a little flat.
Yeah, I suppose they wanted to take space off the bomb site. Did Liquid in that moment. Plant for main, get the kill on Maka, and then you can double up and have that crossfire. But you're right, it's just a little bit too eager. I really like the initial play from Shui, though. The fact that he's able to run through that smoke over towards main, takes the contact, allows that scaling out towards hut. It makes sense when you look at it on paper for Liquid. It's just a shame the movement from Shui isn't really good enough. 9-7 on Ancient. NRG are also playing with Daps and not Bro. He had to leave CAC due to personal reasons. So the fact that they're playing with the coach and MOUZ are losing in that first map is tricky. Straight in towards this bomb site, but really nice setup between Lucky and Gravity. No way in for Liquid. And now they've got to change course. Straight into ramp, straight into the AWP of Maka, who got a multi-kill on the pistol and is now rewarded with his sniper rifle. MongolZ can't do a whole lot here, and Masuta will send him back. 3D Max make this a 2-round game.
Yeah, I think we're going to be saying Maka's name a little bit more. Mentioned that it just he wasn't a factor on the opening game versus MIBR, but definitely feeling his presence on their CT side already. Yeah, full spy from Liquid. They try and go fast in towards A, put that initial pressure on. I don't mind it at all, but they just get cleaved at the entrance of hut. The SMG is the perfect weapon to turn that choke point into a meat grinder. And no one likes horse meat. It's a 2-round game to become a 1-round game.
So I just wasn't ready for you to say horse meat.
It's because Liquid's logo
yeah,
is
no,
a horse.
I get it. It's very good.
It's liquidized horse meat. It's been ground.
Yummy.
Ugh.
What a difference a couple of rounds can make for 3D Max. Just getting those two right at the end of that first half suddenly makes it a lot more achievable. Exorcise did really well on the pistol too. Obviously already noted that he had a little bit of a quiet game. Nice to see him step up. Gravity's been playing well as well. You need that support network around Masuta. They didn't have it yesterday against MIBR. Looks like they've got a second wind here on Nuke. It's like Liquid would like to scale, take fights outside. They're just waiting to see if there's going to be any pushes, any reaction. The only reaction right now is that Lucky's got a very tight angle outside, and you've got Gravity that is waiting with bated breath down secret with this MP9, looking to farm up as much money as possible. Smokes go in for Liquid. Spam isn't connecting, but in comes the MP9.
They should set up the feast, isn't he? Already did in round number 2, so this happens. Now, a chance to get so many kills. Oh, can't quite make it the third. So it's only the 2 with the SMG, but they'll still all get cleaned up. I think Gravity's fine with that. The MP9 is more than paid for itself. He is sitting with a whole pile of cash beneath him. And 3D Max now within 1 on their comfort side of the CT half. And they're definitely going to be feeling like Nuke can be theirs.
I see this gun around them for Liquid. Uncontested AWP for Maka. Liquid haven't had a bomb plant. So Ultimate absolutely cannot afford that. Great nade. Just early on. Softening up these players. A second one goes deep. And Elite is on 20 HP before he's even had a chance to play out the round. It's a horrible start for Liquid. Shu will still commit on the promise, the outside space, break on the smoke. They don't see him. Ultimate's also scaling with him. And that break on the smoke, you really felt like that was going to reveal Shui, and somehow in plain sight, he's able to cross.
Just about gets down to was a little tricky, but he manages to get over. The question is, what do you do now? Because you've got to play down secret. Normally, the kind of next protocol is to start moving towards ramp. And I think 3D Max, they've got a sense that this is coming. They're going to bring the AWP over, smoke it off. They send a player down just to make sure Shui doesn't do anything. So now the kind of backup option is into the A bomb site. They should be given the utility to throw, the low HP, and you imagine Shui makes his way up the vent instead. Just trying to fake out B. So this has worked out well for Liquid in terms of moving players around. They just need to come through on the promise, and it started brilliantly. Gravity's gone, up the vent comes Shui. And Lucky falls too, so the bomb site is theirs.
Yeah, that was a massive jump from 3D Max in terms of what control they thought they'd lost. And it almost feels like a disproportionate response, even though it felt like the right idea. What I mean by that is you've now got this double setup over towards the B bomb site. You had Exorcies and Masuta that were both rifling down B. I actually thought the initial response was really good out of 3D Max, right? They smoke off ramp. You then have the AWP over here as well. You got that crossfire with a player, and then you have one rifler down B. That makes a lot more sense because then you can use ramp as your pivot to either send these players down in towards B or come back up heaven. Gravity really needed help there. 20 seconds, he's alone on that A bomb site. Lucky's nowhere near him either outside. You can see the X on the minimap. He's at back credit. So there's no way he can feasibly come and set up a decent crossfire with Gravity. And if they walked out hut at any point there, Liquid, they didn't. But if they did, then Gravity would have had no idea either. So it was the right idea from 3D Max. I just felt like they'd overdid it a little bit in terms of the response. And they over-gambled players down B because of the lack of information outside.
Not great first round on the T side for Liquid, especially after the early damage done to both Elise and Shui. But Shui's playing a great game in both the fragging and the calling. This looks very similar. Few more bodies outside though, bomb included, so they might just be going for this cross with a second layering of smokes.
Well, they've had two smokes being broken by the nades. Another one. Oh, Will net. Oh, a bit of position, but Elise just snaps back on Lucky. That creates the pathway. That creates the channel now for Liquid, and they're trying to split through ramp as well. Masuta needs to hold on here. Needs to at least try and deal with Naf, but the timing might look at a little bit out of left field because Liquid are already down B.
Yeah, there's no response yet from the CDs. Maybe they're hoping it was just the Liege and the rest of the crew is going to be moving elsewhere, but Naf is removed, so Masuda just about wins that duel. And now you've still got Shui as the second lurk. The bomb's been planted, and you're not being given these fights. If they can clear Shui, they have a way into this round, but he's found Gravity, traded. I think he's done enough despite these two low HP players. We'll see.
They're trying it.
Yeah, still giving it a go, but Elise removes Exercise, and it's just Maka in towards Secret with the AWP. And Ultimate's always looking to hunt him. Gets the confirmation. He really wants to hold on to this. I don't know if you want to commit too much. Don't want to lose this AWP. And he will.
That's not ideal for 3D Max. Really nice adjustment here from Liquid because they run the same round back, but they have the slight variation of having more players cross down in towards Secret. And you're bang on. Instant headshot here from Elite. That is a snapshot, a break of the neck. No info because of that instant headshot onto Lucky. And Liquid just cross. 3D Max just... I feel like they felt like they over-rotated in the previous round, and then this time they don't react enough because they feel like, oh, look, we've only seen one player cross technically. There isn't that immediate reposition down the vents either from 3D Max. They're worried about the scaling out of Liquid. Masuta's then anchored on towards ramp, gets the kill on Naf, and that contact actually works really well for Liquid because suddenly, oh, that means the ramp player is still here, he hasn't rotated down, and then you can just escalate the situation. Shui as that secondary lurk over towards the door does brilliantly. That gives it enough time for Liquid to resplit and refocus towards double door, towards single door, have these really important crossfires. 2 rounds back to back. Buy on its last legs and potentially map on its last legs for 3D Max, because if Liquid win this, there's going to be no money and it will be map point for them surely.
Yeah, let's bonus, what, 2,400 or so? So yeah, a lot riding on this round for 3D Max. Liquid have loved the space to getting outside, but Maka gets the opening kill, so Liege removed early. There's much more of a response to outside. They've got a player starting secret, and they've got the AWP out here.
Yeah, Masuta just finds ultimate. Much better out of 3D Max, a lot more proactive. Maka holding this vent play. MOUZ top main. Ramp play, I should say. MOUZ top main just holding. Trying to see if Masuta will overextend. But in the 5v3, 3D Max don't need to overextend themselves. They don't need to go searching for more information. Flashbang in towards main. MOUZ was able to get rid of Lucky, but that's where Gravity steps in. But he's missed a chance to trade. The good news is that Masuta steps in from secret in the meanwhile. Sets up that crossfire. MOUZ is able to get rid of Gravity, but it's Masuta with the trade. Naf now puts it into a 1v2. With 40 seconds left, his biggest burden in this round is getting the bomb, which is right in main, and 3D Max should know about it.
Yeah, I like the way he's approaching this, though. He knows he's got the time to walk around. The smoking towards main creates so many concerns because they just lose all the information. So now, if he can catch out Exercise, he has a way into this. The re-smoke comes in. Dirty is going to be looking lower. Oh, he finds the first, but Exercise then steps through. And he has that moment of impact he's been looking for. I really thought Naf was cooking that, but the reposition from Exercise, the fact that the smoke comes in from heaven, Naf's just not anticipating that angle. He does make it expensive, but 3D Max win a critical round.
Yeah, they needed that one. They really did. Nice try from Naf. As you say, that reposition, the smoke just makes things really confusing. And he just changes the approach. And there was a really small timing window. The Exercise could have been caught there over towards Squeaky. Really like this proactivity as well out of Masuta. The fact that he comes up to trade out the main player, then he progresses in towards back red to guarantee that the MOUZ frag is also found, because that was looking a little bit scary. The Gravity's fallen, pulls nades out. As he's assumed MOUZ is rotated away. Lucky down the vent. He's going to maintain back up it. Ultimate is trying to track the tracers through the outside smoke, but it doesn't connect. Meanwhile, Liquid heading towards ramp. Double flashbangs. Masuta up for the task, but traded out immediately by MOUZ. Liquid won't be again.
Yeah, just going to scale down. Ultimate's the lurk outside, but yeah, you're not going to be able to cut off these rotations down the vent. So Lucky already down here. Smoke lands, but Gravity slides into control. And surely he'll be able to punish off the attention that's focused on Lucky right now. Yeah, there comes, just trying to plant the bomb as a leech in the smoke, and Gravity manages to find him. Ultimate, yeah, not nothing much he can do. Oh, Maka. He's going to do it to him. Lovely. Extra money and an AWP. Maka licking his lips as they get picked apart after that initial kill.
Yeah, I really love that play out of Lucky and Gravity. Play it so well, just ping-ponging that contact between single door and control room. Such a great shot as well. Out of Lucky in towards single door. We'll get to see it back here in a minute. Masuta going 1-for-1 is good enough because it buys time for these rotates and these shots. Also, Lurking gets overwhelmed, and for Liquid, suddenly, yet again, it's a one-round game. They're just on Tech 9s, and we were literally painting the picture that Liquid could be up to map point. Instead, it just bounces and rebounds the other way. It's Tech 9s. It's a chance to equalize for 3D Max. Do not trip over your own shoelaces.
Maka's got a nice deep line, and they're just going to cross sort of around there. 3D Max ran to get one of their rounds going on the T side, and it's very fast scaling. There's not a response just yet. You see it's still in towards ramp, and they're just going to run down. Now, Shugi does get caught. The difference here is there's not this player down here to catch and get a rifle and scale off. Instead, they have to do it the hard way. They do get the bomb down, which is a bonus. Ultimate hits a nice shot. There's still so many bodies here. Now found in one as well. And Lucky starts to step forward. He's afraid now, starting to sweat, and for good reason. Naf's hitting bangers with the deagle, and Elige has the backstab. P250 in hand, and Elige comes through and makes it look good. It's the pistols from Liquid, a bit of pace, and some damn fine shooting.
I love that from Shuey. And it looks a little bit silly actually on the minimap at first because you're thinking, okay, Shuey's just gone by himself and he's died outside. He's given up his life. But actually, he delays all of these rotates for 3D Max because they see the smokes, they break them, they don't see anything. And then there's Shuey in towards main. That's the only bit of info you get. That just stops them for 2 seconds. And that is enough for Liquid to get on the bomb site, cross, plant the bomb. And then these shots hit by Naf and Ultimate are extraordinary. We're not live in this one. It's got to get reset. Speaking of being reset, Liquid have found new life. And we are in, and again, a position. It just keeps changing. These rounds just keep flip-flopping between 3D Max and Liquid. You don't know which way this is going to go. Because, look, it's still 11-9, but it really is still anyone's game.
Yeah, this round is an exceptionally important one, so you definitely want to make sure everything's working properly before you get into it. Liquid win this, and it is brutal for 3D Max, who already aren't feeling the best financially. You can see a couple of FAMASs and MP9s going to be what they're fighting with into this round. So a lot hinging on it.
NRG have just beaten MOUZ on map 1.
No way.
13-10 on Ancient.
Unchecked on out Japs with a couple of multi-kill rounds towards the end. Let's go.
Not like this, MOUZ. Surely not like this.
NA team's having a bit of a resurgence today, it feels. I'm expecting a lot out of M80 after how they played versus Falcons, even if things got a little crazy towards the end of some of those maps.
Oh, this buy is so horrible for 3D Max because obviously you got to invest in. You got Macro on the AWP, but you got MP9s, you got FAMASs, you haven't got all the utility. We haven't seen any aggression out of this CT side of 3D Max so far. Is this the round that they lobby crunch? Is this the round that they start to force the issue? Or are they going to be playing a little bit too passive? Are they going to allow Liquid the way in? It looks like Liquid are just going to go for exactly the same start. Smokes outside, get Ultimate on the angle, take these deep fights in towards Red, in towards Garage. Just heard that nade break the smoke, right? That's the only nade in the round for 3D Max. And MOUZ is completely by himself, bar the lucky spams.
And that's a lot of information. You've just heard that ult fire up from Heavens. Now you know where Mako is located. MOUZ can still play a pivotal role here. Gravity's hearing footsteps close by. Look, he doesn't want to overextend with the low HP. He has a lot of responsibilities. He's got to keep an eye on this cross because at the moment they have no way of knowing if these players move over. Gravity's seeing the shadow. Oh, and that smoke's gone a little bit shallow.
Oh,
so
no.
He's got a bit of an angle, and MOUZ, that's that kill that they were looking for. Opening pick found. MOUZ looks to try and find him back in with a couple of burst fire shots. He does succeed. 40 seconds, and it's a rotation down towards B. 3D Max gamble lower. Yep. And I think they're making the wrong read. This looks to be a heaven push from Shuey. MOUZ to come through main. I feel this is going to be A.
Yeah, this is a really good call. A really good adjustment here out of Liquid because they've been going B all the time on this T side. So yet again, you take the space. Time's going to be the biggest burden though. Gravity's also seen them. MOUZ gets the trade. Lucky hits back on Naf. You got to get the bomb. Can you grab it? If you're Shuey, he's able to scoop it, grab the trade back, but there's simply no time. And there's no safe passage in towards this A bomb site. Time undoes it all for Liquid. Important kill on towards Naf dropping that bomb. And 3D Max are like a cockroach. They are just staying alive and staying alive. You can't get rid of them.
Oh, the timing. I cannot believe it. Looked like Liquid were just about to walk in and win the round. If they'd just gone through main, they actually would have. But instead, yeah, they want to go up and over, and it's exactly as 3D Max decide, all right, we want to get the information. We start to make moves. Did Gravity get ultimate? Was that what kind of happened over towards Secret? Because that changed the tenor, because then there was a lot of focus over towards this MP9 at long range, allowed Lucky with the low HP to capitalize and find his kill onto Nav. So Gravity, I think, maybe the MVP with that one kill and just the attention focused upon him.
I think that this round really identifies and actually is a really good example of the lack of confidence and the lack of belief in Liquid right now. Because that read, that decision to wrap Heaven, to go A, was completely the correct call. It was really smart to adjust this in the mid round based on what we discussed previously. 3D Max have rotated 2 players down B because Liquid are just going B. But they took way too long. And they took way too long, so I just think they second-guessed themselves. They were worried about, oh, what if the player's holding us? What if this player's doing this? Rather than trusting the instinct, rather than trusting the call. It started off so strong as well for Liquid. Now 3D Max are battling back, and they're getting aggressive. Masuta has found the opener on MOUZ. Lobby crunch, we said, haven't really seen too much aggression out of 3D Max. They bring it out now to try and equalize this game. Shui creeps forward, but he gets smoked off at the pass in towards Lobby. Ultimate in main finds the difference. Can he get a multi onto Gravity? Gravity's now repositioned to try and get rid of Ultimate out main. In fact, Ultimate's just left. Completely left. And Gravity will take the space back. Shui is still on his own, really. Naf's going to come and help him over at Lobby. But look at how separated these 2 packs of players are for Liquid. Where do you go? And how do you piece this together?
Yeah, they're hoping maybe Elige can find that alleviating factor. Oh, the spot goes both ways. Elige just being present down here, being a nuisance.
It's going to have to end
a molly and a smoke. Well, this is going to be A, right? Surely he comes back up this vent. They're going to clear Lobby. And an ultimate comes through main late. Naka catches Shui, and Gravity just tucks into the corner. Simple stuff, and now you bring this one back now with 20 seconds left. Maka's sitting in towards Hut. He's firing off shots just to be a nuisance. Put that pressure on them, and now you're getting picked apart. It's the no-scope to close the round. 3D Max right back into things. And for Liquid, that one feels a little lackluster. We're now 11-11.
Gravity plays that brilliantly. He does so well because it's Ultimate getting the opening pick here and the trade back into main after the hunt push comes in, and then Gravity immediately takes the space back and just tucks in the corner. Just knows that that's his job, just to hold outside and this main play. You've got players down Secret if you're Liquid, but it's only one this time. It's just a really good understanding of the situation from Gravity. Single-handedly wins that round for 3D Max, in my opinion. And now it's quick. Now it's fast. Now it's maybe just a bit desperate. Onto this A bomb site for Liquid. Trade is immediate. Elige's also got rid of Exercise. Oh no! This is a complete disaster. Bomb's now planted on A. 4v2 even. Elige is not dead yet. And 3D Max, they're going to be conceding map point.
You got it right. I mean, look at the money. If you lose both these players, it's brutal, and I think they will. Mac is being hunted. And now spotted the final player, Masuda, forced to just take the fight forward. There's nowhere out unless he can make a passage for himself. Oh, it's a bit messy, but he gets that kill and loses his life. I'm surprised he peeks back in. But that's 12 for Liquid. Mac is on 2K. Exercise 2.7, Masuda 3.8. A fast play into A could be what breaks 3D Max.
There wasn't really any flashes either out of Liquid. It was just go, go, go. Brilliant out of Shui to pick up the AK and immediately get the kill through main. Elige able to find that second headshot too. OT or bust now for 3D Max. They've been in these positions before on the half buys or on the low buys. That's where they've been doing some of their best work. Lucky creeps close. This time not getting aggro in towards Lobby, but aggressive outside. In fact, there's 3 of them here. all looking to take contact off of each other. Elige surely is going to clear this close angle onto Lucky, and he does spot him. He will claim his life and even adjust back. That's awesome out of Elige. Maybe Liquid can avoid overtime entirely.
Gravity will take this time to push forward, but Elige is holding forward. He gets this pick as well. It's all over. Shui steps through in Liquid. It looks like they've done it at the 11th hour. 13-11, Team Liquid. Close it with style. Fast pace into A. Catches 3D Max lacking, and then to Elige outside. A bit of a masterclass to put them into the win. 13-11. Shui happy with that one. He should be. Fragged up a storm. Called a fantastic game, and Liquid back in the winning ways.
Yeah, this is actually a really interesting game of Nuke between 3D Max and Liquid, because it really shows the state of where both these teams are at right now. You can see that the confidence, even though you see the smiles on the body language there on the face of Liquid, I really do think confidence is at an all-time low for both of these teams. So many half buys being won, especially in that second half for Liquid. Like, that was fantastic for them, but they just need a little bit more belief in the calls. They just need to trust each other a lot more, because you bang on, Lucy. Like, that game, that call-in out of Shui was expert. Like, he knew what was going on. He had a really good grasp of what was happening, but the reactions were just too slow out of Liquid. This was an 8-4 half that could have been a lot more. There were these mistakes creeping in, like this Maka awesome clutch, but it was individual peak after individual peak. And then you swap to the second half, and Liquid looked their most dangerous when they're on half buys. I think 3D Max do brilliantly to get this game back in, but Liquid, it's a never say die attitude. It's a shift up out of the pistols, and it's Elige right at the tail end. He was quiet for the majority of the game, had really important moments just to push Liquid over the line there, but it's a scrappy game of Nuke.
I mean, just look how top-heavy it is from 3D Max. You have 3 players that are performing brilliantly, kind of going toe-to-toe with the same on the side of Liquid. It's almost a direct comparison between the two teams in that regard. But you can see the impact that Naf and Elige are having. Naf, the ADR, up there alongside MOUZ at the very top of the scoreboard, so he's definitely contributing. And Elige, we got to see a few moments from him as well with critical kills. But I mean, we saw in that first half, Exercise having a real rough time towards door, which was really punishing them and making it difficult for a lot of their rounds to play out how they wanted. Lucky was kind of not really a big factor as well. It was good that we got to see a bit more out of Maka. Mentioned we've been kind of hoping to get that in this series, especially with these first 2 maps as they are. And I love what I saw from Gravity. I actually think even though Masuda got more kills, Gravity, I think, had a lot more high-impact frags. His positioning was brilliant on that CT side. So many good moments with pushes, with the repauses. But unfortunately, just not enough. He was also the hero of that T round where he just scaled into his B as well. So very impressive from him, but unfortunately not enough. It's Liquid that take their opponent's map pick of Nuke. Dust 2, that's the pick of Liquid. That one's coming up next for 3D Max. It's do or die.
You, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
The scoreline suggested a closer game between 3D Max and Liquid on Nuke, but I do think there was a distinct disparity between those two teams. I think Liquid did play the better game. We now go to Dust 2. This is where Ultimate was performing really well. Already saw flashes of brilliance from him and Maka, both on Nuke. So that sets us up really nicely for D2, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'd love a good AWP head-to-head. I think that's going to be really fun to keep an eye on. The thing for 3D Max is Dust 2's been a bit of a struggle for them. The last time they played, they got 13-1. Granted, that was against G2 in Rio, but yeah, it's not been their strongest. It's a bit up and down. When they win, it looks all right, but they've had some pretty rough losses back in April against some teams that maybe you wouldn't be expecting to get so dominated by. Teams like Bait, Bestia, twice, all on LAN, which is a little concerning for me. Especially after the T side of Nuke. It just really feels like they're struggling on their T halves. At least they'll get that CT side start to get things going. But my worry is when the sides swap.
That's fair. I think to maybe talk 3D Max into this game a little bit more. All of those losses suffered was when pressure was at its absolute highest for 3D Max. That was when they were really trying hard to get all the VRS to qualify through to the major. And yes, Dust 2 did not look good. That was a significant weak point in their veto. Remember what we said yesterday, though. 3D Max have had 5 weeks off where they haven't been playing any tournaments. They looked a little bit renewed on Anubis, especially on that CT side. I'm hoping they would have adjusted and practiced a little bit on the T side of D2 a bit more. And the pressure, it is on them in this series, do not get me wrong, but all the expectation is still very much pointed at Liquid. That was a scary end to Nuke. 3D Max could have either stolen it away from them or at least forced it into overtime. The good news for Liquid, that didn't happen. You remain strong. Your resolve was good, but now you need to do it again on your map pick of Dust 2. 3D Max were right there, and it's going to be interesting to see if they've now got what it takes to keep playing at that level to try and push them over, or if Liquid will just respond, they can breathe that big sigh of relief. Oh, thankfully we were able to close Nuke after that 8-4 half, after getting an entry kill on Exercise every round over at Squeaky, right? It's going to be a very interesting match, and all eyes we've just seen on Ultimate because of how good he played yesterday against Jame. Maka was there on Nuke, and Ultimate needs to be here for Liquid again on Dust 2.
You talk about that game versus PARIVISION. Obviously, it was with the coach stand-in, so there's asterisks around it, but it did feel like the Ultimate show. Naf definitely had some impact, but it was very top-heavy from Liquid. And I mentioned 3D Max's troubles on Dust 2. It's not really been great last month or so for Liquid either, right? We're talking that loss versus PARIVISION, but back in Atlanta, M80, Astralis, 4 rounds against each of them. That's not a great kind of record to bring into a map that you've picked into. Obviously, they felt they've got some strength here that they can punish into it. Didn't have the Mirage as an option to go into, so they kind of felt like, all right, Dust 2 is where we want to take this fight. MOUZ, you think, is a player that should be taking like ducks to water on a map like this. We've already seen on Nuke some of his kind of prowess. I'm hoping we get a bit more of that. Some of those one-taps from the Doctor definitely required here. So I'll be on that T side. See how it gets going. It's like potentially long to be the fight early. There are 2 CTs to greet them.
Rotations are a bit far away though if this goes wrong for 3D Max, but Exercise immediately just like, nope, don't want anything more to do with that. Good scaling here out of Liquid. Exercise really trying to bait Lucky and hard. No one is looking at Carl whatsoever. Instant trade out of the Doctor, and Ultimate follows through with that P250. The good news for 3D Max, the rotations are here.
Well, and the shots too. Maka offers up a double. He's a brilliant beast when it comes to this USP.
Oh, come on.
Style points for that one. He loves it. Look at the grin on his face. Brilliant stuff. Maka, again, a huge pissed around on the CT side to get things going. He is loaded. No ult for him this time. No bomb to defuse, but he'll be happy nonetheless.
Back-to-back 3Ks on the CT pistols in this series for Maka. That's an uppercut to Liquid. After they get that initial trade and the follow-through, you start to think, oh, the scaling's really good. But because the double flash play rotations are coming immediately, Maka does the rest. Full eco. Another tough start to a T side for Liquid. There's not a whole lot you can really do in this. Hope that the MOUZ Deeg can grab a kill. It was interesting as well watching Liquid yesterday, watching the replay back, because Naf was playing more towards long, and I think that was just a comfort thing for Flashy. Flashy said, you know what, on the CT side, I will go and play B. I expect that to be just normal positions for Liquid, but Naf actually looked pretty decent out long.
A natural anchor is Naf. Should just be a clean-up. He'll try and get this bomb down through short. Pick it up from Lucky. There's a chance for it, but he adopts a safer line to clean them up. Yeah, no chance. So nice quad kill from Lucky. Good confidence building kills for him as well. As it's a clean 2-0 start for 3D Max. Now I'll get the guns out for Liquid. Let's see what this T side has on offer.
Oh, very fast from Ultimate. Really wanted to try and get an opening pick. Doesn't happen. But 3D Max will respond by taking the space. Liquid go through the motions. Clearing lower. Now walking top middles. Trying to take the space in towards short. Now, smoke is not the best. It really has to be said. That's why Elijah will just start spamming it, because he realizes the gravity might be on the other side. Awesome nade, though. And that nade does way more damage than the spam out of Elijah.
Yeah, that's a decent trade, I think. Gravity flirting with death as he crosses doors again.
Look at this read. They're really anticipating this is going to be mid to B. Lucky's remaining just boosted. Head down, waiting for action. And they are half right. It will be this B play. But it is all smoke and mirrors, literally, because with another redeployment of this grenade... Oh my, Shui and MOUZ will reset and walk through mid. Lucky is on such an advanced angle here to get rid of them. There's the first shot. MOUZ is now ready for it, and he's going to be head down, trying to get the trade, but that's all the attention drawn in. This B defense, it now has to hold out on Masuta, completely stuck on the site, isolated, but not affected by the utility, and that's easy for him, and he's not able to get the second. Instant trade out and Naf. 20 seconds left. MOUZ knows about Lucky, but Gravity's now stepped in towards short. MOUZ puts himself on the corner, and that bomb's planted.
Yeah, look, exercise as well. He's pushing through B tunnels. He's got great timing on this. MOUZ, he doesn't come up with a multi. Oh my god, he comes up with the multi. That was a must-win duel, and it's won the round. Disgusting from MOUZ. That's what we wanted to see. And you might even try and harass Maka out of this one. Oh, he's getting tagged. Is that being confirmed? Surely MOUZ heard that. There it is. No, 1 HP. Maka gets away, but MOUZ wins the round with that double kill.
That's monstrous. And that is helped out a little bit by 3D Max, because they threw a flashbang in to try and upset MOUZ, and it full blinds. I think it was Gravity on the other side of the mid doors. So that hurts. There's not a whole lot you can do about this sequence. I think Masuda does really well to get a kill and a dink. But this shot, oh, it's disgusting out of MOUZ. Monstrous from him. And Liquid are able to battle back from the brink in that first gun round. Able to plant their feet on that B bomb site. Maka will have an AWP, sure, but the rest of the supporting cast doesn't have everything that they would want. It's the same start to a round, but this time it isn't Ultimate then as aggressive in long. It's MOUZ thinking about it, and actually he's got a very good timing on exercise.
I love that little step forward onto the smoke, and yeah, brilliant punish. Okay, MOUZ. He missed out on the Dust 2 action yesterday. Wants to slice that pie. It's looking very sharp this morning. So an opening kill, long control established, bomb comes out, and it's a double setup in towards short. The orb is part of this with Gravity. Oh, sorry, no, that's not true. The AWP is over on B. There's a third player that rotates over. So the 3 riflers, they're going to be present, but I don't think they're going to be ready for how quick this approach is from Liquid.
Yeah, this is instantaneous. Although, flashbang, utility, now you should have an understanding that MOUZ is here. And if you're 3D Max, you're relying a lot on Masuta in this corner. Liquid haven't mollied him out. And the lurk has also been caught. There's another one. There's another element to this. It's naffing towards lower, but everyone steps in from short themselves for 3D Max. So there's a timer now for Naf, and Liquid need to hold on to this site as Shui gets naded.
Masuta doesn't quite finish the job initially, and the spam comes through. Here's Naf. He's going to be a little bit late to the party, but does arrive and takes out Maka. Shui just trying to hold on, and he's done a little bit better than that. Amoli now goes forward. Naf looks like he's done enough. No, he hasn't. The smoke goes down. The timing order is brilliant. Can he deny? Jumping up and down. The bullets don't connect. And lucky, that's smoke. Lucky indeed. Perfectly played. They lose everybody, but they take the round.
Yeah, it's just instinct out of Lucky. It's just he recognizes, look, I'm just going to smoke and defuse the bomb. There's no way that Naf can deny me off this, especially with his plant defuse. Has to get lucky with that jump spam. Does Naf, and it doesn't happen. Good work out of Masuta. He plays that so patiently. He really bides his time. And it's 3D Max that take the time out because they did get caught a little bit off guard there. The timing out of MOUZ, the immediate swing up in towards the A site. They weren't ready for how quick the scaling was out of Liquid, especially after the opening pick, getting rid of Exercise. They felt like 3D Max had the right idea. They wanted to go for this mid control, reflash themselves back in towards short to guarantee that the bulk of Liquid players were out long. But very similar to what we saw on Nuke, the timing of it is just really short and really delayed. If they had just trusted themselves, if they had been instinctual about it, very much like Lucky was in that clutch, then it would have worked out a lot better for them. Maybe Lucky wouldn't have had to be put in that position. And as you say, everyone loses their life on 3D Max. So you're actually in a worse position because now Maka doesn't have an AWP. He's got an XM. It's not quite the same weapon. MOUZ in the lead. Now look to scale out long. The spam is so good out of Liquid. MOUZ will also scale off the back of it. No opening kill. Finally, it's found by the Deagle of all weapons.
That's one way to get it. Some desperate spamming going from everywhere. Lucky wounded. Limps away. And they're going to converge on towards middle. Liquid completely leave long. Oh, this is potentially brilliant because this push is going to come through. 3D Max are going to assume, okay, they're all sitting out towards long. They're not going to hear any of these sound cues. And Liquid are just going to walk into an empty bomb site.
The penny will drop quite soon, though. And if Liquid take their time, which they've often been doing, then this could get a little bit dicey. Good news is they're not taking their time. They're just going to go. And they've really assessed the situation brilliantly here. Another great call out of Shui. And you know, if you're 3D Max, that you're not investing into this next round anyway. So this will just be a save, and that is round over. Liquid are back.
At least for 3D Max, they can save these weapons at FAMAS not getting scooped up. Mecha wants to keep the auto shotgun. Actually, I guess they're about the same price. And he wants the chance to get the AWP money. All right. Maybe he's hoping someone comes hunting and he'll grab it at the end. We'll see. But great call from Liquid. Could have gone wrong, but they make a great read. Handshake round to get a second. 3D Max got a second shot at it into the next. Maybe Maka will try and take a spawn lower or something with this XM.
That kill, that 1D onto Exercise, that was Exercise's 7th opening death in this series. I thought it was bad. I didn't realize it was that bad. He went 1 and 5 in open duels on Nuke. He's currently 0 and 2 here on Dust 2. Elish out long again. This worked out so well for Liquid in the previous, and lucky falls this time. Another opening by MOUZ on this side of the map. And this time Liquid are all gathered up here. It's concentrated effort out long, and it feels like they're just going to go.
I thought 3D Max were just going to keep the money they had, but they actually reinvested. It means if they do lose this one dramatically, it has some serious ramifications for the half. There is this lurk top mid. Keep your eyes on this. Naf. AI's done brilliantly. Takes out both. Sitting there the whole time. They're expecting that reaction. And Maka sidearm comes out because the XM at that range isn't going to do the job. At that range it does, though. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Oh, and Exercise is found a kill as well.
They're low enough for this XM. Shui is in particular.
No way. Oh my god. That shot hit, but it wasn't enough. Shui lives in the shotgun. Still looking to feast.
I'm still scared. They could swing onto him.
Closer.
Oh no.
Now he's looking forward. He's such low HP now though, surely. He just can't afford the peak, but the M4, that was the chance maybe. Maka can do some damage, get some money.
Ridiculous.
I cannot believe it. I'm going to start using the XM. He's making it look good. And he almost gets another. Look at the damage.
That's a shake of the brow. just a waggle of the head for Liquid. Like, okay, cool. Like that was looking potentially very scary. This is a really good call, again, out of Shui. I really want to keep praising these T sides because this is exactly the same round as prior, except they commit off the long contact. And they recognize when they walk into B in the previous round what the reaction was out of 3D Max. It was a rewalk in towards middle. That's why Nav's lurking over there in top mid, because they understand that probably 3D Max are going to go for exactly the same play again. And it's again the same opening for Liquid. This is still conditioning 3D Max, but we want long immediately. We saw it in the first gun round out of Ultimate, even though we didn't get the kill. And now this is 3 rounds back to back to back for Liquid, where they found the opener on this side of the map. That's unreasonable.
What? USC? One tap in the smoke. That's one way to get the trade, but... Oh, Zeus!
Do it to him. Come on.
Nothing more to be had there. That's the bomb site. Lucky will try and grab this AK from long. So Liquid step into the lead. Get the fun Zeus kill. Get some damage inflicted, but 3 alive is quite good. Maka will have the AWP next round, thanks to those auto shotgun kills that he did get. I love seeing Liquid take this long control so consistently for the conditioning, as you say, but also it feels like sometimes they're afraid of that fight. But Liquid, they're not. You see a lot of teams, even if they've got the spawns, they'll rather retake it later with kind of the utility once they know there's only going to be one player kind of there. Liquid just want that fight.
Terrorists win.
They're going for a lot of splits in towards B against PARIVISION yesterday. In fact, it looks like every round on that T side for Liquid, apart from one, was towards B. So I'm thinking maybe towards the tail end of this first half, they're really going to concentrate their efforts over there. Oh, there we go. Doesn't automatically have to be the commitment out of Liquid. That this could just be more of a, I was going to say, a default. This is ultimate get a pick, and if you get one, we're going straight in towards this site. Flashbang will force him back, but actually, they're going to go into it. A 3D Max right into it. There's 3 players here, and maybe you only need 1. Gravity finds the opener. Good flashbangs from Liquid, but that's where Masuta steps in. You got lucky as this 3rd element, and sure, Gravity gets traded, but Masuta just wide swings. Ultimate needs another, and he'll find it, but you're never, ever expecting Lucky to be here. Just spoke about the B play. 3D Max are prepared for it. And they make light work of that round. They just read into it brilliantly.
Yeah, that's an insane read. Not even just to expect the B play, but to literally have 3 players present on B.
So early.
That's read like a book. Like, normally, if you're expecting that, maybe you'll have 2 players there and a player in middle. that's kind of focusing on door, but no, that was literally 3 players set up exactly to deal with that. Exceptional read, textbook.
I'm sorry, Liquid. I kind of spoke that into existence for you.
Yeah, maybe you should be an IGL. That was kind of crazy.
Short's now the play for Liquid. And again, fast tempo, Lucky on the AWP. Oh, just gets done by Shuey. Gravity steps up but can't find more than a multi. Trade immediate out of MOUZ. Still 2 players though. Look at this. 4 are gambled over towards A for 3D Max. And sure, the space is here, but now they're being bombarded by utility. Masuta and Exercise have both found kills, and Naf, who's only on the Deagle, needs to find one, but he can't spot Exercise. Just on the edge of this smoke. Naf tries to creep around the corner. He surely will have the backstab, and now he does, but the Deagle will connect. It's all up to Maka, who's been brilliant. First headshot, instantaneous onto Ultimate. Understands where Naf is, and Naf can't get a gun, so has to hit the headshot on the Deagle and can't do it. 3D Max will hold on because of their in-game leader.
Huge from Maka. Yeah, Naf can't really do anything there. He kind of has to take the fight forward with the Deagle. Knows that it's planted for short, and he just won't be allowed that space at all. We can't blame him then. It's unfortunate that he loses that support in towards the side itself. This is such good trades to get in. Maybe if MOUZ had managed that second, it could have been a whole lot different. Or if Naf had been able to pick up a rifle, but unfortunately the kill just too far away. So great entry kills, but it's the follow through from 3D Max that looks great.
It's also just the setup for 3D Max as well. You've got a really quick response from Gravity that was over towards middle. Immediately able to trade out Lucky. And you still got 2 players that are in towards long anyway. So in a matter of moments, you've got 4 players defending that bomb site. And it's just too much for Liquid to handle because they're a little bit unprepared for how many players are immediately first responders on that scene, which makes sense. Chewy's going to have the hero Galil. 3D Max looking to assert themselves back into this map, get a 6th round on this CT side with the capacity to build it into even more. It's been a really nice recovery here from the CT squad. Especially with Lucky playing well. Gravity's now having impact alongside Masuta. Mac has been doing his job this entire first half. It's been overall very consistent from this team.
We are going to get that long retake, and well, there's actually no one here right now. Exercise falls back, and Liquid will get this space, but it's the only space that's been granted to them on the map. If they contact it, it will go a bit unknown. Can they really craft anything off this? It comes off a great one tap, but I think Exercise is going to fall back. Maka's going to come over. And then Maka, oh, there he gets the confirmation. But it's a jump kick, so he's fine. He can get onto the line with the AWP and look for these fights. He'll call over the support. Smoke goes down, Exercise steps in, and Nade gets the opener. Shuey, though. Oh my god, he's taken 2. Maka now known in towards Gandalf. Does get the kill onto a lead, but the bomb can be scooped up, brought over. And we've still got Shuey playing around here. Masuda, flash forward. Oh, okay, they've all getting destroyed here. Shuey left into the clutch. It's going to be the ace for the IGL, but 20 seconds, bomb not down. And isolating these fights, so difficult. Especially as time ticks. They're not going to give them to him. He's hoping they will, but it's not happening. Maybe a chance to plant the bomb at the very least. The utility's gone down, fading out Maka. But now he's got no time. Just waited that extra second. At least he will get the plant down and pick up a rifle. And he has money, so it's not the worst case. But it could have been a whole lot worse for 3D Max.
Yeah, it could have been. Tell you what, really nice try from Shuey. But there's one kill that comes in a moment here. You'll see it on a replay. Onto a Liege, and that drops the bomb, and that just wastes so much time. That's the kill that Maka gets, by the way, on MOUZ through the box. That's unreasonable. But it's that denial of the bomb that is everything for 3D Max. I love the way Gravity plays it as well, because he just chucks an incendiary just on the site. He understands that there's limited time available. Now it's faster out of Gravity. He's back in towards lowest. They didn't see him in that previous round. Lucky Maka won't actually be forced away by that molly. That's too shallow for Liquid. And that's too easy for Maka.
Yeah, Miss Molly is all the difference. A free opening pick. They could have this long control, so they're going to fall back into it. But again, you've got Maka just posted up here.
You need a double here. Need the first and then trades immediate. He's not been having a good go of it at this event on Dust 2. Opens up the account, gets his second kill. But the walls are closing in for Liquid. Look at the flank. Lucky is already on the way. You've got Maka that's holding. And XC's already rotated. This is very dynamic out of 3D Max.
Break on the smoke, sees nothing. It's going to be a boost up for Maka. For a better line, spam. Does do a little bit. It's the kill they're looking for. Oh, it's the leg shot. I suppose the shoulder. Now saw one after that. Chewy gets another opener onto this bomb site. But it's this backstab from Lucky. Surely this spells the end. If you can find the timing, there it is. Naf needs this trade, secures it. And now they start to move forward. Maka again through the box. Naf into the 1-on-2. Maka's holding for it. A flashbang. Forces Naf off the line, up and over the top, but it's a missed shot. And these ones almost connect. He had the chance there. Maka misses the opportunity, but it's exercise that steps up.
Counter-terrorists win.
That was very close for Naf. Really close. And Shui's doing everything on this A bomb site, by the way, for Liquid. Just finding so many opening picks. Good timing to go up towards long there. After release, takes the contact, gets the confirmation that they're pushing. They're trying to take space. The time to go is then now for Liquid. Nice shot as well from Maka, not only through the box, but he also hits the leg on the player, crossing by that smoke on the boost. Feel like given the way the momentum's going, you'd love a 5th round if you're Liquid. Ultimate's got his prize, the AWP. But it's been a night and day comparison between him and Maka so far on Dust 2. As 3D Max continue to try and fight alive, fight for their lives in towards CAC. Maka's now even holding utility, maybe for Lucky. It's just the incendiary to force Liquid back.
Yeah, very standard setup. Flashbang for this instead of just the giant peak, and it almost works out for them. He's going to have his utility baited out. I think I'll go for a B finish. Utility is sparse. There are no flashbangs, just smokes. Maka's going to get ahead of this. He's going to see nothing's coming. He gets all the information. He's going to call that you guys need to be ready on B.
That's awesome. Because with the time being as low as it is, you can just rotate over, and Shui can't hold on to his position. I don't think Liquid can be ready for how close Masuta is, but Gravity's that spare man. And as mentioned, you've got these rotates immediately coming over here for 3D Max. Gravity will also just tuck himself in the corner, be that linchpin for 3D Max. That'll be the 8th round here in this first half to close it. It all felt like it was liquid on this T side, and then 3D Max took over. Their momentum generates so many rounds here on this defense, and Liquid are looking all out of sorts.
Yeah, some very close rounds on that A bomb site, but it's 3D Max just stepping forward in so many of these moments. And yeah, as you say, it always feels like Maka providing that impact. All of that sequence of rounds towards the end comes off him. If not frags, then intel. That last round just pushing ahead of the smoke. Was in the position to do so, sees that opportunity and sees nothing behind them. Allows all these pieces to be focused. So it's a strong first half of 3D Max. CT side's not been the question for them, though. This is where the going gets tough. We'll see what their T-side pistol can offer up.
Counter-terrorists win.
It looks like as soon as Liquid are able to set themselves up on the CT side, they look at it and feel pretty decent. Oh, on Dust 2. Maybe 8 was just a requirement. This is aggressive. This is really fast. Out of Ultimate and Elite in towards lowers. Lucky has already spotted him and dealt with him, but MOUZ, the swing through the molly, gets the second frag on towards Misuta, and 3D Max are left scrambling. They've got to go long now.
The fireman arrives, just charges through the flames. And there's the hero that looks to save them. Nap hits a ridiculous shot. There's a smoke on the cross. And now MOUZ can kind of play the bait here for Shui. Don't know if both players were spotted on this cross. Doesn't matter. Swings anyway, and Ultimate and Naf combining a brilliant pistol off MOUZ's push through the molly.
What a great reaction out of MOUZ. Beautiful flash from Shui. It's got to be said that that's the trust in the in-game leader that Liquid need. And when you've got a player that's so selfless, willing to throw themselves into any fight, that is an asset that Shui can work with. And that's really cool as well from MOUZ, because worst case, if he goes 1-for-1, Elige is there as that unknown element, as that second player in lower, to almost guarantee that trade. But MOUZ does everything fast, out of 3D Max, straight towards B. Liquid aren't even here. Liquid aren't even on the site. They've been smoked off at the pass, but Elige and Ultimate has still found kills regardless of that. 3D Max can plant, but look how quick Ultimate is. He's already on the flank.
There's the force buy, by the way. That's how they're able to get through, but you just can't see them closing it yet. What else is Naf going to do there but spam? You need to get something from this. One kill with the Tech 9. Can you make it 2? No, MOUZ does, though. He's on to 12 frags, and Liquid bring it to 6. Fast play onto B. It's open for them, but it's just the plant and a kill. I wonder if that'll incentivize them 3k-ish each to try it again.
Surely not.
Like you might be shooting yourself in the foot.
You need the AWP or Maka. Like, Maka's been the guy so consistently, getting these opening kills for 3D Max, stabilizing rounds for 3D Max. They can get a hero Galil or something. Yeah, Lucky's going to do it because he's on 15 frags. Makes sense. But I would absolutely save all your pennies. Get an AWP. That's exercise his role. He's the piggy bank for Maka as he drops Lucky that Galil so he can get head armor. I'm impressed with how fast that was out of 3D Max though, because they were in the bomb site before Liquid were. Close. Really close onto Elige.
Yeah, he thinks better of staying too present. Cheeky little angle.
It's going to be used.
Yeah, Lucky starts to progress forward. There's a bit of a crossfire there, and there is a smoke here to block it. Alright, they want to try and commit onto this beast, but can they get it done? Well, especially if Elige gets brought down low, but he'll step back out, find the kill, and then Naf, it's his turn to shine. Lucky gets nothing done, and the 2 B defenders find all the kills.
Yeah, good hold from Elige and Naf. Some would call it vintage. Holding bomb sites, playing off each other. That's even after Elige gets tagged down, incredibly low. Good news for 3D Max is that was only, again, that Galil, the pistols. You have now got the AWP on Maka. You got all the utility at your disposal. This is a role reversal, however, of what happened on Nuke, where it was 4 rounds for a T side that then swaps over. The CT side then win the pistol. They bring it back to within 1. It was very reminiscent. And 3D Max are now hoping that they themselves can work their way forward onto 13 after being the team that put themselves in the lead initially. But MOUZ is definitely on a different level right now. Naf's warming into things as well, and Shui I'm excited to see how aggro he's been. He's been very aggro in this map so far, and his willingness to fight has been really cool to watch. It's almost like he's just trying to take matters into his own hands one step further than just the call-in. Sometimes that can come back and bite you, but so far so good for Team Liquid.
Yeah, very much so. We got the real challenge into this one. Maka uncontested. The A-Stream series has gone to a third map after MOUZ have bounced back.
That's more like it from MOUZ. That one's, to be honest, a bit more expected. This one always was either 3 maps, very closely contested, or 2 maps with daylight robbery between the 2 of them. Felt like Liquid got away without overtime on Nuke. The Liege goes pushing. Maka, there he is. He's found that opening kill. That's why they waited to invest into this one. Ultimate now completely alone. Gravity will expect him. Ultimate will try and take the time in, but that's free and easy for Gravity. Now they will trade and actually finds the follow through on Misuta. That's a joke. And now this round is back in even steading.
18 and 9 is Naf. He's playing insane Counter-Strike right now.
Great flash.
Bang. Oh, so good. Sure, he can't get out, and MOUZ tries to step in. It's exercise with 2. And despite Naf's brilliant double kill, it is not enough. The short setup crumbles. And so to Liquid in this first gun round.
Brilliant pop. Hitting towards short from 3D Max. And I love, again, just how instinctive that is from them. We are seeing that from both parties. Naf gets this ridiculous double kill that we speak about. Okay, what's the next reaction here? What space have we got? It's in towards top middle. Maka got the kill on Elige very early. You've killed Ultimate in towards lower. The next natural space that Liquid will be pushing will probably be short. You're not going to expect too many players over towards long, especially if Naf is on the other extremity. Finds his mark. 18 and 9 is Naf. But 9 rounds it will be for 3D Max. Guns come out. Immediate success story.
Terrorists win.
Keep playing. Yeah, Leash just tries to barrel it up mid and it just does not work out. Ultimate goes searching after a bit of a wait, just trying to find that information back. They want to crunch, which is why Naf is so quick to respond. Nine 7, 3D Max at the back of Maka's opener. A good scaling. Get their first T round. Now Ultimate gets his ult. That's a player we're definitely looking to see a bit more of on the CT side, especially after the PARIVISION performance yesterday. I haven't really got it here just yet. Sitting 8 and 10. Don't get me wrong, Naf's a great player, but it's some of the others that I'm kind of expecting to be at the top of the scoreboard here on Dust 2.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Like, completely agree with you. It's really interesting, actually. Like, ever since MongolZ has come into this team, like, when he has a good game, Elige will not have the best game. And then Elige will have a really good game. MOUZ won't have a good game. Naf will have a good game, and then no one else is really. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not consistent, like, and it's not sustainable. And I'm not really too sure why that is. What I'm concerned about, though, for especially Elige in particular in this game, is he's having a little bit of a rough go of it on Dust 2. Had a little bit of a rough time of it yesterday on Dust 2. What I don't want to happen for him is he starts forcing fights. He starts trying to take the game into his own hands. It's not going to work like that because you can't force it, especially on the CT side. I hope it doesn't break protocol. I don't think it will. He's got so much experience, but it does start to creep into your mind, especially in that last gun round. Like, it looked like he got caught on the the run up immediately. Just kind of don't want him to throw his body at the problem for every one of these rounds, because that's what Exercise did on Nuke, and that was an opening kill for Liquid basically every round.
True. I mean, the thing with being an aggro player and wanting to be a playmaker is when it looks good, it looks really good. And when it looks bad, it looks pretty bad, right? It's a real live by the sword role for a lead in a lot of times. Hopefully gets to be swinging the sword a bit more. Maka's in good spirits. Guess how he's been fragging, can't blame him.
Headset back on, please. Means we can get going. I think this will again boil down to a lot of long fights here between 3D Max and Liquid, especially just in the second half. More often than not, 3D Max love to take that space in towards long. And then obviously Liquid were also doing that to them in the first half. I'm really interested to have a look at how that fight develops, because we did see on that T side for 3D Max, especially on Nuke, that the initial game plan, when it didn't go to plan, the backup option was either not there or took way too long to come into the fold. So I'd like to... I mean, I didn't ideal with 3D Max, right? The plan just works immediately. But if it doesn't, I'm hoping for some more variety. I'm hoping for the fact that they can then go into plan B. And they did that in the previous gun round. That's what I'm happy with so far for 3D Max. That's why I commented on it. Like the fact that they were instantly able to go back in towards short. They pieced together what that setup was going to look like for Liquid, where the next point of contact was more than likely to come in. And they had a play for it. The good news is that 3D Max haven't been that consistent in doing that and figuring that out in recent times. So for Liquid, you've got to be thinking, okay, well, that was good that it's a flash in the pan moment, but maybe that's not going to be as consistent.
It looks like our issue is down with MOUZ. It's hopefully not going to take too long to resolve. If 3D Max are able to pull off this comeback, we'll be looking at Inferno as a decider. That one I think is a bit more 50-50 with these two teams. Well, these maps have been close, to be fair, but it's one that on paper should be very closely contended. So I'd hope so if we get there after how these first two maps have gone.
It's actually kind of fun, because if we do get to Inferno, the last time these two teams played against each other on Inferno was at the CSA Championships last year. And the veto is actually exactly the same. So some things change, some things don't. Dust 2 Nuke, Inferno, just the order in which the maps were played in. And that was 3D Max coming out on top last year. For Liquid, they're hoping that history doesn't repeat itself. A 2-round game. I thought we were good, but now we're not. So hopefully we can get that re-going once again. I was really ready to ramp it and throw it back into the game.
You never know when there's so much typing. Like, is that good? Or is it bad? Feels like it might be bad right now.
Oh, yeah. No, thumbs up. That's promising.
Okay. Everyone starts to lock in. Some back straightened.
NRG and MOUZ are just about to kick off on their deciding map. That one's going to be Mirage. And what a shock that would be if NRG, who are now playing with DAPS, knock out MOUZ from the tournament at the earliest opportunity. That would be bonkers.
Yeah. Not just for MOUZ getting knocked out so early, but just the teams that knocked them out. Like, no offense, but TYLOO NRG, not who you expect MOUZ to fall to. With the coach, no less. All right, no early pick for 3D Max this round. They could get long control, and for 3D Max, they go straight down middle. Just going to go for a fast mid to B.
This
looks
quick.
Very quick.
Yeah, what's the reaction looking like here for Liquid? You got Naf and Elige holding on. Break on the smoke. Elige's able to get the first pick. And Shui will come through the CT smoke. And Naf holds on with an important double. The spare man baited in by Elige. And that execute gets shut down comprehensively. It's a really nice idea from 3D Max. But Liquid pivot back off the long control. Shui steps in. And Elige and Naf do the rest.
Yeah, I don't hate the call just because you've heard them take long, right? You know, you've thrown that smoke, you've heard flashes to fight it. You've seen nothing in middle. You get all this space for free. Like, all right, let's just commit into it. But Elige gets his, and then Naf plays off it. He is just playing exceptionally good here on Dust 2 at this event in general, to be honest. Another multi-kill round from Naf. B is not going to be easy if you want to try and get into there at any point. Maka just looks to save this AWP for the next round. Liquid bring us within one, and for 3D Max, it's going to be an uncomfortable buy into the next round.
Yeah, a lot of players didn't live it in the previous. At least Mac is able to hold on to his AWP. This is now going to be a really interesting game of bluff between 3D Max and Liquid for the rest of this half, because if you're 3D Max, you don't want to go B because NAF is 20-9. Liquid, maybe as a reaction then, will put more emphasis on long and leave NAF alone. And then 3D Max are going to be thinking, well, they know that and we know that. It's going to be really interesting to see if they are going to continue to commit and try and challenge NAF, or whether the read out of Liquid will be correct. So I would assume that they are going to put more emphasis over towards long. Just keep NAF on his own. Ultimate's going to go and peek in towards window. That's a sharp shot out of Maka. Through the doors into top middle. Open pick found. And a tag onto NAF, who went and was greedily going to get the AWP.
Yeah, this round feels like it hinges on Maka. So to get the opening pick is a moment of brilliance. Nades could do some heavy lifting here. They're just scaling. They're just going fast. They're going real fast. Shui able to get one, but has to fall back, and they fight into him. Huge kill coming in from Shui.
Oh, it's so messy.
Now starts to feel without this long control, and with Elige creeping forward. A good position for Liquid. Smoked off is Elige. Masuda steps forward straight into MOUZ. And Exercise open hand, trying for the no-scope, but not quite hitting it. And MOUZ recovering with that long presence. Him and Shui bailing them out after NAF and ultimate fall.
Yeah, that was really scary. That was very scary for Liquid. But Shui, that reliable pair of hands, gets the multi-kill. And it was getting scrappy. You just had players just fighting it in towards long. Maka decides he's going to hold the flank, but such an important kill out of Elige. That is impact. There's so many of these close rounds, and there's so many of these heart-in-mouth moments for Liquid. What a roller coaster it must be to be a fan of this team. Oh my goodness me, it's stressful. Here comes this long hit. And as mentioned, 3 players for Liquid will be here. The initial fights worked really brilliantly for Liquid on that T side. And in the hands of MOUZ, they're able to steady the ship. They force 3D Max out of that position instantaneously. And now this T side's got to go elsewhere.
I think if you looked at a heat map of where MOUZ got all his kills on this map, 80% of them are at long.
I think
whether that's
you're
on the
right.
T side or the CT side. He lives and breathes for those fights. This one comes at a crucial moment.
Oh, what really
You
well
wanna come
timed
back to
smoke.
B? You know who lies in wait here.
Yeah, not only him as well. Elige has been really good at anchoring this bomb site. It's got to be said. Mid isn't the open chasm 3D Max might think it is, especially with Elige jiggling on the edge towards the B window. The utility has just been sublime out of Liquid in terms of the smoke placements. The timing of them. It is really restricting 3D Max. MOUZ on an off angle here, holding the cusp of this smoke. The timing as he just backs out from the angle. It's still going to be okay. There's plenty of mollies here for 3D Max. They can put one in towards Goose that they can upset MOUZ, especially with this flashbang. And actually, it's Ultimate that falls next. They will molly the corner. They will consider this. MOUZ thrown forward into the fight, and Masuta will get rid of him. Suddenly, this 4v3 has turned favorable for 3D Max.
Yeah, how did Ultimate go down there?
He was just in the open. He was in the open. They just flashed him off the angle, but he wasn't. He wasn't on the angle at ramp like the head glitch. He was just in the site.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Like, why? I guess he's worried about long at that point, so he doesn't want to be exposed to it. But yeah, it means that there's just nowhere to go when the flash comes over. MOUZ thinks he can still win the round as it gets that 12, 13 second mark, and then the molly lands at his feet, and it's so brutal. So MOUZ opens it up so brilliantly, but the split defense, 3D Max knows they've got a good fight wherever they go.
Yeah, there he was.
Yeah, just a bit too open. An unlikely round for 3D Max to bring back, and the walkway with 3 alive as well.
Yeah, you almost don't want Ultimate and MOUZ to be playing on site at that point. MOUZ took long control very early. Obviously didn't want to hold it for that entire time. But where you've got Elige, I think, jiggling and having a look from B and towards middle, you can easily have Ultimate on the angle by long, with MOUZ holding and taking that responsibility, maintaining that control, and then Ultimate could look short. And in worst case is the bomb site gets overrun and you can have the really quick rotates. You don't need to give up your life. Instead, it goes the other way. They get forced out of the bomb site by utility as Liquid give up the space in the mid round on the extremities. It's still a full buy. Liquid can still afford an AWP. It isn't. Actually, 3 rifle. Oh, sorry, an AWP and 2 rifles on A. Ultimate's gone B.
So it's Elige instead that comes over to help out on A. Even to thought maybe get aggressive towards short for a second there. The mid-smokes go out, just to lurk around. Counter utility dropped by the CTs in each direction. 40 seconds. You see, this is posturing for the A finish, so the 3-player lean here, feeling good right now. Elige, can you get mollied? No, it's for sight, so he's fine. And continue to just harass with the util. Naf's found the lurk of Masuta. It's one-dimensional now, up through short. Although they think it's going to be B. Oh, they've misread this completely. And they crumble the setup. Elige is still present. Can he be the difference maker? There's this long presence coming through. Elige can't deny this bomb. It's going to go down. Maka in towards short. Now you know this is long presence too. You're stuck in towards CT. To fight your way out. Exercise on the line has a great position to deal with this. Scaling up comes Naf. Lucky looking to hold that headshot line, and Elige to spot him out on sight. But you got to find these fights. And it's Elige into the one-on-one. The call comes through. It's onto the site, and Elige can't manage Lucky. Liquid. If they just held their guns, the round was theirs, but they panic, they think it's B, and they start rotating.
Had to be a comms issue. Had to be a comms issue there from Liquid. There's no other explanation. Naf gets the kill on towards Masuta, thinks there's more players there, and everyone jumps. Every single player jumps ahead of the curve, and they try and just rush the issue in towards middle. Molly goes to site and not Goose. You think Liquid are in such a prime position to shut that down? I'm so surprised that everyone rotates as well, though. Timeout now being cool for Liquid makes a lot of sense. Look at this as well. You got the AWP, sure, you got a couple of M4s, but the money just isn't there. Incredibly compromising is this investment. And the shots from Gravity were sublime. Elite will try his best. But it's just not enough. 2 rounds. Now the difference between the two teams, and 2 rounds for 3D Max between them staying alive in the competition and sending it to Inferno.
Shocking round. That's 2 real frustrating rounds in a row for Liquid that they're going to feel like should have been theirs. Two towards close mid, 2 short. Good. Fairly active. Right now, that fight not being given to them. We've already seen... Okay, that's a good pick. Let's say we've seen that 3D Max are good at forcing you off short with their flashbangs.
Oh, but this time I think they're going to be too preoccupied with middle because of the ultimate frag. This timing feels actually very good for the players in Catwalk, but Lucky was holding for MOUZ. That's an important kill back, and the jump spot will also reveal Shuey. He has to drop his smoke, but instead of backing out, he's going to play very close. This might be unexpected, especially with the time. 35 seconds. The bomb on Maka is still over at long. There's time to wait out this piece of utility. Ultimate's on the way. And this molly isn't going to affect Shuey, but the break in the smoke is. That's awesome. Out of 3D Max. Jump up, punished by Elite. Ultimate's also got rid of Gravity. And the one kill they needed was on Maka. Time, such an issue. Ultimate, yet again, just trying to be that difference maker, but the utility from 3D Max enough to hold him at bay. This round is not done in the 2v2. The bomb can't be denied, but Naf is on such a quick flank.
Yeah, but Maka's going to be here on site, ready for short now. I think that timing might have been missed, but Ultimate creeps forward. That scope surely heard. Maka's going to be focused in on long. Lucky holding for this push. Maka going to get dealt with. Ultimate now starts to move up. Naf uses that opportunity to step through, but Lucky was holding for it. And again, it's Lucky. In back-to-back rounds, this post-plant on A, Lucky is thriving.
That was awesome. That was so good out of Lucky. The fact that he just plays close to that smoke, just in case there's going to be that flank. Ultimate takes the contact by getting rid of Maka. You see Lucky's head turn. And Naf just isn't ready for how close he is. 3D Max are getting away with murder in some of these rounds. Instant snapback. Tap is perfection. No money for Liquid. It feels like we are destined for Inferno after all. As 3D Max really have a resurgence on this T side. They do brilliantly to get 8 on the CT side of Dust 2. And maybe that certainly is going to be enough considering how poor their offenses have been. Not this time. There's been a lot of dynamicism in this for 3D Max and Liquid. They've been the ones that have been just really struggling. This is their map pick, by the way.
They're just going to walk out long. You got MOUZ on site, the only defense on this side of the map. And just look at the space that's been taken. MOUZ uses his one bit of defensive utility. There is so much is put on his shoulders right now with this deagle. Can he offer up anything from sight? Feels like that's the only way they can win this round, and he gets removed immediately. Gravity with the low HP as well, finds the headshot. Ultimate tries to step in, and they're just getting stepped on. Shuey does get one back with the fan mask, but now Gravity steps in, and with low HP, he's finding all the frags. It's on to Naf. Can he make this happen? MP9's doing some work onto the first. Oh, an all jump up as well. He's got the information. 8 bullets though with the MP9, and they just line up and make it so difficult for him. 3D Max, a comprehensive victory on Dust 2. Some brilliant moments on that A site in the post plants. Lucky, Maka, both delivering. But it was a great team effort from the French.
Yeah, it was really good out of 3D Max. Out of Liquid, you had NAF or nothing. Like that was ultimately what happened here on the CT side. There was some good moments from Liquid, especially anchoring down B. But again, a lot of that came from NAF. And what you had instead is just Liquid, I think, being very antsy, very anxious about what was going on. They never really pushed the issue. There was one round in which NAF pushed upper tunnels on B, but every single time they wanted early in this second half to try and take info in the mid round. It got shut down by 3D Max. We're talking about that flashbang that denied players in towards short. We're talking about the good trades. Again, coming in from 3D Max when NAFly eventually went for that push in towards B tunnels. Aside from that, Liquid, they didn't wrap long. They only pushed up mid in, I think, the first gun round where Elige died instantly to the AWP. There was no info. They were consistently left in the dark, and that's where you get moments like this, where 3D Max just take their time, they drop utility, and Liquid think, oh no. And you can play like 2015 Navi if you're 3D Max, because Liquid have no info. They consistently did not know what was happening. The clutches as well at 3D Max were spectacular. Lucky won so many of them where you'd argue that if you'd gamble that he would win on them, it'd be unreasonable.
Yeah, Lucky, 2 massive clutch rounds towards the end. Just massive amount of impact from him. And yeah, real struggle for Liquid in that second half and a few of those rounds. Definitely, there was a case for them to win this map, but it was those back-to-back rounds where there were 2 rounds they definitely were favored in. It was that NAF double up and you're feeling like they're in a good position. It's that over-rotate through spawn out of nowhere, and yeah, just getting caught off again by that lack of information, as you mentioned. So unfortunately for them, that means we go to Inferno as a decider. NAF playing a lights-out game. We did get some great moments from MOUZ, but the rest, Ultimate, we definitely didn't get the PARIVISION Ultimate showing up here.
No, we didn't. I'm looking at the results for 3D Max on Inferno, and they've not won it in the last 4 times that they've played it. They played at PGL Bucharest, lost to MIBR, they lost to the MongolZ there. Then they went to Rio, they lost to Falcons and G2. For Liquid, it's a little bit of a different story, but they were playing against lesser tier opponents. I'm talking about wins against M80, which I think is a good result here, considering how effective they've been in their BO1 and their BO3 against Falcons. But a win over Alliance, a loss to OG. That loss to Familicow at Roman Imperium that we remember, that was a ridiculous one as they tried to qualify through to the major. Standout player is Lucky because of his clutch factor, 22 kills, 13 deaths, and had a part to play in the majority of the rounds that 3D Max won. Yeah, so as stated, this is going to be the final map here between Liquid and 3D Max. A lot on the line here. Obviously, you do not want to get eliminated early. You do not want to go home immediately after losing 1 best of 1 and 1 best of 3. There is just so much to play for here for both of these teams. We'll find out which team is going to carry on their journey here at CAC right after this break.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. I'm joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, every move.
Well, difficulties from Liquid on Dust 2 now send us to Inferno as a decider. Brandon, map history for these two teams for 3D Max, not looking the prettiest. Mentioned they're on a bit of a loss streak right now. Whereas for Liquid, they've had some more success, but the opposition hasn't been necessarily the best. So it kind of puts us into a tale of two teams here. But I think 3D Max historically have always looked very good on Inferno, even if it is a bit of a rough streak at the moment. And I think with how it closed on Dust 2, I'm a little worried for Liquid.
Yeah, I definitely would be concerned. I was just taking a look at player stats for both of these teams on Inferno. Lucky and Masuta boast the highest rating. You'd expect that from Masuta more often than not from 3D Max, but Lucky, I really wanted to highlight that one because he was so good on Dust 2. He was winning so many important rounds for 3D Max. And for Liquid, good news is, yes, the caliber of opposition was a little bit worse than what 3D Max has been playing up against, but NAF has been unbelievable on Inferno. Nafa's got a 1.3 rating on this map, and he's been playing lights out all series long. So that gives you hope for Liquid. You just need the rest of the team to step up. Of course, you're not going to be expecting a whole lot out of Ultimate, in particular on the T side, but CT is where he needs to come into his own because Maka is incredibly dominant on this map with the AWP. He's incredibly flexible. 3D Max look comfy on Inferno, and this will be tough for Liquid. The good news for Liquid is, as always, has been a map that they do rely on.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. I just, hope we get a bit more out of Elige and Ultimate, as you say on the CT sides, but Elige just in general. NAF has been outstanding, 1.3 rating just across this series, or 1.33. Shui's been fragging up a storm. MOUZ have seen some great moments out of. It's just, it feels like it's a bit of a struggle event for a couple of the players. For 3D Max, Mac has been great as well, just across both these maps. Mentioned, Lucky's performance on Dust 2, but Mako was just alongside him, especially when it came to that CT side. He had 100% cast on the CT side, 2.26 rating. Absolutely brilliant from him. So CT sides, I don't think there've been a question really at all for these teams. It's the T sides that have been a real struggle point, I think, in particular for both of them. So you're kind of hoping you get that CT side start going into the decider.
Yeah, you do. And the reason why I wanted to bring up Nafa as well is not just because of how good he's been, but also the position he plays, particularly in this matchup against 3D Max. Because on that T side, Naf is the lurking towards the apartments. Who plays for apartments on the CT side for 3D Max? It's Exercise. And again, he went 0-4 in opening duels. So you're looking at this and you're thinking, actually, Naf is probably the best person to try and get rid of Exercise in towards the apartments. Exercise 1-9 in opening duels right now. It really doesn't feel good for him. So that is certainly a point of weakness that Liquid can look to try and exploit.
Yeah, he's actually been having a real strugglesome series just across both maps, right? 18 for 33, so definitely a player You want to be lifting up here, and one that potentially, I should say, Naf could be looking to punish. And Liquid do get that CT side start, so they'll be happy with that. 3D Max. Gonna poke to see if there's a push. There's an aggressive setup, but it's into the apartment, so not a position that is going to be spotted early. Naf's just going to sit here with the door Berettas. Very heavy lean towards A for Liquid, which means Shui completely alone on B. Now he has a smoke, so if he gets this contact, he might just drop this and hope that they snapper away. Holds it for a second, but I think they're just going to commit, and it's going to have to be a retake.
As they should. Good news for Liquid is that they've flashed. They've seen no one in top middle. And now they can rotate pieces over. The smoke is just about to fade. That's where 3D Max will start to make their move. So Shui called up to task. No, they just don't clear him. But Shui's shots aren't good initially. But then he follows through with not a second, but a third onto Misuta. The in-game leader doing everything. How about the ace? Not quite. MOUZ will follow through. But that is an awesome hold out of the solo B anchor.
Yeah, what a way to start it. Shui completely alone on towards B, allows that space through, but keeps control in towards Coffins and then builds 4 of them for 3D Max. Yeah, he's been fragging up a storm this series and starts off Inferno with a bang. Pissed around for Liquid. 3D Max gets the bomb down. They don't get much after the fact. I wouldn't be surprised if they will still look to fight into this, considering they can get an AK. That's a nice gift for Lucky to work with. Let's see if he can make good on what Maka has given him.
Oh, that's just puzzling for 3D Max, because you smoked CT. No one is looking at Coffins. Like, nobody whatsoever. That actually allows Shui, in essence, to whiff and then lock in. It's a dire situation for 3D Max. Gravity will take space over towards the apartments. This time, Shui's got that little bit of help. It's going to be MOUZ now working Banana with him. But for 3D Max, I think the decision's already been made, so they have no interest in prioritizing Banana, at least initially. But with that smoke now being deployed in towards top mid, they're going to wait for it to fade, and they are going to go into this crossfire. Elige and Ultimate ready.
Drops the flames. Comes the fight. They start to move up. Ultimate, oh, just about gets around that corner. Has support from Naf by his side. As mentioned, Elite out towards long. All these M4s here ready to hold, but it's not the commit. They get the space. They hope that it causes an over-rotation, but it doesn't. And now it's back towards B, where you've still got these 2 players holding. You've still got Shui with a full belt of utility. He's going to drop the smoke with 20-odd seconds, and then Sentry as well. And then the utility to come out, flashback over, and it's looking good for a moment. Spam from Elite. That makes it a whole lot better. Bomb does get planted, but it's a 2-on-3 in the post plant. Gravity and Masuda don't have a lot to work with. Masuda just wants to take the solo fight forward. Elige ready for it. Bests him. And it's on to Gravity. Flashbang straight to the face.
Okay.
A pretty insane sequence. Kit, so time could be a concern, but not if Naflighter steps over. And we can see there, bright and blue, the kit scooped up anyway. So Liquid will win it out. Again, bomb goes down on B, but that's fine. They only lose 2.
Yeah, really good aggressive posturing from MOUZ in this round on Banana, because that's what enables Shui to never deploy his utility. And they have 1 deep smoke in towards Banana that gets thrown early in CT Spawn, which you always expect. MOUZ then uses his utility. What I've really been enjoying in the first couple of rounds, and I really hope it's a consistent piece, is Elige then looking for clues in the mid-round. Here again, he re-peeks long, re-faces it at top brackets, doesn't see it, gives the heads up to Shui and MOUZ, who will go 2 for 2. That allows that smoke to be pulled half a second earlier. You're a lot more on your feet if you're Shui and MOUZ. And it's nice information, and it just means the rotations are going to be sooner as well for Liquid. A good response. A step in the right direction for this team. Don't really like how close these players are. MongolZ actually stuck into the corner, and it's going to be difficult, especially when Gravity can hit those headshots. Oh no. That's the B-bomb site unlocked immediately. Gravity wants even more. It's Masuta that gets rid of the lead. 4v2. I don't think you can go for this if you're Liquid. I think you've got to back out.
They had no utility. The only way they could have won the round is if they'd given the fights. And they are. Ultimate steps straight through, and yeah, it's a crumbling on B after 2 great back-to-back holds. They get more aggressive, and they just get caught out by the Gravity Deagle. Brilliant shots coming through. Surely you had to be expecting it wasn't going to be a brilliant buy. Surprised they stay so aggro.
Yeah, that's it. Like, it makes no sense from my point of view why Liquid are over towards the sandbags there. Especially after you've dropped a molly in towards logs and the smokes come through immediately from 3D Max just to extinguish it. At that point, you should be getting out of dodge. Sharp shots from Gravity. But that's Liquid overstepping. That's Liquid being a little bit overzealous. And that is an immediate punish. And we saw all of these in both Nuke and Dust 2. All these low buys just being converted by both teams. There's a lot of opportunity here. There's a lot of margin for error for both 3D Max and Liquid. And for both 3D Max and Liquid, those errors, those oversteps, these are things they need to cut out the game. Otherwise, they're going to get eliminated from this event. And that would be horrible for Liquid heading towards the major.
Standard setup in towards A here with the greased up on porch. And relatively active early. Utility is lacking for Liquid. So 3D Max taking their time here. They're going to bait out basically everything. And again, you've got a very active player in MOUZ. There's not a flashbang to support, so this is just MOUZ over at Sandbags. A smoke comes in. Last one for Liquid. Trying to come to a head at the half wall.
Oh, MOUZ. Oh, this is really weird timing between him and Shui. Yet again, they're forward facing, and the timing actually works out for both MOUZ and Shui. They're able to get that double. That's at least something. Gun out for Maka. He's got rid of the entire defense of Liquid on this side of the map. Rotates will come in. Both Maka and Ultimate are incredibly low. A break on the smoke for Nav reveals Maka. And suddenly Gravity has got it all to do again in this 1 versus 2. Holds for Ultimate. Steps in close. Really wants to try and press the issue, but the flashbang is brilliant from Naf, and this time Liquid will retake.
Yeah, flashbang saves him because Gravity was making the round-winning play, stepping forward like that. Oh, yeah, felt like half was where that lived and died. The fact they got 2, that's just enough to make that work for. Goodness, it comes close. Just the jump up comes. MOUZ gets the double. Lee's had a chance there. Mac, I don't know how he went that to the flashbang, everything to get that done. A nice round back for Liquid. What looked like a very tentative position for them.
Yeah, that's what you call getting away with one. If you're Liquid. MongolZ Shui can exhale a very deep breath. And they now need to be very careful, because that's 2 rounds now back-to-back where they have been caught. And sure, that round goes a lot better because they're able to get a double, but that shouldn't be happening. I'm really liking the design of these rounds from 3D Max. Yet again, you're dropping a lot of utility in towards top brackets to try and force the response out of Liquid to go searching for info. That will come either through top banana or through top brackets. But where top brackets is smoked, you can't really do anything if you're Liquid. Ultimate's able to get rid of the lurk. Sure, but then that's just the indication for 3D Max to go in. That's such a shame for 3D Max, and Maka's the only one that gets kills there. But this is an opportunity for Liquid to break the bank and get back to winning ways on this CT side. He's just ready to drop utility. That nade misses the marker as well from Liquid. Onto the corner, and he gets iced out by the nades. Lucky wants to now step forward. Shui gets a necessary trade and a follow-up. This time it's 3D Max to overstep on Banana, and they're going to keep on going. Elige will fall. Shui, low HP, but he's still fighting tooth and nail to keep this door locked against 3D Max. Ultimate's already rotated in time as well. A break from the smoke, he doesn't see anyone. Shui is still alive at backside, finally removed by Maka. Smoke goes in at CT, but Nat's already on the flank. Such an important fight between him and Maka.
To go down, but Naf steps through, so Exercise has to get off and has to get into the clutch. Kills Naf, and now knows he has some space. He's just going to run it all the way towards A. And Ultimate still worried. The smokes are down. He's going to stick to B for now, which means this bomb will go down. Although, this little slowdown, Exercise doesn't know if Ultimate's already here. He's going to find out pretty quickly no one's home. As he plants, that's when Ultimate arrives in towards Library. Gets a pretty decent timing on it. Swings now, he might just spot him, but oh, sharp from Exercise. And that's what we want to see from him, a 1v2 to get 3D Max their second.
Yeah, really great kill. And look, the second shot is spectacular on Ultimate, but the most important one and the clever kill, it is the immediate trade on Naf. Doesn't stay rooted on that bomb site. Immediately just thinks, right, I need to isolate the kills. That's the only way you win this round. And then you could play the mind game from Ultimate. Am I staying at Banana? Am I rotating all the way around towards A? Ultimate has to consider the possibility of him remaining. So that gives Exercise all the room to breathe. MOUZ will find series point against NRG. 12-8, that has been such a hard-fought series. And the round that potentially could have broken the economy for 3D Max actually completely puts Liquid all out of whack. They have nothing except for USPs.
They got a stack. So that's something. No one's free, and then MOUZ steps out, and oh no, Elige is going to kill as well. Shui now looks for his timing as the back is turned. Maka providing all the eco frags. I got a little silly, but now you know where this final player is, and they'll just run over towards B. So Stack gets some nice frags, and that's an AK for Naf Flight. And you know he ain't stepping a foot near this B bomb site.
Unfortunately not. If he was a bit closer, like, I would have not hated him giving it a go. That was a lot of damage being put forward there by Liquid on the eco. Pretty blue gem for the Mac 10 that wanted to make money. Unfortunately for 3D Max, didn't really make any money whatsoever. As Naf just steps over it, he's now hoping to grab some utility, which he will. So, to be fair, not a bad rate of return. No investment, 3 kills, an AK scooped and saved, along with a couple of pieces of utility. That's a good compromise here for Liquid.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, great amount of damage inflicted. Slight breather as a small technical gets resolved. Yeah, I'm actually just about hanging on in that series versus MOUZ, but that one is coming down to the wire, it looks.
Yeah, 12-8, where it looks like it's going to be 12-9. Currently, yep, there you go. Just immediately locked in on HLTV as a glance over. God, the story that is. I'm really incredibly impressed with NRG. Liking what we're getting out of 3D Max as well, because they're showing an unbelievable amount of resiliency, not only in the best of 3 here against Liquid, but also in that BO1 against MIBR. Remember, they were 11-2 down on Anubis, and they were able to spin that back, nearly try and clutch up. So it's happening with Exercise. Not too sure. Boosted up, headset off. Trying to get something, so hopefully we can work this out immediately and get back into the action here. It's a very tense situation for both of these teams.
Yeah, elimination, right? Like, this one drops and you're out. Both these teams losing their opening best of ones, so immediately into the lower bracket. And it doesn't get easier either, because we kind of mentioned at the start of the series, you win out this one, and in a few hours, you have to play versus MongolZ. So it's not an easy road for either team. And you probably wouldn't have wanted this one to be a grueling best of 3 like it has been. Coming up after this on the B stream, we have Lynn Vision versus NIP. I think that one would just be fun to watch. I'm sure we'll get some quite scrappy CS. The Vision are a very interesting team. Sometimes they show up and they're just ridiculous and really difficult to play against. I mean, they were on an absurd win streak in their region.
Yes, they're...
But then sometimes they just don't show up at all.
No, they're like quote-unquote first international LAN as well. So that'll be interesting to see how they get on against their NIP. BC.Game versus paiN is also a match on the stream.
That's on our stream. Yes, sorry, I got those the wrong way around. I was just looking at Group B where it was all grouped in. Yes, we got BC.Game versus paiN.
So that'll be fun. You got obviously Simple. You got Scrunk playing well. We got Simple praising his team on Twitter too, so he's really proud of them, which is awesome to see. Like, and to be fair, like I don't blame him. Like, they nearly put Falcons in OT. It took Kiyosuke's best efforts to stop that from happening. The Electronic on CT side was brilliant. On T side, a player higher rated than Simple on the T side was Scrunk.
Scrunk, all right, with the T side performance. Yeah, that'll be an interesting test. paiN, it felt like in that game versus MAT, Pyria was playing brilliant, but we had some serious absentees from the other 2 new additions.
Yeah, which doesn't bode well if one of your new additions is going to go toe-to-toe against Simple.
Yeah, true enough.
Hopefully this breather will actually serve as a nice little mental reset break for Liquid, because I feel like they've put themselves in really compromising positions on this CT side. And it feels really reminiscent, actually, of some rounds in Nuke, where Liquid, for me, felt like they were in control quite a lot, and then they overextend a little bit, get caught up in and lost in the sauce, choke a little bit, I'd say. It makes the scoreline look a lot closer than it is. Brilliant round out of... That's the clutch. Force thrown in there for 3D Max. But should these rounds be getting to that point? You'd argue maybe not. Liquid, of course, did all the damage in that previous. They've been able to invest. Ultimate will not have an AWP. It's MOUZ that's left wanting with the FAMAS and a fast play. A change of tempo here for 3D Max, and he's looking to hold on and will for the first, but the trades are immediate, and Ultimate can't find anything on the rifle.
They're just ready for his swing, right? They're looking for that response that immediately comes after the contact on towards long, and now Naf is on site by himself, and well, he's been playing a pretty damn good game, but can't make it the multi. Bomb goes into the side. There is this fast push up from B from MOUZ, and it does feel like he wants to get involved. Should Shui's in towards library. MOUZ spotted out, and I feel like that spells the end of this round. I'm giving this a look in. A re-smoke onto Moto, surely that makes this a whole lot more tricky. Smoke to allow him to start scaling, and Shui's found the kill, but MOUZ just cannot find Masuta. Neither can Shui. He just tucks back sight, completes his quad kill, and walks away unscathed.
Good tempo in that round from 3D Max. Especially after a little bit of an extended tour, especially as you know that Liquid will be investing in as much as they can, but to go for a fast hit, expecting, as you say, the ultimate step in. I really like the idea of this retake from Shui and MOUZ. Molly put in close by Shui, the smoke off pit, and they know that's the position that's been spotted because MOUZ got shot at. And then you try and isolate the site player. So it was the right idea. Just didn't quite work out in the manner that Liquid had hoped for. There's Masuta finally arriving for 3D Max. And yet again, tempo looks to be shifting. 3 players, though, are here for Liquid on B.
Pistols to keep them at bay. Flashbang for Shui. Still more smokes that could be deployed. Goes one off that molly. They do feel pretty committed into this. Don't have that lurk to give them a bailout towards A. So they just want to group and go there together. There's another smoke coming out. Liquid hoping that this replenishment of this smoke will sell the idea that they don't have lots of bodies here, that maybe it's just one player. Maybe these 5 seconds to get to work. This flashbang from Shui looking to really help them out. Molly sets MOUZ. He'll step back in. A lead gets removed, and now there's a team kill in the mix. That helps out affairs. Allows MOUZ to step through, get a double. And then the swing comes out. Shui just about gets Maka. Needed to find that. And again, it's exercise left into the 1-on-2. I don't think he's going to be ready for how fast this push-up banana comes. Bomb goes down. He's been allowed time to get into the post line, and AK potentially to be scooped up by one of these retakers. And Naf will pick that one up, and in fact, a second for ultimate. That one's missing bullets. Backside spotted out, and now needs to find these fights. First comes his way. Time on his side, not a kit in this round. Now starts to step forward, and Exercise steps out. It's another 1v2 from Exercise to get 3D Max their 5th.
Yeah, unbelievable play. Another quad kill from Exercise as well. And that was even with a team kill in the mix for 3D Max. You really think those mollies are going to do all the damage, but MongolZ actually gets a really safe pocket of space over towards top oranges. You really just think that that's going to be the round back in for Liquid. They're going to win one of these half-buy moments. The rotation was really good, but I love that position out of Exercise. He goes in towards Dark, and he thinks, actually, if I go in towards New Box, then I can choose which angle I go into, and that's everything. Rather than him having the fights come to him, he takes the fights on his terms. Ultimate will also do the same in Banana. Lucky falls early.
And then MOUZ follows up. At least a good start to this round off the aggressive play in towards B. Now, 3D Max start to take some space out towards long. Problem for them is going to be that bomb. Keep your eyes on it. It's all the way back down towards T-spawn. And Ultimate is just picking off players. Gravity looks to try and punish, and they won't be able to catch him. Molly too upset. Exercise running all the way back to get that bomb, but it doesn't feel like there's a way back into this round. A minute left. And a very closed in looking map, and you can see already Exercise just setting out to hold on to his AK, so this will be Liquid getting 4.
Oh, Naf's timing is really good as well. I don't think, yeah, you're ever going to be anticipating him here. Will be removed, but I mean the job's done for Liquid. Much better response here. They're the ones that take the initiative, and I feel like that's something that's really been lacking early for this CT side of Liquid. 3D Max actually been given a lot of respect, a lot of map control early. So what does Ultimate do? He immediately gets the AWP, he immediately takes contact. Good round out of Ultimate because his rotation's perfectly in time as 3D Max try and take that tempo up long. And that's the gap that Liquid knew about and prevented from being exploited. They're still hanging on. They're still in this game, and that's important. They're not letting the occasion get the best of them. We've had previous just 8-4 halves for both Liquid and 3D Max on Nuke and Dust 2, respectively. Here on Inferno, it looks to be a much closer affair as Liquid take a timeout, as they understand how important this round is.
Great to get that moment out of Ultimate. I think he had 1 kill going into that round, maybe 2. Yeah, 2, and then ends up getting a nice double. Getting active with that AWP, essential on this CT side. And a breaking point round for 3D Max. Liquid have a good opportunity here to scale into 6 if they can get this one. I think that's more or less going to be a necessity.
These rounds have always been a difficult one for Liquid. Always put 3D Max on the brink of having to pull eco. The 3D Max have always overwhelmed. Good utility. In towards Banana. Even better flashbang out of Maka. They know that Shui's stuck in the corner. He needs to try and escape. And instead, he'll just stand his ground. Awesome double out of Shui. Elige will now step in. Drops a nade to let 3D Max know that he's that third player. This third element on B. And 3D Max are going to take their withdrawal. They're going to leave. Exercise has to clear this corner, but why would you expect F here? Brilliant angle. And he can now smoke off top bracket. This looks really good for Liquid.
Yeah, the smoke's a bit messy, but now Naf's repositioned. He'll be set up to deal with this play. Flashbang, he eats it and gets caught. Oh no, that's allowed them in. Smoke to go down, Masood to the plant. It felt like Naf had done everything. If he just stayed inside, he'd be fine. That smoke's missed the mark. Maka takes a whole lot of damage. Lee starts to move up. Maka on the headshot line with low HP feels necessary. Lee actually does get past. Love a nade. Another shot going through, not fatal. And there's Maka, ready for a lead. Ultimate gets flushed out. And it felt like Naf had done it all, but then he gets caught and allows them in. And it all crumbles.
There it is. These rounds on the brink. These rounds where Liquid can full reset 3D Max. And 3D Max just don't give up. This was a great double out of Shui. And with Naf getting the frag right here on Exercise and dropping the smoke, you think it's all said and done, but no, but instead it's the reaction out of 3D Max. It's the flashbang forward. Naf tries to get into a safe angle in pit and gets caught on the cross. You could argue that he maybe could have just stood on default, or he could have played a little bit back and Liquid could have had the retake. Instead, it's the losing option for the CTs. Ultimate now steps forward. He wants to get an opening kill and won't be given one. And instead, all the attention put forward by grenades. 3D Max look to pop on towards A. The bad news for them is that 3 players are here.
It's a decent setup now. Gets the contact and gets the kills alongside the lead. Shui did fall in the meanwhile, but Naf is putting up a performance. Almost makes it 3. That damage will have been confirmed. The nade not going to be on the mark. Size in a very tricky spot. He's throughout this smoke. Maka can come over and they're just going to scale ahead of it. Now it's on to Maka and nothing he can do. MOUZ comes through with a great headshot. And Liquid off the back of Naf's hold this time to find success.
So much damage being put forward by Naf in that round. Just able to swing on a pivot. Get the kill on the player jumping out the apartments, even dink him for good measure. And good step in from MOUZ just ahead of that utility. This time they're the ones that just disrupt 3D Max and their plans. And this is as good as it comes to a full eco for 3D Max. A couple of Galils, Deagles, Tech 9s and armor. A scale of 5 in Banana. The boost up though is good for Shui. He once again takes the contact. MongolZ and Elige all here to support. You said that 6 felt necessary. And it's all but confirmed now. Unless Liquid have a calamitous end to round 12. But that feels incredibly unlikely given the position.
Yeah, you got decimated in Banana. Gravity's left on half HP. And you've got no way out. Oh, enough just sits, faces the smoke. Gets the kill on the high HP player. Nothing here for Gravity. Elise starts to step forward. And the backside comes through as a Liquid. I'll tie us up at the half, 6-6. Even steading going into the second half of this elimination match.
It's so wild because actually you feel like Liquid could have had a lot more. That they really could have done. There was 2 clutches from Exercise in this. You had the NAF catch out as he crosses towards Pit. That could have definitely gone the other way. There's a lot of moments in this for Liquid. But 3D Max, they hold on. They have that clutch potential. Exercise has stepped up in such a big way here on this decided map. That is exactly what 3D Max needed. Maybe it was just biding his time for Inferno. Liquid now swap over to this T side. Good news for Liquid is that their stats on both halves are pretty similar. Especially the CT side's a bit weaker here for 3D Max. They've been struggling on it as of late. So maybe a pistol, a chance to generate momentum, a way in for 3D Max to put even more pressure here on Liquid. 1 half left of Counter-Strike for either 3D Max or Liquid left in this tournament. Loser goes home. Winner, a date with the Mongols.
That's a hot date. Liquid sit back, waiting for the aggression. Doesn't come immediately, so now they can start to take their space. It's triple setup on B. Lucky's got a flashbang, so hoping they can commit and force these players off half wall. And then they can counterplay, but Liquid, I think they're not interested in this. They throw the smoke out towards long. And they just want to move straight into this bomb site. They've got a Molotov. There's going to be a very fast flank. That's going to be something they need to be concerned about. The molly in towards Pit. That's going to cause a headache for Exercise. And now Gravity is falling. Exercise swings through the flames and he still finds 2.
No way.
A massive performance. And that gives 3D Max a chance. Bob only just now going down and they are already here on the retake. But Mac is gone. MOUZ removes Masita. And looks like the pistol will be Liquid's.
Oh, I really rate that from 3D Max, though. Like, how quick they are on the flanker, as you mentioned. They just try and take their time in. And unfortunately enough, Liquid have put themselves in towards Pit and mini Pit. MOUZ just steps out. Lucky he can't win this now that there's no kit. So he's going to walk over, try and at least maybe grab one on the way out. He hasn't got any Kevlar, so he might as well. Can't find NAF. Liquid will get that pistol. Fair play for Exercise to stand and burn and still get 2 kills. That could have been the way forward from what was otherwise a really great take out of Liquid on this A bomb site. That's awesome. We nearly found that 3rd.
Yes, timing on it. It's great for Liquid. Just as that player steps into the apartments, that's when NAF strikes. It's going to be the 4th spy. We get the mag
6-7.
6-7. Both the scoreline and the number on the board.
I knew there'd be a 6-7 somewhere for the observer to find.
There always is. Whenever you least expect it, 6-7 appears.
Force by in for 3D Max. As we try and lock back in. Exercise has got the Max 7 over in apps. Masuta really wants to take a forward fight, but Chewy will best him, bails out MOUZ. There's still 2 more players here. Lucky, forced off, but it doesn't matter. Gravity tries to spray back with the MP9, but can only hold on for 1. Really good trades yet again out of Liquid. 3v2, player advantage, puff of smoke put up in the face of Maka, and this bomb can now go down. He's going to flash through. He's going to try and be that difference maker, but Elige bails out Ultimate. Ultimate even gets off the bomb just in case. And now this Mag 7 might upgrade and evolve to a Galil, or... Never mind, I thought maybe Elige was stepping towards top banana. Instead, it doesn't happen. Exercise will grab that Galil, and see you later, Alligator. He's going to go and save.
I feel like what we're seeing from Liquid here reminds me a lot of what 3D Max were looking like. It's very packy. It's just very forcing the fight on banana and just bursting through. Looks good for a second when 3D Max get that kill from Lucky, from Sandbags, but it's just, yeah, the constant barrage of bullets through the smoke, then bodies follow. 2-round lead and 3D Max.
Terrorists win.
This saved Galil. But Liquid will start to run away with the half, it feels.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent as well of Dust 2 T-side from Liquid. Just really looking to go quickly to gain this control. Never looks to be in doubt. These are much better trades coming out of Liquid as well when it comes to this entry path in. So this is Pistol, Eco, Force Conversion, you imagine. From Liquids, put themselves 9-6 up. Naf's got the MP5. Looking to make some money.
That's a fun angle. The MP5. Said he's setting up a lead for the flashbang. Hello. That's the Galil now noted.
You just go B. Like, you know the hero rifle's here, you just leave. You imagine the pistols are also going to be with the rifle. Because why would they just leave him solo? So yeah, this is good. This is the right decision here from Liquid. Not taking any chances. Smoke goes up from Lucky. They might just disrespect it with the nade break.
Almost break in with nades. He manages to get ahead of them. There is a push coming through in middle. Starting to get spotted out. Yeah, just to get some MP5 action.
They just don't need to get caught up in this, and this is a really nice withdrawal out of Liquid. You don't want to then change your plan right at the end here. You just need to go into B, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Lucky with the P250, maybe able to catch off MOUZ, and he is able to. That's a nice shot. That's the kind of Marlon, but Ultimate will get that trade. That will now be bomb planted. That will now be Liquid. Really locking in 9. They set themselves apart. It has to be a rethink and a reshuffle of structure here for 3D Max. Now going into the first full gun v gun. Interested to see what the banana control looks like. Nice shot out of Elige as he gets some confidence kills. Liquid are definitely on the front foot for now.
Snag anything at the end? No. Ultimate deals with him, so again, it's just his Galil saved in back-to-back rounds. We will get the Maka AWP. Then you might take a timeout. They know everything is resting on this round for them. Still got the MP5 on NAF. I mean, I guess you're not going to get rid of it. I'm not going to drop an AK. You know, it wants to keep money for another AWP later on. Oh, not an AK, an M4. So it's a FAMAS for Masuta. Good, favored with the trajectory to take this. No cock-ups allowed.
Mackinac going for an early peek in towards top banana this time. He deploys the utility. Look how quick this is. Very fast. Out of Liquid. Lucky affected by the flames. And then the nades will just land on his head. He headbutts it away. But will barely survive. And this is very worrying. Macken then walks over with the AWP. It's the cache of utility on the floor for Lucky. He was supposed to be this solo player. Instead, it is Liquid with a solo conquest in towards this B bomb site. Macken can only now drop utility behind this smoke. Exercise has got rid of Naf. And that nade, oh, that second one does a lot. But the first one did absolutely nothing.
Re-smoke goes down. There's going to be 2 players coming up from Banana later on. Molly. Not affecting Elise too much, but he still doesn't want to stick around. He'll fall back. Second set of flames coming through the racks here, but this is fight towards CT that could get interesting. It's gone well. Lucky Maka, but Elise now stepping up and over him and Shui trying to combine, and Elise just getting all these frags in the post plant. Masuda can't find a way in. We'll eventually deal with Elise, but it's done. Liquid will take out everyone and find themselves on double digits.
I'll tell you what, Elite has been having a really rough go of it. This event, I mean, it's been a best of 1 and a best of 3, right? But I mean, Dust 2, Passenger. Here on Inferno, that is the most incredible amount of impact Ali just had all series long. Immediate step out in towards Banana, but then he doesn't leave Shui alone. He rotates back in towards the bomb site. He knows that the threat is going to be in towards CT, finds that off angle in at first oranges, gives Liquid double digits, and gives them such a good opportunity to try and put this beyond all reasonable doubt and try and send 3D Max home. Maka has an AWP. Look at the contrasting weaponry. Max 7 yet again for Exercise.
We might get a chance to use it. There is a lot of presence here in the apartments. Maka just fires off his AWP. I wonder if he intends to rotate off that, and that's why he showed it was there. Wanted to make them go elsewhere. Yeah, he just leaves. Lucky almost just gets spammed out by MOUZ immediately. He almost hit with a 5-7 in sight. That's all there is to hold it. They're hearing it fire off. These pistols with a lot of responsibility on their shoulders, but maybe they've done enough. Liquid, they start to reroute.
Yeah, but they've heard these 5-7s rattle off, and they might be thinking it's a stack. And they'd be right. There is a stack, but the bomb site that they are walking into is not vulnerable. And you've got this setup with the Mag 7, the MP9, but that is a sharp shot out of Naf. Maka gets the trade immediately. That's going to still make Gravity in, but Elise steps forward for Masuta. They know that the AWP is here, and Maka needs to combat AWP and try and fight. Swings on 2 different angles. Maka will not be removed from the bomb site until maybe it's just too late. Look at the HP. Maybe this can set up Lucky. He can rotate in at long. It is being held for. He's going to try and take the timing. But now they know he's both here. Headshot angle. He has to be so precise. And it'll be Elise that delivers the killing blow. It's so close for 3D Max, but it's not enough. And finally, for Team Liquid, the clutches, they're going their way.
Yeah, Maka has that Hero AWP. It's in the midst, exactly where it needs to be. He's getting all of the frags, and you start to believe it's going to be a highlight moment for the ages. He can't quite hit that quick shot onto Shui. He just progresses too close. You can see how close that shot was too. It sails just past him, and that would have maybe been all the difference. But one man can't be all the difference. That's the situation here for Liquid. They have 4 leading the charge for them. And it's only 2 that are going toe-to-toe on the 3D Max side. We can see that reflected in this scoreboard. It's Team Liquid rounds away now from eliminating 3D Max.
It's really tricky for 3D Max. We came into this series, we actually came into this map of Inferno prefacing how for Liquid, when one player does well, the others struggle to keep up. That is exactly what's happening for 3D Max in this series. Lucky, unbelievable, on Dust 2. Where is he? Like, Macro and Exercise. They're playing really well. Mac has been consistent all throughout this series. Exercise, a bystander for map 1 and map 2. Now he's stepping up when his team needs him, but Gravity, who was exemplary on Nuke. You get my point. I've been so impressed with the individual level as well out of Shuey. Both in-game leaders are really trying to will their team over the line here. But it's Liquid that's coming out on top. It's Liquid that's on fire. It's 3D Max, by the way, without a round in this second half. They've not got one yet on this T side. CT, sorry.
Yeah, this is the 3D Max that was in the grand final of the last TSH Championships. And they might just be going out without a win this time around. Good cache of nades here and a good stack of players. This could still get very difficult for Liquid. These nades can keep raining down. The fight goes forward and Elise and MOUZ win it out, even with all the util damage. Another HE goes over and Elise just about dodging. Still a player advantage. Elise gets given the AWP and I think they might just commit into this.
And they'd be right to do so. Elite has been the grenade drain in this round. He's absorbed them all up for Liquid, so 3 players are still healthy. 20 seconds. Getting into this bomb site shouldn't be an issue on paper. They just need to trade out Lucky. Reminds behind the pillar. Not affected by the flashbang, but the spray is wayward. Mac has found one through the smoke, though. They can scoop up the bomb. They can plant it. Naf will punch in the digits. This certainly should be a round that you feel like they're going to go for. Macca's going to regroup and be here with Exercise, but Elige holds the angle. What does Macca's timing look like? He doesn't have a kit. Unless there's one on site, he needs to be that difference maker. Will Elige hear him? Will the penny drop? Not yet. And he was last known over towards CT. The Liege gives a cursory glance at time. It is really the limiting factor here. Scoops up a kit immediately. Will Macca, and Naf just needs to tap. Naf just needs to wait. Fully blinded is Macca, and Naf will lock it in. He's that reliable beacon of hope for Liquid, and they will hit 6 series points. And now, 3D Max need to win, not once, not twice, but 6 times over. And something that they've been unable to do yet in this second half.
I see the idea from Macca there. They need a few more seconds really to make that work. I felt like 3D Max had a brilliant setup. They're throwing all these nades over, it's doing so much damage, and they just contact forward at the same time, and both of those players just get punished for it. Yeah, 6 chances to close. 4 Famuses to deal with here. So he just got the opening pick. Not a player that I feel has been a feature piece on these maps. Just chugging along. Opens up this round with a B start.
Yeah, that works out a lot better for the banana control out of 3D Max. Let's go send Liquid into a frantic dash towards this A bomb site. Gravity will also maneuver his way forward. This is going to be contact all the way around the world through long. Gravity does he get caught on this timing. This is the smoke bait. He will make it up on towards the box. Good trade out of Naf. There's still 2 players here on site. Exercise and Macca will just tuck down and patiently bide their time. That's the bomb also dropped over at long. Elige can't capitalize on his opportunity in his position, but Ultimate will catch out Masuta. Is that the pathway? No. Instead, they're going to keep going in towards this A bomb site. But everyone is here for 3D Max. Ultimate still finds one, but as mentioned, there's just too many players. 2v2, and the swing is great out of Exercise and Macca. 3D Max will not relent. They will keep themselves in the fight for at least one more.
Yeah, I think the reason they commit there is they have the confirmation that one player's low from that fight on apps, right? Macca got brought down to low HP. They think, okay, let's just commit to this. We've got the space. There might be something to be done here. Doesn't work out. Nice strike. I think doing a lot of damage out towards long. 3D Max get that first CT round. It comes far too late, it feels. And the first of so many required. At least going into this next, it's 2 Tech 9s and Chewy, who's removed.
Give me an apps burst. MOUZ has just dropped his flashbangs already to take the top bracket space. So this is going to be weird now, because how do you get out safely if you're Liquid? You just got to throw your bodies at the problem. That smoke might be the welcome invitation. Instead, it's going to push them back. Look at how far advanced Lucky is. It is in towards Banana. This should be under control for 3D Max. Oh, yeah, especially with this reposition out of Liquid. It looks like the bomb's heading Banana.
Wherever they go, it's going to be tricky. They have some control in towards middle, so it looks like they start making moves in that direction. But Mac is here. Flashbang's good. Gets him off the line. He looks to re-peek, and it's to his detriment. Elige.
Uh-oh.
Will remove him, and now it starts to feel very tight on this bomb site. A bit of space offered up, a flashbang over the top to allow a peek out towards long. Naf, this lurk is everything, hits the headshot, but it's through the wall. Exercise just tucks his head down. There's his push up from Lucky in towards short now. And that arrival should be everything, baiting gravity, and there's a cleanup in the final moments.
Yeah, they took way too long there, Liquid. I think they just they can't be assuming that the only player there is Exercise in pit. And they certainly weren't, because otherwise they would have been pushing him. So I think they were just a little bit scared to get in. It was a really nice entry out of Elige. I think they were also just a little bit indecisive about where they wanted to end that round. Everyone walks back down mids and everyone walks back up mids. It's very much half in, half out. There was never any real commitment, and that's evidenced by the fact that when they get the pick onto Maka, they then don't swing immediately, especially off the back of the contact out of Naf. One more timeout taken by Liquid. That was the all-in. That was the force buy. Pretty Max to be given the luxury of an eco, and this game will start to close. It's not scary yet for Liquid, but they are losing a little bit of grip.
Contend here. Decent nade. Shui.
Oh dear.
Blood. I'm lucky to get as many of these as possible.
Out of all the players, you didn't want to die on that cross. It's the guy with the bomb.
Well, I don't think they're getting into a bomb site.
No, I don't either.
Lucky's pushed down middle, so he'll be able to move up behind. Naka's on the fine lane to watch the long cross, and we'll see one step over. In fact, this is the chance too. There we go. The setup looking to hold just about, and yeah, no chance for a bomb plant. So one kill. Lucky, can he get that rifle? That'd be nice, but no, his teammate doesn't help him out by throwing it over to him.
It's actually so impressive looking when we go back into the HUD, right? Look at the kills for 3D Max, and then look at the kills for Liquid. Look at how many more kills Liquid have got in this game. And yet, this is starting to get a little bit touch and go. It is a stark difference.
It's almost, what, 10 extra kills? Close enough. Oh, Maka feeling emboldened for the peak. Don't see anything though. Knows there's a timer on that, so he'll fall back. Then we get this 3 lean towards B. Looks like Liquid will come to face it shortly.
Is this the contestment, or is this just the plant of the feet for 3D Max? It's bait and switch. There's actually a lot of bait and switches, but the smoke was seen. The trade out of Elige is brilliant, but Gravity holds on. Full blind, he will find the third, and Shui's dropped to the floor. That extra player for 3D Max, enough to hold back Liquid right at the pass in top banana. It's Naf on this lurk again. He goes toe-to-toe with Exercise. Ultimate just lies in wait. Everyone rotates away from B. And that's exactly where Ultimate is walking. This is going to be a retake at the bare minimum. And this could be the chance that Liquid needed.
Oh, but he's going to announce it. Enough's going to do this. Oh, no, he looks the wrong way. Oh, that's devastating. He heard the player pushing down middle and knew he had an opportunity to catch them out. And, well, maybe Ultimate. 7 HP and 10 seconds. Can at least get another kill, but not the round. So double digits for 3D Max. Ultimate needs to make sure he doesn't go down. Oh, you can see the way they were putting that round together.
So unlucky. That's so unlucky for Naf. He's just not expecting the second player there. Gravity's holding the entire time. What a sequence of kills from Gravity as well, because he really keeps 3D matching that in that context. And think about this on Inferno, actually. Gravity's had a 4K. Masuda's had a 4K. Exercise had a 4K. Everyone's stepping up in big ways. That is not the smoke you want if you're Liquid. And what was 12-6 is now 12-10. And they're choking. They're struggling to close.
We're going to get every round played. Remarkable. Good flash out onto Masuda with the molly. We have so much more work to be done. Looks like Elite wants to make those moves over towards A. The rotations already start to make their way over. Third player. Yeah, Gravity's going to move into sight. Mac has got long. All bases are covered on A.
When was the last time Liquid went B? A genuine question. It feels like it has been an incredibly long time. A way you've just got utility consistently. I mean, Lucky doesn't even have a smoke on B right now. And yet they're so comfortable and confident that it's going to be this A bomb site. And yet again, 3D Max, they work it out. Flashbang thrown in counter by Exercise, and he's doing his best to sell the idea that he's the only one here. No one's in close, and it might not even matter. Gravity, this third element, not even baited in, finally announces his arrival. Liquid keep going A, and they keep getting shut down. And from 3D Max, they were on the brink of despair, and now this could be catastrophic for Team Liquid.
Exercise has been brilliant, hasn't he, over here on this A bomb site? That nade does a lot of work. Just playing pit to perfection. 5 rounds in a row from 3D Max. Just one more to force it to overtime. Loser is eliminated. It all comes down to this. Can Liquid do this in regulation?
Can they steal it again? Felt like it was destined for overtime. On Nuke, it wasn't. Liquid were able to close it. Can they do the same on Inferno after this drought of rounds? That's the difference. You have to dig so deep if you're Team Liquid. You feel like you've done all the hard work. And now reality starts to set in. Did ask when was the last time they went B. They're going to do it right here. Right now, it feels like, especially with this setup over towards top brackets being put forward here by 3D Max. This would be the best possible moment to go B. Will Liquid figure it out? Instead, it is just a swing. That flashbang, doesn't help. Gravity's able to last bullet headshot ultimate, and that's the bomb dropped. I don't think he knew too much about that. But Liquid are now stuck in no man's land.
This is so uncomfortable for them. MOUZ is going to be tucked in. But a re-smoke lands on B. Naf's looking for anything over on A, and he's not seeing a single thing. He might just get caught out as well by Gravity. There's a timing swing, but no, doesn't come. He's going to start to move back over to support. Smokes go in. Maka's not in the site itself. Swaps the M4, throws the incendiary forward just to slow them down. They start to move. It has to be the commitment. There's only 20 odd seconds left. They start to move in. Lucky, tough first oranges. Removed by Elige, but not until after he takes one. Shui gets the kill onto Maka. That's going to enable this bomb to go down. And now this flank is everything. He gets the kill onto Ecstasies. And it's onto Gravity and Masuta. Shui tucks in close. Elige looking to take the contact perhaps or play off him. Masuda straight out into the firing line, and Gravity, it's onto him. Shui's low, but so is he. And Elige just harassing from the back lines. It's a massive round from Elige and Shui in the end to close, and Liquid scrape through on this final map. They stay alive here at the CS Asia Championships.
Yeah, perfect adjective. Perfect adjective. Scrape through. I can't believe that it takes that long for them to close the game, because right up until that point, right up until they hit series point, Liquid are in complete control. That's the best they've looked in all of this series so far. Everyone is firing on all cylinders, and then it just goes completely out of whack. They just continuously walk into the stacked bomb site. They don't put enough pressure on both Top Brackets and Banana at the same time. When they walked into Banana, it was always a multi-kill out of 3D Max, and that is a heartbreaking way to go out, because that wasn't the first time this has happened in the series. It's not overtime on Inferno. It's not overtime on Nuke. It is Liquid stealing it right at the death in both of those maps to lock themselves a continuation best of 3 against the MongolZ here today. With how grueling that was, especially against a team like 3D Max, that's going to be an incredibly challenging best of 3 for Liquid later on. 3D Max, it's so unfortunate. As you mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Lucy, grand finalists at the last CS Asia Championships now exiting at the earliest opportunity.
Yeah, it's really rough, because this was a very closely contested series, but Liquid just in the tail ends. And to be fair to them, in this first half, you've got to remember, 3D Max got, what, 2 massive 1v2s coming out from exercise. Like, there was some very close moments that helped them get it into this 11-13 scoreline. But tell you what, Shui across this series, unbelievable. Fragging, IGLing, everything and more. And you got to give props to Elige. He had a quiet series, really stepped up here on this final map when it mattered most.
And final round. And also give credit where credit is due too for 3D Max. Maka, in-game leading, Orpin, top fragging. So consistent throughout that map. Masuta, that was the game that 3D Max needed him to step up, and he's always been so reliable. Unfortunately, a little bit off the boil on Inferno. But for Liquid, you're right, there was loads of clutches in there for 3D Max in that first half. This game could have been over probably 25, 30 minutes ago if Liquid had had their way, if they were able to withstand that pressure of 3D Max, able to win out the rounds that they should have won. But the round history there from 3D Max. They win 5 in a row to try and force overtime. Unfortunately, cannot do it. But that is not a strong performance from Liquid in that best of 3 overall. They're still looking a little bit unconvincing.
Especially when they get both pistols here as well, right? Even when you factor in those clutches, it doesn't quite look as dominant as maybe it could have been. So 3D Max, commiserations, because, yeah, some individuals playing some fantastic Counter-Strike. Maka, as you mentioned, Gravity, I think, as well, a real standout for me. But I always felt like there was just that 1 or 2 players that just weren't there, and that was the difference when it came to Inferno. You had 4 players all going neck and neck for the side of Liquid, and Elige standing head and shoulders. And look at the T side. Look at where he got all the kills. Like, just, it's such a contrast between the halves for him.
Yeah, it's really good to see as well. It is really good to see this for Elige coming back into this Liquid team, really struggling. His form's been under scrutiny as well by analysts. So for him to step up in a big way, for him to really show his experience, grind out this match and drag Team Liquid, honestly, kicking and screaming over the finish line is incredibly impressive. A really big commendation to Elige.
Yeah, across the series, he had a 1.29 rating on the T side. On the CT side, 0.94. So a very kind of big discrepancy between the two halves there. But honestly, when you have that T half as your final half on Inferno, you're glad that Elige is doing that on the T side because it just makes all the difference. On Inferno, he got 16 kills on that T side. Just a huge standout performance from Elige to get them over the line. It doesn't get much easier for Liquid. As mentioned, we have MongolZ as their kind of next contender, and that's today as well. So it's going to be a very difficult one for them. To be fair, MongolZ having some of their own struggles. So maybe now that we're getting a bit more out of some of these individuals on Liquid, they could actually really show up there. I hope it's a good fight.
Yeah, potentially. I think it will be a good best of 3 for Liquid. And I really just want to give credit to 3D Max quickly because it wasn't just in this best of 3. Like, you really could argue like either way that they deserve more out of that series, but also in their best of 1 against MIBR, right? They were down so many rounds on that CT side, able to come back, put up a resurgence of their own. Their mentality, I think, shifted. I think that's been the biggest difference between the past 6 weeks ago 3D Max and what we got at this event. In particular, they really were looking to end their season on a high. I think they can actually be proud of what they did here. I know it's a last place finish. I know people will probably clown me for that, but the manner in which they lost, it wasn't like they got rolled over. I really think we got a lot of consistency out of individuals that weren't just MOUZ. I think there are a lot of good points to take away here for 3D Max as they head to state ranked in about a week or so.
Yeah, we got this sort of late stage resurgences from them. It was just kind of some of that consistency that maybe it is just the fact that they've just been out of the reps, right? Mentioned they come into this event, not having played in 5 weeks, was it? Like quite some time. So, you are going to have a bit of a cold start there. We definitely saw that versus MIBR, who have impressed throughout this entire event so far. And that was a series that 3D Max probably should have won, given they almost came back from a 1-11 half or whatever it was. It's remarkable they were able to do that. So I think they've definitely still got that within them. It's just some of that consistency. And I think part of that is literally just the fact that they haven't been playing the reps recently. And it just takes a bit of adapting when you come back onto LAN playing all together. And, we saw some good vibes with them. And, we now pass over to an interview. We've got 3D Max as they sadly exit.
So first of all, this tournament. So take a moment to calm down. So take a moment to calm down and tell us how you feel about this game.
I don't know. Weird feeling as always. Weird feeling when we're choking. As always, when we're choking. I don't know. We lose so many ecos and we lose so many ecos and we play to win this kind of match. Not enough good to win this kind of match.
他说他也不太清楚，发生了什么事，然后就在这些发生了什么事，接近的一些比赛里面，然后接近的一些发挥，然后赢下这些关键发挥，然后赢下这些关键得分，所以他也不太清楚，到底是什么情况。
那其实你们之前的采访有提到过，就是你们的赛程还是比较的密集的，那是因为长期的这种奔波导致你们的状态不佳，会是一个主要的原因吗？还是说是因为这个指挥的更换、人员的变动没有达到一个磨合的最佳状态？
So previous interview, you mentioned that recent tournament is that too much. A lot of recent tournaments. Is it the busy schedule the main cause of your lack of performance, or is it because the role changing, or the IGL role changing, or the roster changing?
No, I don't think anything of what you mentioned. It's the cause of this loss. We lost because we were not good enough individually, and as a team, we just, as I said, we lost so many ecos, and individually we were not good enough. About the tournament, we had 1 month's break without tournament, so we had boot camp, we had 3 days. No excuses for us to be like the other in this tournament, playing a lot. We were how to say? We were good in our mental, full ready. So it's not because of this.
就是 Gravity 提到，就是说没有任何的借口，就是他们也做了很多的赛前准备，然后做了一个月的集训，然后整体来说的话，就是个人能力的一些发挥，让他们就是输掉了这场比赛，所以他归根结底，他觉得就是没有任何其他的一些借口。
那其实去年的时候 Sandy Max 还是取得了一个不错的成绩。那今年的上半个赛季已经要接近尾声了，而且他们的状态是起伏不定的。那接下来有什么样的调整和安排？然后以及这个下半年的期待和目标会是什么呢？
So last year 3D Max brought the all-French roster to a new height, we could say. And first season this year were coming to an end. So, what do you think? What's your expectation for the next season? So.
I don't know what is happening, but that's true that we are less good than we were before, obviously, on the result. But we are still the same team, to be honest. It's not the role changing that Maka take the IGL role or whatever. I think we can still be good. It's just in our mind we need to step up, and individually everyone have to step up in the team. We have to work harder now, and that's it.
我觉得我们还是那一支一样的3D Max， 没有太大的变化，也没有什么借口说马卡回到指挥，然后会有什么太大的一些影响。他们就是说还是要每个人个人的一些能力的发挥，然后每个人都要做出贡献，然后试图回到就是他们的巅峰或者更进一步。
也期待他们接下来的表现。最后的话，让这个 Gravity 对这个屏幕前支持你的观众、粉丝朋友们来说些什么吧。
So good luck to you, and any words to the fans who support you at home or online?
Thanks to the Chinese fan. They are always very nice with us, very kind, and always there in the tournament, cheering for everyone. It's very nice. And thanks also for the French community, and sorry in the same time. We fucked up recently. We didn't qualify to the major, and now we do this here. So really sorry. We will just work harder. I don't know what else to say.
Thank you, appreciate it. 就是感谢电视机前所有支持的中国粉丝们、中国朋友们，然后也对法国本土的粉丝们说非常的抱歉，然后没有能晋级到科隆 Major， 然后今天的话也是在 CAC 这边的一些失利，然后还是非常对不起支持的粉丝，然后他们会继续努力，然后试图再干回来。
感谢 Gravity 接受我们的采访，然后我们稍事休息，待会儿见。
Yeah, it's a tough one there for Gravity and 3D Max. You can see that he was feeling a little bit upset, bless him, and he was just saying, look, we're still the same team despite all the changes. It's on us to work from within and come back stronger. And I do believe it, and it is true. Like, at least they know that is the case. And I really do think that next season, hopefully we get a new renewed 3D Max.
Yeah, and it could well have easily have been Team Liquid standing in his position, right? That's how close this series was. So commiserations to 3D Max. Unfortunately, their run ends here. And, well, we can take a look at where this bracket's now playing out. Team Liquid have booked themselves a spot in the next elimination game versus MongolZ. That's coming up later on today. So it's a tricky run here as soon as you hop into this lower bracket. It does not get easy.
No, it doesn't whatsoever. And now we go to Group A and we shift our attention over here. Because as you can see, MOUZ progressed just about against NRG. There's one more game in that lower bracket first round that we need to sort out here on the B stream. BC Game will take on paiN. And that'll be a really interesting best of 3. paiN looked pretty okay yesterday, but M80 were too much to handle, and for BC Game they nearly beat Falcons. So BC Game are in incredibly good form, and paiN, who come off a really good showing at IEM Atlanta, need to step up in a big way.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an exciting one to take a look at. We got interesting signs from both teams in different respects, but I think paiN definitely came in a little cold after the Atlanta high. So we'll see how they play against BC Game. That best of 3 coming up after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Another elimination match here, and this time it's between BC.Game and paiN. Both of these teams didn't want to be in this position. BC.Game nearly weren't in this position as they were very close to forcing Falcons into an overtime. There was actually a lot of moments there where BC.Game could have beaten Falcons as well on Dust 2, which is really inspiring. For paiN, it was really touch and go all throughout. As you mentioned, Lucy, right before we sort of went to this extended break, it was Pyria or nothing for paiN, and they need to really step up in a consistent way. And you feel like they've got a good opportunity here, considering the BC.Game were playing with Scrunk.
Yeah, you'd think so. But again, as you mentioned, that opening game versus Falcons, I think that's built a lot of excitement here into this series because Electronic is playing incredibly. And of course, we've got Simple here, right? Like, it just goes out saying there's a lot of reasons to get excited for this series. We get Dusty. We've already seen BC.Game play this map and look very good on it, thanks to that Electronic masterclass. Anubis coming through for paiN. I think that's a bit of a punish pick, I would say, getting into that one. And then Mirage is a decider, which that's also one that BC.Game, I guess they just don't have that many reps. They've got a very top-heavy map pool at the moment, it feels.
Yeah, it's really shallow. And I wondered where that ban would go out of BC.Game. And it makes sense for them to ban Nuke, especially in this series. So, yeah, it's one of those where actually you get Dust 2 and you get Mirage in this veto. Like, these are really good, simple Electronic Senzu maps, which I think are going to help out. BC Game quite a bit. For paiN, it's a similar story, like really good maps for Pyria. VSM can put up a lot of meaningful impacts, and I take a look at this game, and the only thing I'm thinking is what we saw yesterday out of VSM on Mirage. It's just please don't overextend. Like, there's going to be a lot of opportunities in this series where for BC Game and paiN, the game can get really scrappy, and it's just about how you manage that. If you're paiN, like, do you actually want this to get scrappy? Do you want to wrestle and have a fight with BC Game? I'd argue no, you don't. I think you just want to play your fundamental Counter-Strike. I think you just want to just put your best foot forwards and outclass BC Game.
Yeah, and you think that when you kind of look at this matchup outside, if you ignore the performance from paiN yesterday, you'd be just heavily favoring them coming into this, just based on their recent performances, based on the amount of tier 1 experience that this squad has had of recent. But it's that day 1 nerves that have concern. Sprunk goes down first, safe. There we go. That's the way to announce yourself. Electronic answers back in, well, then best VSM. So it is the trades back from Electronic. Is it going to be another Dust 2 masterclass from Electronic?
We'll see. Pyria's on the quick flank, and he actually isn't scaling in towards long. He's looking to pen them in. So BC Game are completely contained. They have to go now and progress over towards this bomb site. Or leave immediately, but I think leaving is now out of the question because Zero and Snow just set themselves up a multi-layered. When it comes to the elevation, Simple just re-clears long, but this Pyria angle is gross. Decision, I think BC Game realized they have to go in towards this site.
Off the smoke, yeah, they'll just walk in. So you will have this fast flank. The question is, when does Pyria start to move? Good molly. That's going to allow this space to come through. There is a nade destined for Electronics. That's going to do a decent chunk of damage. Yeah, 58. And then the follow through as well. It's the double set, putting them into the player advantage. Now this long fight starts to come to a head, and it's just Simple. But I say just Simple, of course. Who else would you want in this position? A clutch to close the pistol. Simple starts things with a bang.
Oh, he's so good in the clutch. He knows exactly what he needs to do in this moment. You understand that Snow is in towards CT. You know that Pyria's been dinked out long. You need to take that fight immediately. That's exactly what he does. And that's exactly what he's been brought in to do. It's brilliant. It's an ace out of Simple and Electronic, and BC Game kick off the pistol in the best possible way because that was a 3v5. That was safe finding a double kill instantaneously, and they're able to wrestle back that control. It's a brilliant start. It's exactly what you want at your star players. Zero on the scout of the force. It's funny, it's actually not safe on either one of these snipers because Zero gives it a shot and also blocks the smoke, and Snow tries to creep in with his MP9 round the corner. He goes, and he's able to get rid of both Scrunk and Crazy. Simple can't hold on, and paiN are going to reply immediately. That's the bomb dropped in top middle.
That's a taste of the Electronic medicine. Back the other way, right? Just aggression up from top middle. Completely undoing them. Oh, period, the timing. Senzu can get the backs up. Yeah, the problem's going to be the bomb, of course. Pyria's hurt him, I think, so Senzu no longer has that timing, and in fact, here comes the tag, and there's the bag. The big bag from Big Zera. Electronic into the 1-on-4. Has to clear every one of these angles, and we'll get this first kill, but leaves him on 1 HP. So it doesn't feel too great for his chances. And if you're Electronic, you might just want to save this AK if you can, which might be a very drawn-out 40 seconds. But you might just be allowed it. There isn't anyone actually on A side itself, which is somewhat surprising given the bomb isn't in their grasp, but they are watching the cross. So paiN immediately answer back after losing the pistol to Simple's clutch.
And this is where the style mismatch is going to come in as well here for paiN and BC Game. paiN are always going to be on the front foot. They're always going to be looking to disrupt what BC Game want to do. And that can be incredibly tricky, especially when you're playing with Scrunt. You're playing with a stand-in. Thumbs up. For safe. Did his job well. But yeah, this is going to be the difficulty. Is how much aggression do you hold for if you're BC game? And then at any moment, paiN can just withdraw. They can just play a default round, and you're left waiting, and that means reduced time on the clock. It could be a really tricky style to play against, especially on the CT side, because it's just going to be so intrusive.
Electronic AK, and the rest feeling a little bit more weakened. A lot of smokes in middle from the T side just to get this space, I think. Yeah. So they wanted to allow this curl forward. Real quiet start to the map after those smokes. Till safe, brace the silence, a little spam. And then you got this very aggro position from Snow. BC.Game is trying to fake out that someone's not close door by dropping all of this util from afar. Imperia in the perfect position to deal with this play, baited in and cleaned up. Rifle dropped. Senzu will get one off his recovered M4, but it's just a couple of frags and it's paiN stepping into the lead.
Yeah, it does get a little bit dicey there for paiN, because you start to think that Imperia could be caught off guard here, isolated on the speed bomb site, especially with BC.Game and Snow taking a lot of contact in towards middle. But BC.Game does his job brilliantly. He baits Imperia. Imperia only gets one kill in all of that. It's BC.Game with a double. It's Snow getting off to a good start, as well as the AWP are safe. He's yet to even acquire the sniper in this map. It's just a deagle. This time from Senzu. But this should be paiN getting off to a 3-1 start. Trying to put that clutcher simple in the rear view mirror. And they've looked pretty good so far at doing so. Safe. Gets excited. He'll swing with BC.Game. It should just be the cleanup now, and it absolutely will be. That's free for paiN. That's not enough money for Simple to get an AWP. It'll be full AKs for BC.Game.
Nice to keep that one clean as well. They can build up their bank. Good to see Safe off to a good start. Mentioned he was a player that was completely, really absent outside of like one round on Mirage, it felt yesterday. With Simple looming on the other side, you know you need your AWP to be showing up. We're going to get a big fight in towards middle again. A push up. BC.Game getting close, and they're about to swing onto them, and oh my god, they don't get a kill. Finally, Simple answers, but it's immediately silenced. Crazy gets one, but Safe pushes out from long. I don't know how that setup doesn't work. It feels like the T's are ready for it, and they crumble.
They didn't flash. It's so common just to get a flashbang play there out of BC.Game. And they didn't throw any PC utility. So you're completely undefended. And this double setup can just work. You even got a player that's crouching, and it's so difficult then to translate the spray. It's just brilliant work out of paiN. It's another repush. It's another aggressive stance. It's the round over within 15 seconds. Taz tells Simple to chill. Keep things calm. Watch out for the aggression. Because it's coming. It's always there if you're paiN.
Now Safe has his AWP. And Simple opens up with a deagle. Nice pick to get things started. Unfortunately, not a rifle that can be recovered. But it does mean that paiN are a man down.
You should go and put this into a hit, either through middle or through short immediately. Good fight back. Out of Safe. Simple will work his way through middle. His timing is really good. Safe's not going to be considering this whatsoever. It's a nice shot. And his weapon is on the floor, but it doesn't matter because it's the hand cannon of Simple that now carves a pathway in towards this B bomb site. He is undeniable. BC.Game finally lays him to rest, but the damage has already been done. And Crazy's keeping all the attention of BC.Game as he gets that kill in from Catwalk. It's awesome. Out of the GOAT. And it's BC.Game getting a second round off the back of their star man.
Yeah, so far that's both rounds being delivered by Simple. You guys are giving this a look? He actually does have the kit. Scrunk's just got a PT50. The molly. I was upset Senzu for a second and there was a chance there. Really started to believe that BC.Game was going to bring that one through, but Senzu closes in Simple with the Desert Eagle. Hope we get to see all three of those shots back. Just some individual brilliance to get that second round.
Well, I really want to see the third kill on, I think it was Snow. On that B-bomb site. God, BC.Game tries to make me eat my words as well by going for that. And the molly was really affecting the player at backside. I got a little bit scared for a second that maybe that triple sequence is all in vain. It isn't. Fast play out towards long. Scrunk trying to take the space alongside Senzu, and it just doesn't work out. Brilliant flashbangs out of safe. Another 5v3. How many times has it been a 5v3 for paiN?
He's still got Simple. You've still got Simple. What can you do? Group up in towards middle. Safe on the line. I mean, they do want to take this fight to him. Maybe if they can best save, they can find a way into this round. There was a chance. Smoke gets dropped, and I think they just want to walk through this. Yeah, you got to make a play like this in this moment. So BC.Game have found a way to get some space, but it's all a bit misleading. Oh, safe.
No way.
Still adjusts, still finds a frag. And now Crazy looking to try and bring something else back in. It's just not happening. Simple gets removed. Crazy can't finish his job, and everyone falls in the end. BC.Game, a massive triple kill round. Cannot believe Safe hits that shot.
Yeah, no, it's ridiculous that out of Safe, to be honest with you, because you take a look at the way that round's going. I really like the idea here from BC.Game. They don't slow themselves down by dropping the utility in towards Catwalk. Electronic jiggles, he gets Safe off the line, and then they just contact push that smoke. It was the element of surprise. They had to do something, as you say, in that situation, just to turn the tides in their favor. The most unexpected thing for BC.Game to do would be walk the smoke and try and hit the play, but Safe hits the shot. He's feeling emboldened. Double digits for Safe already. With 7 rounds played, it is a somewhat hero, or for Simple, it's a force buy in sure for BC.Game, but they haven't got all the bits and bobs that they would have liked. So once again, just put a lot of responsibility on this man's shoulders to try and offer up something. With this AWP, nothing is being presented in mid by paiN. It is another BC.Game Snow double layering in towards mid. This has been very consistent on the defense.
I feel like Skrunk's just giving them whatever they need to make these rounds work. He'll forgo everything. If it means that Simple's got the AWP, Electronic's got the AK, Senzu can still be a threat with the Galil. You can enable those 3, you can make the investment. Pyrrhia's going to be tested here. Hasn't been needed yet. He was the hero for paiN. Opening best of 1. Looks like he'll be called upon again here. BC.Game is going to arrive. And Pyrrhia, he's found the first. BC.Game then steps in. Pyrrhia can't quite make it another. The Skrunk's been removed and Electronics low. Bomb not yet down. 20-odd seconds remain, and Electronic needs to get this bomb over so that Simple can play the post plant. We'll see if it's even allowed. It is being stuck. And it will go down. Simple puts Safe in his place. He's going to reposition over towards the tunnel door. Simple into the clutch again, but nowhere to go. He just gets overwhelmed by paiN. But it's in those moments that you really believe that some magic can happen.
Yeah, I tell you what, it just puts a smile, I think, on everyone's face when you just see Electronic and Simple just in these moments, piecing it together. It's a small micro as well of Electronic, just head down, crouching, walking beyond that smoke so he doesn't get affected by the spam. He sets Simple up, and unfortunately, they just can't close. It's really nice from paiN. They make it really suffocating in that after plant. They don't give BC Game any time to adjust, and they know that they've got the players to overwhelm. So they'll do exactly that. Another timeout now being called by Taz, as BC Game have to consult their notes. 3,400 loss bonus. You can invest a little bit into this, but of course the prioritization will be getting Simple on that sniper, getting Electronic back on the AK-47. He could hero AK. There's something that definitely Electronic could do instead of Electro Galil. But paiN, it feels like they've weathered the storm, and bar Simple heroics, they're putting up a really concrete defense.
Yeah, I mean, it's the two Simple triple kills that have so far netted BC Game these rounds. Electronic makes something happen here alongside the deagle. Does feel like they want to go towards A. Two players sit in long doors. Smoke onto the corner to allow passage. So we'll get some decent control here. They could potentially just go for a wrap onto A.
Yeah, this feels like a good timing, but also look at the reaction out of paiN. Senzu gets naded and then gets smoked off from his teammate. 50 seconds left. Safe needs to go and consider long. A jump up from BC. The smoke's actually not landed perfectly for paiN, but they're still getting all the kills anyway. Simple overrun by the in-game leader of paiN, and there are no shenanigans in the low buy. Everything under control for the Brazilians.
Yeah, I really thought that that was going to play out a bit differently there with the sort of space that they had and all the threat that was coming through from long, but paiN focus their attention where it needs to be. They end up walking away scot-free. So they're feeling good. Simple. There's the AWP again. This game will get all the tools they need.
Oh, surely been spotted. These players trying to escalate the situation in towards lower. A break on the smoke will get rid of Sprunk, who's yet to find a kill. This is not the same BC Game we saw against Falcons yesterday. Deep smoke for VSM. A flashbang over the top just for Senzu to peek. VSM will just back out. There's a lot of utility that doesn't get thrown in these defaults of BC Game. Like there's no molly to, for example, push the rifler or the AWP off the angle and towards short. I don't think that's been thrown once by BC Game. It's just really contact heavy. Now Bigger Zero might have all of the contacts as Crazy Shadow spotted and the kills collected.
That one's easy. Oh, you gotta be a little bit worried when Simple starts trying to find you like that. You'll get out, drop the util. Keep the advantage. And where do you even go from here? Snow spots them out. 40 seconds. They're going to reroute to B, or are you just going to call the save at this point? Feels like it's got to be a save.
Yeah, it will be. You just don't have any space. This is really nice from paiN in this round. They've really been switching up when they've been getting aggressive. And to be fair, they were doing that against M80 yesterday, but it wasn't working out to the same desired effect. Bigger Zero does brilliantly in this round. 17-5, by the way, Bigger Zero. Only just noticed that. That's insane. But he gets one kill. He falls out, full blinded this time. And Senzu, he'll get the trade back, but it feels like that trade should have come in 40 seconds ago.
Counter-terrorists win.
BC Game will just have what they hold, but it is paiN with the majority of rounds in this first half. And considering that we've already said that Anubis is a bit of a punish here, for paiN picking into it against BC Game. Dust 2 feels like a necessity, and quickly it's escaping from you.
So another chance with these saved guns and a few things invested around them. So staying relatively active. This boost doesn't quite see him.
No.
Feels like that head is maybe visible. Maybe it's just tucked into that corner. That's the punish they're looking for. Great pick from Senzu.
Oh, what a nade. That's a huge nade. Back onto these players. MongolZ looking to, again, try and repair the round. Look at VSM. He's already pushed it in towards long. MongolZ. Oh, and maybe try and catch these players, but it'll be Scrunk that will finally get his first kill in this half. And he gives all the space for BC Game to plant on the bomb site. paiN are so far away.
Yeah, they're not even considering the round. It's been a ridiculously fast half of Counter-Strike, by the way. Maybe it just comes off the 3D Max Liquid game we just watched, which was quite slow. We are already gearing up for the last round of the half after this. And because of that, because you got the money, I think you just sit here and try and get some damage. That just comes down to a lot of presence from paiN gaming in towards middle and having no one on any side, because there is the only one that's actually there because of this deep long push. Get a few more here. Not as simple as something to say about it.
That was a good boost as well to get the opening pick on safe. First time he's really been punished for that aggression. Senzu's been relevant, but he's not been standout so far for BC Game. Electronic hasn't reproduced the same results as he did against Falcons yesterday. It's a different style of team that they're going up against. That's the key consideration here. For BC Game, you always have to be looking over your shoulder to see if there's this extreme push coming in from paiN. If you're paiN as well, you don't want, if possible, to allow BC Game to get back-to-back rounds in the half, just to carry that little bit of momentum, bring that forward with you. We saw what that could do in that 3D Max versus Liquid games. All it takes is a pistol and suddenly it's a one-round game.
Yeah, things can quickly change. For BC Game, that's the most convincing round that they've had so far. And this comes off 2 good picks and scaling off it. I feel like we needed a technical. This map's going too quickly.
It's been like 15 minutes since we went live. Is that how fast that first half's been? It's just rapid. Piri's DC'd, which is why we've got the issue. We're hoping trying to get him back as soon as possible. I'm so impressed with the monstrous effort out of MongolZ as well. It was like none of paiN have even really been necessary, all surplus to requirements, because the in-game leaders just put him on his back.
Yeah, it's good to see, because it was only Pyria that was performing on Mirage, it felt. So getting a bit more out of the others, even VSM just chugging along is nice to see. He was really having difficulties in that opening best of 1. Hoping to see a bit more out of Electronic here for BC Game after he had such a statement showing versus Falcons. been quite that same electronic thus far here on D2.
It's very, very interesting, actually, reading some of the and listening to some of the interviews that have come out around BC games. Scrunk and Taz have spoke incredibly highly about Senzu. Scrunk said that he's got a championship mentality. Taz said that he's got a bright future ahead of him if he keeps working hard. And the in-game perspective, obviously everyone knew he was going to be a good player inside the server, but outside the server, his atmosphere, and that's what BC Game really needed. I mean, it was really clear when you were watching sort of the Saw Core and Simple Electronic come to these events that there was a little bit of, should I say, like not good vibes in the camp, and now they think it's enough to bring in Senzu, bring in Scrunks, who's familiar with the play style of the player, and obviously the tactics, being an analyst as well for this team. For the short term, it feels like an okay fix. It's really high praise from Senzu, and everyone knows what he is capable of, and it will be an adjustment period for him in this team. But I think he will do well, providing that BC Game also get an in-game leader.
Yeah, that would certainly help things a lot, wouldn't it? I mean, you've definitely got plenty of brains in the server, but having an actual dedicated IGL makes a big difference.
Kixon's free.
Kixon is free. I don't know if he's free.
Oh, true.
But he's available. We'll see. I've been kind of hoping we'd see no cries, but I think there's like a limitation on the amount of stand-ins. I'm not sure.
They just wanted to use Scrunk, I think, to be honest.
Okay,
that's what Taz said publicly. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But that's what they said.
I just want to see no cries playing official after all the hype last year, you know?
Yeah, well, that was just a massive wave, and then it just disappeared instantly, didn't it? Well, we were set to go live, and we aren't just yet. But this is a nice little graphic.
Look at that CT win percentage for BC Game.
Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, that's I mean, they lost to Voka on this map at PGL Bucharest, but they lost to Ill Will. But then you've got some really good teams in here, right? MongolZ, Vitality, Falcons. And they beat 9 at Parkin on this map, and that was with the Sword Core. So there is potential here. I just think the caliber of opponents they've been playing has been very difficult, especially from the life cycle of this team. 8-4 necessity. Now for BC Game, was to jump back into the action, safe, with a breaker on the smoke, doesn't see anything. And Snow will continue this position, incredibly active towards the mid doors.
Yeah, you can just play off safe, can't you? Although safe starts to step back. Zera steps in. Flashbang, and Snow want to peek off this. No. It's a leg shot on Simple, so he's been wounded. Molly's not going to upset Snow. It's on the left-hand side, so he still has this nice line to sit in, and Senzu just walks straight in. Scrunk follows suit. And it's easy enough for paiN to find themselves in a 5-on-3.
Look at him go. Oh.
Oh.
Hello.
What are you up to?
He was looking at Simple. That's... Oh dear. It's like a you've been framed moment.
What are you looking... You don't need to look at the people that you're talking to.
He was doing the mannequin challenge. 30 seconds. 5v2. That is, yeah, less said about that, the better. Crazy needs to try and break in towards this A bomb site. He's completely alone, and Big Zero will continue his hot streak. And Simple, I mean, yeah, there's unfortunately nothing he can do apart from maybe get a consolation kill. 10 seconds left, swaps the AK, and Snow puts him out his misery. That's 9 for paiN Gaming on the CT side of Dust 2.
That's a bit of a flat way for that one to end. No, VSM probably walks around that corner and goes, what's going on here? He's just standing there with his knife out, looking away from you on the boost. Can't believe it. Well, a dominant half, for sure, when you consider the fashion that BC Game got their rounds, right? The pistol 1v3 from Simple. Might have been a 1 on 2 at the end, but he also got that 3K with the Deagle. And then it was just that pick from Senzu on the boost and then scaling off a cat kill.
Taz rallies the troops. Cut you off. It's just, it was really enjoying watching how animated he was getting into it. You've really enjoyed that, that's really tickled you.
Every time I've looked at it, it's just like, what are you doing? I mean, I know you're not expecting a push. It's just funny.
Yeah.
All right, let's focus in. BC Game, they got a good pistol win rate.
Oh. Safe spots players, and he spotted Electronic as well, but spotting them is one thing, dealing with them is another. Simple and Electronic go to push and force the fight. That's messy out of Simple. Electronic can't hold on. That's a brilliant flash from Pyria, and suddenly the player advantage is back in favor of paiN.
Yeah, brilliant flash. Just good counterplay after losing that first player. Bit of a labored duel, unfortunately, for Simple to get that second. Can't quite make it happen. Senzu, well, this little push could net some success and then some. A double kill from Senzu puts it into the 2-on-2. There's a smoking kit for Crazy. It's him and Scrunk.
Yeah.
3 kills combined into the 2-on-2. And it'll have to be a retake on B.
They're just going to deploy the utility early, paiN, just to guarantee a bomb plant. How do you set up it in this afterfront now for Snow? Instead of moving, he's just going to relocate very shortly towards the back box. But he's alone right now. Pyria's gutting out tunnels, deems it clear, and they're taking so long that there's flashes, there's smokes that are put forward in. Snow will now spot both of them, runs out of ammo. Pyria then arrives on the scene. It's all up to Crazy, but Pyria will get rid of both. paiN just keep on winning. That's double digits now.
Yeah, nice try from Senzu with that double kill. Gives them a chance into it, but as soon as that bomb goes down, despite all of that utility, you just feel that in the post plant, once they get position, like tunnels control, so hard to deal with. Snow plays a great position, which is just a perfect distraction for Pyria to play off. Finally get to see a bit out of Pyria as well, after he just wasn't a requirement in that first half at all. So double digits for paiN. No pistol round clutch this time. So lose Pyria again. BSM looks comfy.
Yeah, all of paiN do. So many smiles on their faces, and for good reason. Really good counter flash play. That flashbang being set up by Pyria, it is exactly what I was speaking about in that previous gun round. I mean, one of the first gun rounds in that first half, where that's such a common flashbang that you throw to counter aggression in towards top middle. It's normally part of your default on the T side. That's what BC Game didn't throw. It's quite concerning, actually, that the lack of utility they throw just in general on their defaults. At BC Game, it looks like they're just trying to contact and just get the most out of their stars initially, just by taking the gunfights head on so consistently. And they barely went B. It was very A-centric. Whenever they went mid to B, they got shut down by both Snow and Big U0. paiN take another step in the right direction here in this best of 3, and Dust2 is quickly escaping from BC Game. They need to respond. It's going to be a force buy, but if this doesn't land, then your next gun round is when you're going to be at 12.
Or on the A stream, Lynn Vision drew first blood versus NIP. I think that'll be an upset and a half. They've started Nuke strong as well. After how I hyped NIP on day one, I was thinking, yeah, this team's going to be a real dark horse here. Stound's taken to the AWP quite well in the one event we've seen. It's Not quite cracking up to be the best showing for them thus far. There's still plenty of time in that series to bounce back.
God, Starry at a 1.83 rating on Dust 2. That's pretty incredible. A 2 rating on T side?
That's not bad, is it? Winner of this will have TYLOO to face later today. So that's another elimination game. TYLOO, who could have easily have been sitting in that upper final tomorrow versus Falcons, had a 19-16 loss on Overpass and a 16-12 loss on Ancient. Like, just brutal OT losses.
Oh, they've looked so good this event. They look good against MOUZ, and then, as you say, against Legacy, like, it's really close. Unfortunately, not quite. Might need a new computer for Pyria at this point. It's another disconnect. So all the players just got their headsets off. They're just kind of waiting for Pyria to get back in. Might be actually getting to a point in a few minutes where the tech pause has been longer than the first half. That's how fast it was. All of those rounds just instantaneous out of both BC.Game and paiN. Hopefully there's a solution for Pyria in a moment.
You get the sense that BC.Game are going to force into this next round as well. So there's going to be a lot hinging on it.
It's interesting to see the contrast in the mood as well. Like, Senzu's just lean back, relaxed. Simple then just sternly looks at him and starts talking. That's really unfortunate as well, like the timing of this. I mean, I know you can't obviously plan tech pauses, but Taz has given this like really incredible, like motivational rally to come back on the CT side, and the pistol's not gone your way, and now you just got to sit and deal with it.
Funny I could lip read.
I can't either. No hope there. Just a reminder of the upcoming games as well, right? It's going to be M80 taking on MOUZ in the next lower bracket game. That one's going to be on the A stream. And then on the B stream, we've got MongolZ versus Liquid. That's going to be an incredibly exciting best of 3. Then a little bit later, in the 4th best of 3 of the day, it would be TYLOO taking on the winner of this, as we've just said. And then whoever wins out of Lynn Vision and NIP will go up against PARIVISION.
I think that's very winnable for Lynn Vision. Or NIP. PARIVISION have come into this event looking a little cool. Sure. You know, did win out over Liquid, but again, that was with Flashy. But completely absent versus MIBR, who I think have been maybe the talking point of this event, at least in my view, is just how good they have looked. Because I think you're kind of expecting Falcons and Legacy when you looked at kind of the Group A bracket to get where they did. I think it's MIBR that have been the biggest surprise for just how dominant the win over PARIVISION was. I think they have a great chance to beat out Bait and potentially get themselves a spot straight into the semis.
Yeah, they were looking really good. It's really cool to just see the integration of Klim and LNZ in that roster. I mean, Sani was unplayable in that best of 3 against PARIVISION. He was doing everything and more to get them such a comfortable victory there. You're right. It's an interesting story of PARIVISION because they're probably the most unfiltered and honest insight into a team we've had in quite a while. But I think PGL's done a really good job of getting these interviews with Dastan. And shout out to Dastan and James, who I think are incredibly honest when speaking a lot about their team. They also, and this is I'm gonna plug them because I just think they're really cool. But PARIVISION, their YouTube channel, they do like these really like cinema presenting like feature-length documentaries on each event, and you get insight into the players. You can have a look at the team dynamic. It isn't all just cold, is what I will say. Like on the broadcast, like the way that Dastan comes across, obviously like a serious mode, but as soon as the games are over, they definitely have got that camaraderie. Like there definitely is. It's not all doom and gloom for PARIVISION from the outside looking in. There are some warm and fuzzy moments. It's just not always on display.
Yeah, James kind of continued that tradition after his great vlogs in the past, right? He's always been known for those. So yeah, it's cool that we get that sort of content. And that M80 MOUZ game is set to be a very interesting one after MOUZ just about scraped by versus NRG. That was a bit tighter than I think they expected. And obviously lost on day one to TYLOO, so it'll be interesting to see how they go up against M80. We're not quite ready to get in, guys, so we're going to go to a little break. When we come back, we'll conclude map one here between paiN and BC.Game.
Back straight into the action then. Sorry about the delay, but we are here. 10 rounds for paiN. On Dust 2. A force buy for BC Game. One last stand maybe for this team on their map pick.
And force buy Brave, and it's a triple lean in towards B. One looking to crunch through lower, two out through tunnels. See if they can skip onto this. Comes through, Sensu falls in. Oh my god, it all crumbles. The crunch ends up coming back to bite them. Even Sensu's getting hounded, getting run down. Surely getting removed. They force into this. And they're going to walk away with nothing. And surely 12th conceded.
Yeah, surely. That's a shame because they had the right idea in the round, BC Game. But paiN just one step ahead. They flashed their way in towards lowers. They've got a couple of players already on catwalk just trying to deal with the aggression. And Snow does really good work in towards tunnels. And as mentioned, that is all the money gone. Now for BC Game. They'll have one stab at it. Up against map point, where they need to win 9 rounds in a row, which feels very unlikely at this moment in time. But we'll see what they're made of. But this has just been comprehensive from start to finish from paiN. Really been enjoying watching the teamwork, the aggression, especially on that CT side. It was just too much for BC Game to bear.
I think Zera leading his team to success. 18 frags deep. Nice shot from Sensu.
It's a good push.
A little push out from long.
Oh.
Period. Should be ready for the second. He's seen him. Like trying to force to run away.
Oh, go on. Do it to him, Electronic. Tucks in the corner. Got the P250. Bad news for BC Game is that they've stacked on this B bomb site. Electronic lies in wait. Surely this gets considered and cleared. And yes, they double swing on the angle. Now Scale can come in from paiN. And 12. This round has got written all over it for paiN. Spams the smokes. Crazy's able to get rid of Snow. 3v3. Maybe there's more of a chance in this than I've initially given BC Game credit for.
Yeah, you've got no armor in these pistols. It's just these 2 deagles. And then, yeah, this AK that's been recovered. No kit, but Senzu's hit another. And now maybe there is a chance. VSM. He's tucked in towards Deuce. They're going to swing on him, and he can't manage it. Low HP symbol hits the dig, and well, there you go. 8 HP between 2, but it's the Desert Eagles that come through in the end.
Yeah, brilliant from Senzu. Does really good work. Also Crazy, because Crazy's the one that gets the kill on towards the lurking Snow. Picks up the gun. Good double swing as well from Senzu and Crazy. It's so close to that player in towards Goose. But BC Game won't roll over. It was looking tricky, looking out of sight as soon as the bomb was planted, but a sharp shot out of a man on loan from Passion UA, who have ended their season early. BC Game are hoping that their season doesn't end immediately after this best of 3. That's signs of life injected back into this squad.
Unbelievable round. Period gets out towards long, but Nade lands actually not so direct on him. Second one, also dodged. Period. Flash though, can't dodge all the util forever. Scrunk gets his second frag and gets long control.
Nice. Simples on an AWP as well. In this one, VSM. Thought about pushing the issue, decides against it. Scrunk is playing the caretaker role and has dropped the Galil out of the map. Simple now checks middle. paiN, they're going to go for another one of these splits in towards the A bomb site. Electronic is on such a good angle to shut down this short portion.
He's a little bit worried as the only one on site itself. So he's going to fall back to a more passive position. Scrunk still out towards long. He's going to have 2 players to contend with. Sensu's gone on a mission. He's pushed all the way up. Skrunk's found another. A multi-kill from Scrunk, just about living. Now Safe starts to move forward. Electronic steps in. The backstab comes through as well, and it's all crumbled. Safe just looks to back out, hold on to the AK for the next round. BC.Game clinging on as they keep this one clean.
Yeah, good repositioning towards long here from Scrunk. Flashbang is perfect to get rid of the player trying to push in, and he just holds his nerve and his ground. That allows Electronic all this space. Senzu and Simple doing their best Big 0 and Snow impression towards the mid doors over at CT. Holding for such a while. Senzu then just takes his time in. And it works out extraordinarily well for BC.Game. Because now the money is broken. The scoreline starts to look a little bit more favorable now as BC.Game generate a couple of rounds of momentum here.
Yeah, making this feel a little bit more competitive. Smoke means that boost is exactly that useful. Triple instead has a look around the smoke. Nothing for him to find. Oh, Safe with that AK has been brought down to basically nothing.
Oh.
And it's not even armor on any of these other players to give it to.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Still going to juggle it over to Snow regardless. What's the move here from paiN? Well, it's to get Simple off the angle, but that's easier said than done. Nice bait from VSM. Snow will hit the headshot. No armor, no problem when Simple's not aiming at you. And paiN are going to maybe just try and go for a surge in towards the middle to try and recover the AWP. Instead, it's Senzu that steps in. Pyria, oh, he's stuck on his teammate's head. He'll move back, but VSM will just walk into the grenade. It should still be fine. Here for BC.Game. Pyria with the AK dropped by Senzu. Crazy then helps out this mid defense holding for BC.Game. And Crazy even looks back to consider safe. Very clean round, efficient counter-strike out of BC.Game.
Yeah, good job from Senzu, just being proactive. Especially after that Simple pick comes through, you can't afford to play too defensively and allow paiN to take liberties off the back of that pick. He just steps in, cleans up house, and BC.Game get that 6. I'll say Safe will be out of whack with the rest of the squad. Might just go a Scout here or a Glil. They're going to take a timeout. Utility also a little bit sparse for the paiN side. And so Safe figures, well, I can't get a proper gun anyway. I may as well just buy a bit more util.
I'm surprised we're not seeing a group in from paiN. And they're not just going into a bomb site together. They're just consistently running this default. It's a good tag onto Crazy. But look at this double push now at BC.Game. Simple trying to lead the charge in towards lower. How's this flashbang? Oh, it's pretty good, but Simple just hits the timing shot anyway. VSM hits the deck. Opening kill found. He can leave, but maybe just bait Senzu in.
Yeah, just going to bail out. Biggest error. The flames are not quite touching Senzu, so yeah, he'll be fine. Simple's brought down Big Air off the break of the smoke as well, and Senzu's still here. That nade almost off the backboard, removing Pyria. Surely Senzu's just going to swing here and get this. Okay, not quite. But now Crazy's pushed forward. He's just going to tuck in here. Powerful position. Pyria, I doubt he can clear this and get the headshot in time. Crazy has the angle advantage.
Oh, ooh, good adjustment.
Almost gives up the chance.
But doesn't. And that's the most important thing. It is really cool just watching Simple and Senzu operate as this duo. Over really aggressive rifling and AWP. Really enjoyed the fact that Simple takes all the contact. He baits Senzu in. Between the two of them, they'll get a hat trick. Safe will then walk into Skrunk's crosshair. BC.Game are doing it. The scoreline is no longer cosmetic. It's now becoming competitive. And paiN need to figure out what's going wrong. I still do think just hits in towards bomb sites, going somewhere as a death ball could work really well because the trading should be better, especially when you take a look at the kill distribution for paiN. Everyone's pretty even. Aside from Pyria. Simple. Not being given the opportunity to find kills just yet on these Tech 9 players.
Amazing how much a game can change of one round. Remember, it was the pistols that came through for BC.Game that got them that round that is now escalated into a whole sequence. Because Zera's got flashbangs to take long control. I think they want to try and maybe punish Skrunk, and I think that's probably a decent realization. Smoke for long and come the flashes. Skrunk, can he hold against this? Oh, even blinded finds the kill. Looking for more and well, doesn't quite deliver it, but close enough, and now we'll get the job done.
Good counter flash being thrown in to support him. Everyone looking after each other now here at BC.Game. Senzu will get an opportunity. Crazy. Oh, is the perfect bait. In fact, he'll follow through and get a kill of his own as Senzu that now steps forward, gets that double. BC.Game will get another. The waves pulsing at the bottom of the screen. They've won 5 rounds in a row. Safe will have an AWP, but it's now looking very touch and go for paiN. And bearing in mind that Dust 2 feels like a requirement for BC.Game. It was looking so far out of reach just a few moments ago. And now it looks possible that they not only could complete the comeback, but could potentially take their map pick. But it starts off brilliantly for paiN because they get rid of Senzu, and he is one of the 2 heads of this BC.Game Hydra.
Well, Skrunk's starting to grow ahead. He's had a couple of multi-kill rounds. He's breaks through smoke. Well, actually, that one just goes a bit deep. So what's going to be here is on the AK. Actually, would he be able to stop this? It does feel like they just want to go. And yeah, no one's actually here on the A side. They're taking control on B. paiN are just going to walk straight in towards A. Simple's in towards CT. But can't really stop them. So bomb to get planted. Short control for safe. How did BC.Game bring this one back?
Imperious hurts Skrunk as well. That's a good shot. Maybe that's the way back in. Oh, Skrunk needed to get the kill on towards the long player. Simple jumps up but gets covered by VSM. And paiN, they will group. They will go into a bomb site together. It's unfortunate that A is just completely undefended because BC.Game are so paranoid about the B tunnels. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. paiN will just walk up, they will group, and ultimately they will trade on that bomb site. And Electronic, who's had a really rough go of it on Dust 2, a hero against Falcons, now 0 impact against paiN Gaming as they move forward on towards map point. And maybe all of these rounds in a row are just in vain.
That whole emptiness is caused by Safe getting that pick in middle early, giving them that player advantage. They just work the map to find a good timing to get in. Thought Simple was setting up for something special when he gets that first kill on the short player, but caught on the attempt to mantle up on the boxes. 4 chances now to close for paiN. Donked. There's a different legend in the server today.
Another chance. Oh, but this time not even a shot fired off for safe. He didn't see anything. Look at the scaling out of paiN really quickly. Down the mid doors. I think Zero and VSM just want to take the fight. Electronic has got to be on high alert. He falls off the boost, and he's just not ready. There's that scaling. There's that switch out of paiN, and now they're going to activate 2 players still lying in wait on this B bomb site, but crazy overwhelmed. It's all up to Senzu, but he gets decimated by Snow, and this could all be it now, especially with Simple just getting wounded and then bruised fatally through that smoke. It's Scrunk the analyst. But he can't do a whole lot. That is 13-8. It could have been a lot worse for BC.Game on their map choice. paiN, inevitably, you feel, will get that map over the line. But at least for BC.Game, there's a little bit of something there. It isn't just a roll over and get bodied.
Yeah, there was some good rounds in there. Some great individual moments coming through from BC.Game. Loved some of those highlight moments from Simple. But yeah, some decent showings from them. Not quite what we saw versus Falcons, unfortunately, and paiN looking a whole lot better today as well. BigZera in particular really stepping up. Here's this Simple highlight. We got to see some incredible deagle shots out of him. Oh, that's the second one. But yeah, there was only those handful of rounds presented on that first half, and they all came out of those kind of out of left field individual moments, and I think that was the big difference here. Second half definitely looking a lot more solid. Some decent team play coming through. Scrunk actually stepping up, you know, over at Long was quite substantial in a couple of rounds, but ultimately paiN just a bit more comprehensive across the map.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well. On the T side for paiN, they gave up a lot of individual kills. Like there were too many lurks for my liking. They were consistently just trying to default more often than not. And as soon as they flip the switch, as soon as they change and they go with a group effort, first and towards short, then towards mid to B, just completely catching. Electronic got off guard. It works a whole lot better because they've got much better spacing. Again, they're taking the fights on their terms. That was something that they were doing all CT side. By the way, they were just making it really difficult for BC.Game to get settled. It's Senzu, it's Simple, it's the 2 guys you expect to be delivering. BigZera ends the game on 20 kills. He had 17 in that first half, which goes to show the shift in the momentum over towards that second half there for BC.Game. But unfortunately for BC.Game, you got the 3 core riflers and Orpa, Senzu, Simple, Electronic. On Dust 2, we only had Senzu and Simple.
Yeah, it felt like we had just an incredibly top-heavy performance from BC.Game, and yeah, unfortunately, the Electronic we got versus Falcons didn't show up here in this opening map. BigZera did, though. He had a brilliant map. Really impressed by what we got out of him. I think particularly in that first half, you can see it kind of displayed there, killing almost every single round of the first half. That is actually remarkable from the IGL. He was 20 kills in the end, 14 deaths, so a brilliant ratio from him. But Safe and Snow weren't even that far behind, so it wasn't like it was just a one-man army. It was a team effort, and as you mentioned, towards the end, just the way they were packing was definitely the approach, just flexing their kind of team play on BC.Game to close it.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we go to Anubis, a punish pick being chosen by paiN. BC.Game, it felt like they really needed that dust too. Their chance for survival rests on whether they can take Anubis off of paiN. We'll see if they can after this break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my men's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Painful defeat on Dust 2 for BC Game, a 1.07 rating deficit between Simple and Electronic on the side of BC Game. Very top-heavy performance from Simple and Senzu, unfortunately not enough to pull the squad over. So now we go to Anubis, the pick of paiN. And this one felt like a bit of a punish when we saw it in the veto.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, BC Game just haven't played this map all that much, and paiN have been pretty consistent on it. And it always felt like it was supposed to be a good one for paiN to lean into. I mean, yeah, look at the map performance here from BC Game comparatively to paiN. paiN's graphic is the white. And there you can see it's just overwhelming. For Anubis in particular, BC Game played it twice. They've lost it twice. Anubis has been played by paiN 4 times, and they've won it 3 of them. So this is an overwhelming advantage here for paiN. And it is going to be quite tricky overall for BC Game, I think, to build back in. There's still chances. I think they did show us good glimmers of hope, especially out of Senzu and Simple. But you need Electronic, you need Crazy. You can't expect a whole lot out of Scrunk. It's not fair to put that pressure on him, but he did okay towards the end of that game. But yeah, you're really looking at the other players to step up now.
Yeah, and, you know, when we look at Anubis for BC Game, very small sample size as mentioned, right? Played it against MIBR at Bucharest. That was a 10-13 result, not too bad. 5-13 versus Alliance. That one's a bit more of a struggle. The biggest issue seems to be those CT sides. Of the 15 rounds that they've won across those 2 maps, it's only 5 of those. Oh, actually, sorry, a bit less than that. Yeah, 5 of those for the CT side. So yeah, not a good record. 21% win rate on the CT side. But again, small sample size. But I do have my concerns. And for paiN, Anubis, they did lose it to BetBoom at Atlanta, but beat out FaZe and have won it, you know, domestically quite a bit as well. So I think they'll be feeling very confident with how the individuals were looking in particular.
Yeah, absolutely. The good news for BC Game is that they get to start on the T side, so that they get to choose that, and they want to go in that direction, which I think is good for them. I think if they started on the CT side, it was going to be maybe doomed to fail to begin with, but they definitely got an opportunity here, and I'm really interested to see what we can get. Do or die for BC Game. They have to win this Anubis, otherwise they are eliminated here from the CSA's Championships 2026. And here for paiN, immediately VSM just holding utility. Big Uzira is going for a play. He's dropped it in towards water. I don't think they've got any idea.
He's on a bit of a mission and catches out Simple, turns back and sees 2 more players. Will disengage, and that's where Pyria steps in and provides the coverage. Between the 2 of them, they get the kills, they get away. And then Pyria times in again. Senzu falls and he keeps on going. Pyria wants his chance in the spotlight and he's finding it.
Yeah, well, satisfies his performance on Dust 2. Scrunk with it all to do. You can get a bomb plant. That would be brilliant. But it feels unlikely. Look at this push and the hold out of Pyria. Scrunk's ready for it, but he can't hold on. That's a quad kill out of Pyria. He means business as paiN will take the pistol. And it was very much that aggressive stance we saw on the CT side for paiN on Dust 2. And I expect that they're going to be doing exactly the same thing here on Anubis.
Great for paiN to take the pistol as well, because that's been a sore point for them across, you know, the last few months. They've only won 2 pistol rounds here on Anubis out of 8 played. I think that's 3 out of 9 now. They won't be any sort of investment here outside a little bit of utility for Electronic. Simple's got a deagle. It's been given over to him. He's got armor behind it, and he's found the opening pick. Pyria punished.
That's something you can always rely on, isn't it? That simple deagle. He holds firm. The rest of paiN recoil a little bit in their control. Snow's anticipated a push to come in. There isn't. And now the deagle rattles off in towards middle. Safe will have an opportunity to say to his team, they've repositioned. As BC Game gather in towards middle. Let's try and take this space now. But with only Electronic armed with the utility, these flashbangs got to be pretty pinpoint.
Two players in each bomb site. Because is going to come back just to make sure they don't scale through tempo, which they might just be setting up to do. So Biggest a lot on his plate right now. Electronic offers himself up, and there's Simple again. That's an M4 given over. We still have another player to worry about on this bomb site. In fact, make it two. Safe now comes over to join up with Snow. Senzu playing the bomb for Temples. They get 2 kills, they get the bomb down. A chance to do further damage. Safe has the kit. ESM doesn't want to get caught, so he's slow on his approach. Simple looking for another deagle shot, but it's not coming as easy this time. VSM is crazy. Oh. And then Simple's found another. Maybe it is easy. When you're Simple, everything is. Almost makes it 4. A tap on the bomb, and Simple just keeps being the distraction.
Look at Senzu.
Where is Senzu through all of this? He's now going to step out and step in, and it's all done. A Desert Eagle in the hands of Simple makes all the difference.
And Senzu plays that beautifully. Look, Simple's taking all the contact. He hits all the shots, but it's Senzu right at the very end. He waits. He bides his time. He knows that he's never been spotted. And he guarantees that round win for BC Game. That is beautiful. Out of Simple and Senzu yet again. These guys were doing everything in their power for BC Game on Dust 2. Now they look to do the same on Anubis. That is a crashing blow to paiN. After they get the pistol, they lose everything. There's just a couple of SMGs, pistols on the rest. The double layering in towards mid. That's such brilliant work in that afterplant from Simple and Senzu.
Can't believe no one clears in towards the pillar there and finds Senzu. Felt like they were a little bit afraid, and well, maybe Simple just inspiring the fear of God in them. Drunk now, holding on in middle. Can't quite make it 2, but good damage on the Biggest error. Snow has managed to get a pick onto Electronic and sees Simple in its stairs. It's given them a player advantage, even with the lesser weaponry.
Yeah, but this is a good read out of BC Game. They're just going to pivot. They're going to group together. They're going to go in towards the bomb site. Pyria is completely by himself with his own deagle. Let's see if he can make the same magic happen. He just slides over to a comfy corner that is more safe than not. Want to go forward, so will the smoke. Pyria steps out to see if he can get close into CT. Bomb will be planted, and now the rotates will move over.
As soon as the bomb goes down, those gets infinitely more hard. So much to work with here. No kit. The lesser weapons. And even the flashbangs on VSM. It's not these players moving out as a pack in CT. Time's ticking. They don't have a kit. They need to go now if they want to do this. It needs to come quickly. VSM strikes.
Oh,
he takes 2. And Crazy falls as well. There it comes in an instant. And there should be just enough time to get this off. They leave it down to the wire to strike. But they get there in the end.
That's unbelievable from VSM. He just tucks in the corner. He waits. And BC Game are thinking, well, hang on a second. It's been such a long time since we planted this bomb. We need to go and take space. We need to just see if they're saving. Immediately, they look in towards the canals and they walk straight into the crosshair of VSM. Pyria hits an amazing 1 dig as well in towards B main. It just makes the job a lot easier for paiN. They battle back. It is that deagle that's involved. And now BC Game are recoiled. They have to take a timeout. They have to reset themselves after 30 seconds because it's 1 step in the right direction and then 3 steps backwards for BC Game.
Just 2 back-to-back rounds that just didn't look like they should have been winnable for either team. Time was such a concern. But it all crumbles. So the AK for Simple, Galil for Senzu. And the pieces you want to boost up as well. You might not be expecting this given there's no smoke down, but no fights being given. Skronk now goes searching.
Oh, that's been heard.
It's going to be heard by the B players.
Yeah, it got heard by the players that were in towards connector. It's a shame, because if they went a little bit quieter, they would have been on such a supreme timing. Good counter smoke thrown in by paiN. That allows safe the wiggle room. But BC Game immediately dropped down. This is really cool. They've taken all the attention in towards mid, and you're right, nobody is here whatsoever. Snow will get here, but it won't be in time. It will have to be another retake out of paiN, and this time, they've got kits. Pyria will remove Simple in the process.
Got kits, and there's, no Simple. That changes things. Senzu gets himself an upgrade, gives the Galil over, smoke on towards main. All the tools they need to get this done. Skronk has to barrel on forward. Molly is going to slow them down in towards CT, but here comes the flashbang and here comes the retake. They're just going to move as a pack. Senzu takes a step forward and he's managed to hold on for 2. They're caught in the crosshairs and they get run down. Don't even get the retake started. A 5-on-4. And they don't get a single kill.
Yeah, really impressive again out of Senzu because he takes all the contact and he takes the initiative here. paiN double flash over the top of CT. That's where the majority of them are all piling in from. And Senzu thinks, right, I need to take a time in here because otherwise everyone will be stuck on that bomb site and they'll be at the mercy of paiN. Instead, takes matters into his own hands, gets the kill in tempo, able to spin around and grab another one. And that just takes all the contacts away from the players on site, and they can then all swing in tandem and lock it in back and forth. It's a scrap here on Anubis. Big fight out of Big U0, but Crazy's been able to double down. Can he adjust for the third? Not quite. Pyria will get the damage in, but look at this again. BC Game, they're going to re-walk. Oh, it's so silent. It's so clever. Pyria's going to not have any idea. He still will take Electronic to the grave with him. 2v2, but all the AKs are dropped in B main.
Yeah, and they're just so far away. Although Safe is going to go towards B main. He's even got rid of his gun so he can pick up an AK silently, but I think that's being accounted for. Oh, the drive-by USP headshot. Then he picks up the AK and gets the kill. It's Senzu into the clutch and VSM. I mean, there's just no time. This has to be a 10-second stick. So it's already done. Senzu has done enough and will secure it with that final frag. paiN keeping it close, but that's got to be the round that breaks them.
Yeah, finally, there's consecutive rounds in a row for a team. And it's going to be BC Game. It's going to be Senzu clutching. Awesome response. I mean, good hold that. Crazy. Did say we needed everyone to step up here for BC Game against that quarter multi. You think Pyria might have done enough here by getting this double. Especially with the drive-by, but it's the Senzu with the trade, and it's no kit yet again for paiN. The time is just too far gone, and you're right, that is the one that breaks paiN's back. Round 6, full eco. The full gun v gun has been delayed so much in this first half already. There is a stack on the B-bomb site. 3 players like that, it's just USPs. And surely they're going to get cleared. Senzu is being allowed to walk by. VSM has lined up 2 and has even dinked Simple. Now the cavalry will arrive, but it should be fine, and it is, at least for a moment. Simple scared, anxious. Scrunk will swap guns with him. Pyria moves away, and you've yet again got this play in towards B main. What does the timing look like for Safe? Crazy looks back, looks forward, and looks away again. And as he jumps up, that's when Safe moves in. Remember, Simple is still dinked. Do not fall. Do not get full eco. Scrunk can't hold on either. So it falls to the GOAT to try and clutch up on 4 HP with just the Mac 10. No kit, but they're both together. And this time there's plenty of time. AKs can be scavenged, but they just want to try and take the fight. And Simple just waits. Safe will now start sticking. He'll hold it for 10 seconds. Simple has to move. Simple has to try and deny. And he's denying to get the kill on Pyria, but he can't do it. BC Game get full eco'd.
Unbelievable. VSM doesn't get cleared in that quarter and almost gets a triple kill with the USP. The collateral almost. The precision on these pistols. And Pyria, great adjustment there. That was the chance for Simple to maybe, just maybe, bring that round back. Because if Pyria goes down, that bomb cannot be defused. He has to get off it. Unbelievable. A full eco. It's devastating for BC Game. And let me tell you, it's a team that might feel the tilt a little bit.
It's one of those where Simple is such low HP, he always wants to play tucked. He never wants to play the trade game. And Scrunk is swinging, trying to get the frag back on a player that doesn't have armor. And he's not able to do it. But the question you ask is, well, should he ever be peeking in the first instance? No. They should be playing time. They should be playing together. Instead, it is separate. It is different decisions. And the brainstorm becomes brain fog for BC Game. Simple now looks with the AWP. It will still be this first gun v gun. Safe's also acquired this AWP. He's over towards A, though. All of BC Game loom towards this B bomb site. And that flashbang from Snow will confirm presence.
Been loving this B bomb site, haven't they? More often than not, ending, well, yeah, every round ending here. I don't think a T player has stepped into A main or past camera.
Agreed.
Which is kind of remarkable this far in.
Yeah, the only time they've technically passed camera is to go Temple to kill Big Zero. They've not got it in towards A. Oh, you're right. They've been allowed this control. paiN is sitting back. They don't want to make mistakes. But in essence, that can also lead to mistakes being made. Pyria. It's very close to the action. Senzu and Simple then get flashed in. It will be the split. It will be the B bomb site again. 30 seconds left. Snow tucked in and baited perfectly. But there's that trade out of the sniper. Pyria and Big Zero are still stepping in. It's the wide swing out of Electronic. It's the headshot out of Crazy. It's made this 2v3 possible. Bomb planted. And again, we see another player go all the way around the world for paiN. But this time it's an AWP. And it probably is going to be the contain rather than the commitment for the retake. Unless they go for it late. I mean, there is a kit on VSM. But I don't think you can attempt this now. So BC Game will get away with one. And it's really nice on the contact. It's the wide swing out of the pistol from Electronic. And it's BC Game replying back.
Yeah, they even brought over that third player, right? But it's still not enough. I love the way Electronic just wide swings out with the Tech 9 just to allow the trades, make it so uncomfortable. BC Game, once again, get into B. This time they walk away with the round. Save guns for paiN, and the fact they won the full eco 2 rounds ago doesn't mean they're still sitting okay. In fact, so okay, they've got 2 AWPs.
What? Okay. One for each bomb site. Let's see how this works. BC Game sit back. They've learned from the lessons of Dust 2. They don't want to get overwhelmed by paiN. Simple even flashes forward just to get them off these direct lines. A well-timed re-smoke in towards the stairs. That'll push Electronic back. The recommitment will come through middle, and currently no one's home for paiN.
Yeah, they've done heavily in towards A, despite evidence to the contrary to BC.Game having any interest in this bomb site, but that's what they're thinking. After all these B rounds, surely the variance comes. A lot of presence here, but no, as we can see, variance is not the aim of the game. It's B once more. At the moment, it's only Snow. Pyria will start to move over. There is this lurk of Senzu. That's a big difference here for BC.Game.
Oh, Snow's right in the open. He needs to creep close, and in fact, Pyria's going to put another smoke down. Oh, the molly's great though. Onto Snow. He's stuck, and he's worried about Canals, but it's the break on the smoke from B main. It's the scaling. Now coming in from BC.Game. VSM will get one, and then look at the orbs pop off in the feed. Immediately, all of the offense wiped out, unless Simple can clutch. He's found both Snow and Pyria. Tries to bait in either Bigu0 or Safe into a 1v1. Now starts getting active, but the time, it just unfortunately is not there for Simple. He runs out of it. At least he'll run away and hold on to his sniper. And that was really efficient out of paiN. The rotates come in the nick of time.
Oh, started to believe then, though, when Civil hits that shot down CT. You're talking about the orbs filling up the feed, and he adds 2 more to the tally. He has time to plant 2, but just worried about that push coming through. Time ends up being the biggest killer. This game continue to put the pressure on. No dual orb setup this time, just the one, and a shadow spotted. A great opportunity here for Safe. Oh,
okay.
Decides to go for the left side instead of the right.
Timing.
Oh, Skrunks just walked through mid.
This is nice. You get the boost up it as well for Simple. And this time they're going to smoke Temple, which means they're probably going to go in towards A. And camera exists. In they go. Big test for VSM on the off angle. Simple. Oh, considers him, but can't clear him. That's the bomb drop. VSM just trying to live, and he'll go one better than that. He'll also get rid of Scrunk. Crazy with the trade. 2v2. Bomb down, but Snow steps in immediately. And Electronic's got no idea. And Crazy's hands busy with the bomb, then eats a grenade. And surely he's not ready for the fast flank of Pyria. Considers camera, but then can't account for the angle of Snow. It's wonderful out of the youngster. And paiN will be able to close back-to-back rounds for the first time themselves in this map.
Yeah, VSM getting that double just delays things so much. Simple's carrying the bomb at that point. They have to come back and get it. That enables Snow's rotate just to come through at the perfect time. Electronic's not even thinking about it. His eyes are completely focused on camera at that moment, so just gets blindsided stepping forward. Snow and VSM combine for a double A. The first time that BC.Game touched that bomb site doesn't quite work out, but it was the right read. Just VSM delivering the frags. Beautiful sequence. He's staring at the molly, which maybe was unnecessary.
Just been a slow series for Electronic. A felt nice. They got the bomb down. So BC.Game, we're going to try it again. 3 players leaning over towards B, because that's just been the condition so far for BC.Game on this T side. They haven't got the most amount of utility, but they're looking to pop with the flashbangs of Simple and Crazy.
All right. Safe's going to rotate over. paiN have a good read on this. Let's see if they can still hold. Counter smoke drop forward, and VSM ready for them. Flashbang is brilliant as well. Just a clean up. Is there providing all the frags. VSM spots out Simple, trying to escape. Now they're funneled back to Period. He's the only one here, but that's not going to dissuade him from the peak. Crazy. We'll catch him. Doesn't have the bomb though, so needs to go back and get that. And as he does, that's when VSM will start to move forward. And then move back. If you'd been able to scoop out that bomb initially, you might have been able to get into B and make something of this round. I feel like the walls have closed in. 2 players here. Snow just playing in a pillar should have him done and dusted. A clean hold on A, and surely that gives paiN some room to breathe.
Yeah, a great round out of paiN. Just, again, playing like limited mistake Counter-Strike. Very risk-averse in that round for BSM. Just a little jiggle. I think he saw the bomb in Canal, and he just immediately leaves because he knows Crazy's time is then going to be filled by clearing every angle, worrying about BSM's re-peak that never comes in. And that allows Snow to move forward. And you're right, that's the safe breathing room now for paiN. Not only a buffer of rounds in the score count, but somewhat of an eco for BC.Game. And look, these rounds have been chaotic at the best of times. Safe misses a shot on Crazy to open things up, but the Deagle can't answer. BC.Game are looking to try and break through onto VSM, but it's a hefty nade. It's an opening frag, and it's yet again survival out of the new rifler for paiN.
He's been doing brilliant, hasn't he? After he had such a rough showing on the opening best of 1, VSM's definitely having a better time here. Finally getting some actual action on his bomb site, you know? No one visited it for the first 8 rounds. That's now a great haul on this CT side. 7-4. Will it be another 8-4? Well, sorry, it was 9-3 on the first man, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So BC.Game at least might be able to find a better half here.
Bigger Zero is now pushing. He's been held for by Scrunk, and that timing is very good out of the analyst.
Was he tucking because a flash was getting through?
I think so.
Yeah. Unlucky timing. Safe now looks to step in. He's missed his timing too.
Well, you might still have it.
Nope.
At least that's info. You've got to push these players off mid right now if you're BC.Game. And that's what they're doing with all this utility. Just to devoid you of info. And I like the take here, the attempt of it from BC.Game. Flashbang forward, VSM. There's this extra player this time in towards mid, just on the edge of the smoke. They're going to be ready to hit this flashbang. It isn't good enough. And VSM will just take 2. He's too shallow on the angle. The flashbang goes right over his head. And Simple now tries to create a new opportunity for BC.Game as he walks in towards Connector. Snow, the only player here.
Yeah, lots of space on B. paiN are looking for a push out of A main, so they're going to be fast on the flank at the very least. BC.Game, once they get into this B bomb site, they are very deadly in the post plant. Can Snow find a kill on these clears? He's hoping someone swings, and Simple gives him that opportunity. Trey comes in from Scrunk, but now this crawl comes quickly. Bomb gets planted. Safe fires off his AWP.
Oh, Electronic right in the open,
just
mate.
allow them to walk so close. Yeah, the backstab comes in. Electronic can't make it too. And so paiN will double the round count of their opposition at 8-4 half on the CT side.
Yeah, just it's a shame because they're trying to set up to flashbang to have a little peek in towards CT. And they just can't do it. They just take way too long. Electronic's lining up that flashbang for what feels like a lifetime at that point on the bomb site. VSM just walks in. It's such an easy kill. Smiles actually on the face of paiN because they know they survived the early scare. There was a chance for this game to get really scrappy and BC.Game to get a number of rounds here on this T side. Instead, it's a lot of stabilization from paiN. They're able to keep the force buys in check, and they give themselves a bountiful amount of rounds on that defense. And considering how bad the defense has looked in the small sample size we've seen from BC.Game, It's feeling a little bit tricky right now.
So VSM really been impossible for them to deal with. Jankers in general, right? Pyro on one side and then VSM on the other. 27 kills between the two of them. Not bad at all. At least it's not like, you know, a big disparity on the BC.Game scoreboard. You know, it's pretty close between them all.
That's true. Definitely all shown up, but I like this big flashbang in towards mid. Would it matter, though? Potentially. Skrunk's able to trade out safe. Simple's been dinks, though, in the process, and obviously Electronic has fallen. paiN are now going to re-walk it in towards middle. They're going to take all this space immediately, and BC.Game are just going to make the gamble that it's going to be B. But they're wrong.
Yes, looks good, doesn't it? Well, you don't want to pick that one up, Pyria. You need to make sure you get here safely. Crazy. He's noted and run down. Big as error, just steps straight on through. Bomb to go down on A. They have full control in towards main, so it gets planted front sight. There's no kit. And you got VSM holding for Senzu. He's going to calm that he's crossed and then Snow snaps in. Simple stuff. And speaking of simple, he's good. He has nothing to do with this. Goodbye, Skrunk. And hello, 9 rounds to paiN Gaming.
As long as they can survive the force buy, they should be okay. That's been the downfall right now. Just these half investments, these scrappy buys from BC.Game. That's where they've been able to make the most magic happen in this series so far. But this is a really good disciplined pistol out of paiN. Really enjoyed the re-walk and the contact in towards middle. Just anticipating that BC.Game will have to go and gamble the bomb site. They're never re-pushing the issue here, are they? Good trader as well and spacing on that A bomb site. Crazy just overrun.
Alright, here's that force spike. 2 MP9s and 3 pistols. And for paiN Gaming, it's direct, and it's straight into Skrunk's bomb site, who's completely alone here. BC.Game reinforced the A bomb site to their detriment. Unless Skrunk has something to say, but it's only the one before he goes. So bomb site breached, bomb planted, and as soon as that goes down, chances begin to dwindle for BC.Game.
Make the argument of saving here if you're BC.Game rather than going for it. Look at Safe. Look at the angle he's holding. Senzu caught off guard, and they will be giving it a good look in, but the trades are just immediate crossfires. They're all established here for paiN and not unsettled by the utility of BC.Game. Simple will get out with his Kevlar, and paiN will get out with the round win. That's double digits. And this is looking as dominant as it once did on Dust 2. BC.Game were able to bring themselves back in on that second half, and they need to do the same here on Anubis. Otherwise, their time here the PGL CSH Championships is running out.
It's a difficult looking paiN Gaming to deal with. The 2 new rifle editions doing so much heavy lifting. Still's going to give it their best shot. Those moments are possible for BC.Game. We've seen it before in Senzu starts. With a nice kill onto VSM, the trade is instant. Maybe there's some more brewing.
Surely not another one. But I'm here for it. Simple waits patiently towards cont. With this 5-7 up close. Safe just clearing all these little tight angles in towards middle. paiN paiN don't want to be overwhelmed just yet. They'll go and pick up the bomb. Pyria's on an adventure by himself in towards mid, and Safe is covering all bases. They're going to bring the bomb over. Snow will find Crazy. That's that push punished.
That's easy enough. They're not looking to trip over their shoelaces here, taking their time, clearing everything safely and anticipating the aggro peaks. Electronic gets sent off his platform. And Scrunk, not even a chance into that round. So paiN Gaming, it was one at the start to Senzu's dig, but that's it. 11-4 now for paiN and for BC.Game. This is it. Guns come back out, a pause, knowing that everything goes into this round.
And that is the cleanest half-buy defense, or offense, I suppose, but round we've seen out of a team that has got the better weaponry in this entire series, and that's saying something. Much better out of paiN, a lot more discipline. They go through the motions to make sure they're tradable. They use their range advantage. BC.Game have no chance in round 15. In round 16, we've got the simple AWP. Safe also has his. Their scoreboard's inversed, but the impact's still the same. Can BC.Game pick themselves back off the ground again? Dust themselves off and go. Here on Anubis. Simple will peek it in towards middle, but not see anything at this moment in time. And paiN, they're going to be patient. They're waiting. They're expecting aggression.
This looks at the moment pretty simple for paiN. Put a bit of pressure on towards A main, the utility to make sure they don't get this control, and then just fall back through canals for this B finish. Bomb started outside of B main with 2 other players. The intent feels pretty clear. Senzu and Scrunk are the ones called upon to keep paiN at bay. Although this util has drawn a lot of bodies over, they don't go off the initial barrage, and that has BC.Game second guessing.
And that might make them push into snow. I mean, Crazy did a good job. Crazy got ahead of the A main smoke, and he saw nothing in that choke point. BSM jiggling, really trying to sell the idea that Snow's not in this close corner. Here comes the re-exec. In comes the smoke deployment from paiN, and they just start to walk in. Nade is annoying to go Scrunk and Senzu. This double layering should be good. Maybe it is. Instead, it is trades. On trades for paiN, as so often they've employed them on this game. 0 and Safe very low, but it might not matter because suddenly it's a 2-on-4. Simple want to hold his ult for the last round, and so too Electronic in his M4. paiN, they'll be incredibly patient. BC.Game won't overstep, but it isn't a flashbang play. It isn't a scale out of paiN. It is a walk, contact play onto Senzu, onto Scrunk. They completely catch BC.Game off guard.
Yeah, I really thought they were going to be ready for it as well.
Oh,
like Simple was nearby. Oh, Pyria wants to swing around this at the last second and try and remove them. He's hearing them too. Him and BSM is going to swing if they could take away everything here. Simple, can he hold on? No. No AWP for this potential final round. 3.5 grand for each of them. paiN Gaming steps away from eliminating BC.Game.
That's devastating. That is really devastating to use the AWP and the rifle right at the last second. Good hunt from paiN. Pyria stepped up in a massive way, so too is VSM on this map for paiN. 17 and 19 kills. Each of their names. Aggression, punished. How about that? That could be the final moment in the game for Simple, and he's just been spammed through a smoke by Snow. At least they will re-walk this BC.Game. They'll go clearing. But Scrunk is left alone at B once more, and Pyria is about to walk onto his angle.
Yeah, they can't hold these aggressive lines in towards canals. They have to fall back on the smoke fades. the very least, you have these two M4s in play on B. Can it be enough? It needs to be if they want any chance of staying alive. Electronic still focused on middle. Here comes the contact. Sprung. Sees the shadow, gets the frag. Looking for more. Tucked into the pillar. Senzu swings off, but he can't quite manage it. Runs out of bullets. Snow to get the bomb down with little HP. That little can make all the difference. Crazy and Electronic without the kit. Looking to get it done. That's the low HP player removed. But it's how you find these other two frags and defuse the bomb. Pyria tucks in. BSM starts to take steps forward. Pyria holding on. Can't make it two. It's onto Electronic. Time, the biggest bird in. A tap on the bomb. VSM sees him. Deals out the killing blow. And that is the victory for paiN. A 2-0 over BC.Game. They stay alive.
Yeah, really impressive actually looking at the mental reset between map 1 and map 2 for paiN. Because on that T side, it really felt like, especially on Dust 2, they were losing control a little bit of this series. It felt like that they were just too comfortable. They were just trying to take these initial gunfights in towards BC.Game. That all changed on Anubis. It was safe Counter-Strike. They were playing their fundamentals properly. They were leaving nothing to chance. They were leaving nothing to these individuals of BC.Game. It is a stellar showing, to be honest, from Simple, Senzu in this map. I think Crazy played quite well too. But unfortunately, it's just not enough. It's always going to be tricky. It always is going to be a challenge when you're playing with a stand-in that is your analyst as well. All the odds were seemingly stacked against BC.Game. They put up a really good showing against Falcons on Dust 2. But here, against paiN, it was too much in this series.
Yeah, I think Anubis is always going to be a bit too tricky for them as soon as these sides swapped. They showed up some really good Counter-Strike in the very start of this map, and I thought maybe they could have broken away, but yeah, as soon as the T side came through, you just knew paiN were going to be in command of this map. Dust 2 is the best shot for BC.Game. Definitely good glimpses from the individuals there, but just not quite enough, and yeah, they're going to be feeling a little bit sad about the first best of one. If they'd won that one out, might have been a very different run for them here. But unfortunately not to be. VSM 20 frags, 124 ADR. Pyria not that far behind. These two rifles brought into the team at the start of the year, both delivering and then some. Great stuff, especially from VSM towards the end of that first half on the CT side when they finally tested his bomb site. He really stood up.
Wow, he had kills in 8 of the 9 last rounds. On 3 out of 4 opening duels. It was really impressive. And I think especially it goes both ways because he was not only clutching for paiN, he was also anchoring his bomb site really effectively, especially when they just weren't coming to him for the majority of that first half. It was always rotating all the way around in towards the B. Bomb site was still delivering on all fronts. That was just a really tricky game for BC.Game. It felt like as soon as they reset paiN on the pistol, it was going to work, and then they got full E-code, and it was a little bit of a nightmare. I think that tells the story. We literally saw it for a glimpse there on the graphic, but so many players staying alive for paiN when they built up and won those 5 rounds in a row. In the rounds 10 and 11, that just gave them all the runway. It was really tricky for BC.Game to ever have a fair fight in this one. Really impressed with paiN. They show a completely different face to what they have brought forward against M80 yesterday, and they look a little bit revitalized. More of the paiN that we saw at IEM Atlanta.
Yeah, that's what you want to see. I mean, opening best one's always going to be tricky, especially after all that travel time. 10 rounds in a row to end it feels fantastic. They now book a spot with TYLOO a little bit later today in the next lower semi-final game here in Group A. So a tricky opponent, but I think one that they can manage, although TYLOO certainly have been impressive so far and very well could have been sitting in an upper final versus Falcons. I feel like every single series that we've seen has been so close, in kind of the upper games where you could make arguments for so many different teams being there, but at the end of the day, you got to close those games. And so paiN versus TYLOO, I think that's going to be a very fun game based on the sort of Counter-Strike paiN are playing.
I'll tell you what, all of the lower games, apart from that paiN BC one, have also been incredibly competitive. 3 maps between MOUZ and NRG. Lynn Vision are 10-3 up on that decider against NIP. looking incredibly good, and that for me is certainly an upset. So really impressive for Lynn Vision if they can close that one. Lynn Vision versus PARIVISION, I'm here for it. MongolZ versus Liquid as well. And as you say, TYLOO versus paiN, M80 versus MOUZ. These are really good games in the lower semis.
Yeah, some quite stylistic clashes as well, which I think is going to be really fun to see play out. I'd love Lynn Vision versus PARIVISION. I think that would be a real exciting one, especially with PARIVISION struggling against MIBR, right? I think that really gives Lynn Vision, if they are the team that does prevail in that series, a really good chance of potentially making that run through the lower run. It would be very cool.
Yeah, it really would be. I'm interested to see what you get because, again, you take a look at those teams from every different region in that lower semi-final, and it could be like any one of those 4 teams could make it through into the potential for playoffs. Also, the upper finals we've got to bring you information of as well. Legacy versus Falcons, MIBR, and bait. Before we sign off here, we've got an interview ready on the sidelines after the fallout between paiN and BC.Game.
哪些就是临时调整上面的一些压力和变化呢？
So sadly, the journey ends up here. Back to yesterday, intense game against the Falcons. Almost pulled it off the win. So it definitely shows strong preparation and some individual performance there, but unable to perform today against paiN Gaming. So what do you think? Is it hard to adjust the playing style against them, or what do you think is the difference between the 2 opponents?
I think it's sorry for my voice, but I think the main difference is our approach, individual approach to opponents. When you play against Falcons, like these are the players from highest of the highest tier, and players like Sasha, Dennis, they are more adjusted to this. Also, all the guys, you know, when you play top tier, like it's easier for you to play. They will not try to surprise you. They will not try to do anything crazy because they have a lot of to lose. And when you play against paiN Gaming, like they're also a great team. They're also tier 1 team, but they will risk more. They will try to surprise us. They will try to use any advantage they can. And today they entered the game very well prepared. They shoot well. They executed their game plan. And it made trouble for us on Dust 2, and we were unable to come back.
Thank you. 讲到昨天对阵上Falcons 的话，就是像这些顶尖的一些职业选手，他们的调整能力会是比较好的。然后像 Simple， 像电子哥，然后聊到像这种顶尖选手的话，顶尖的战队而言的话，他们的一些比赛是比较可以预测的。然后所以昨天他们是做了一些准备，然后可以去打得比较焦灼。然后相较于paiN Gaming 这样的队伍的话，当然了也称赞了paiN Gaming 是一支不错的队伍。然后但是对于paiN Gaming 来说的话，他们经常能够就是突袭到我们，然后有很多的就是很敢于去找机会，在这些打法上面是有一定的变化的。然后的话就是说今天他们paiN Gaming 也打好了自己，然后个人的发挥也非常的好，然后也执行得很好自己的战术，所以就是在沙2上面没有能完成翻盘，然后到后面的话就没有办法再干回来了。
那太子，你作为一个教练去带领一支队伍，肯定如果说重回巅峰的话，肯定会经历一些坎坷。那就是比如说队伍近期的这个胜率啊，它是输多胜少的。你觉得这个失败比较多的情况下面，会影响选手的心态吗？
So as a coach right now, taking back the team back to the top, the road to it is full of ups and downs. And recently, the team has been struggling to get wins. So do you think that will frustrate the team or the players while you're losing like a little bit?
I mean, of course, it is frustrating for players, for me, for BC organization, but we also need to be real at what we are facing. We tried to experiment with the core at the beginning of the year. It wasn't going the right direction. We had to make a move. and during this time we tried to get the best possible lineup for remaining tournaments, but we were unable to get the IGL that would fit the team because a lot of players are waiting for the summer break to happen, and then they don't want to make a move before. So we also understand that we came to this event without much practice. We also know that we played with Skrank, who is our assistant coach, and he didn't play on the competitive level for a long time, and he's into 2 tier 1 events. So definitely you try this. This was an experiment. We hoped for better result, but we need to be realistic, and we got what we deserved. Like, we could surprise a few teams, we could surprise Falcons, but in the end, like, the reality is we are not good enough, and for us it's a very tough loss, and we need to regroup and get better.
就是想带领队伍重回巅峰的话，确实是有很多的困难。然后他们在这个阶段的话，暂时就是只能由那个 Skrank 来替补，他也是一个队内的应聘的分析师，临时的一个分析师。然后的话，在休赛期之前，队伍也是没有办法去能找到很好的一个指挥人选，就适合队伍的一个指挥人选。然后在这个大部分的指挥呢，都会在等待这个科隆 Major， 也就是中间的休赛期之后，才会做出一些转会的一个变动。然后的话就是说然后就是还是说没有太多的一个赛训来到这个比赛之前，所以他们也得到了也自食其果了，就是没有太多的训练，然后有替补来参赛，然后的话就是希望未来的话就是下个赛季能做好准备这样子。
那最后一个问题问到太子，就是你在赛前采访之前也说过了，就是你心目中可能会有一些这个指挥的人选，那你更倾向于是战术执行类的指挥，还是更多的是这种临场发挥的指挥类型的？
So speaking about the in-game leaders, in previous interview you said that you have some candidates, so we're not gonna ask you who is it, but do you prefer the tactical one or the on-the-fly one, or is it just suitable for the team?
I mean, I believe that we have the firepower to deliver on the server, but we need the direction, and we need a voice of a leader that will get everyone grouped, and we play to one direction. At this event, we lack this. And unfortunately, this fired back. But it's not like I'm think that our team is has nothing. Like, we definitely have players who are talented, but we need a player who will lead this.
很显然，我们现在队伍里面的话是不缺火力的，但是我们缺少的是一位领导者，然后能真正的带领这个团队，然后能真正的把这个团队拧成一根绳，然后的话就是缺少的就是这样子的一个领导吧，还是选择找更适合这个团队的。
那对屏幕前的观众们、支持你的粉丝朋友们想说什么？
So plenty Chinese fans here. So any words to them? Any words to the supporter?
I mean, I love China, guys. Like the hospitality, the fans, the organization. Like, whenever I came since first my tournament 20 years ago, it was always amazing, and it didn't change. So just thank you very much for being so warm to us and welcoming. And yeah, that's it. Much love.
Thank you， 就是很感谢大家一直支持，然后他从20年前就开始从事这个行业了，然后很感谢就是所有的中国的粉丝，很热烈。
Taz still up to date with the Zoomer hearts doing these ones here. Yeah, look, I think we got to the crux of BC Game's current issues. They just don't have an IGL. They've got an analyst stand-in. It's always going to be a struggle for them. Despite that, they've had some very good showings. I think that Falcons game is going to be a big highlight for them, even though they couldn't get it across the line. We can see the makings of what this team's capable of, and I hope next event, and I hope they get that IGL that they're looking for soon, so that we can really see the potential, because we know it is certainly there, but sadly their run ends. paiN continue their run in the lower bracket, and we continue our games here, progressing through 2 more best of 3s to come on the B stream. It'll be Yumi and Tea Time taking you through the action after this.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, all of my friends going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to Shanghai. The 2026 CAC continues. Some tea time with Michael, Yumi, Cassidy as we head on in Group B. It's been an exciting day of Counter-Strike and maybe for some of you at home, a sad day of Counter-Strike. BC.Game has been eliminated. But if you're one of those people who finds that a sad day of Counter-Strike, well, you've been crying tears for quite a long time. Which brings me to our next teams. It's Team Liquid going up against the MongolZ on the other side. But before we talk more about that, Michael, maybe we talk about the brackets and how things have been going overall.
Yeah, I mean, already a big surprise coming into this tournament was really just about the success of the teams that maybe people wouldn't have expected. I mean, Falcons, sure, they're the biggest favorites really to take this tournament, especially with them making the finals so recently at Astana. The new addition of Karrigan seems to be working fairly well, actually, in terms of being able to work with that playstyle. But then also Legacy, who are coming off an Atlanta third place. And to be honest, they were there into the final day because they had to play that third place. Jet lag not seeming to be much of a factor, able to make it into those playoffs as well out of Group A. So there's some surprising names though down in that lower bracket. MOUZ being the ones that were disrupted immediately by TYLOO.
Yes, and over towards Group B, you can take a look. MIBR and baiN have already confirmed themselves into the playoffs. We're going to be figuring out which one will be able to move forward into the semifinals. That's a conversation for a separate time. Meanwhile, this lower bracket is looking kind of stacked. PARIVISION knocked down by Team Liquid, rather by MIBR, because of which MIBR has been able to find this success. MongolZ was immediately, looking incredible coming out of the gate versus Lynn Gaming. Then we saw a slightly more tame face versus baiN yesterday, Michael. They couldn't actually hold on through those third maps.
Yeah, it didn't actually look that good against baiN, but also a baiN that were able to capitalize on a lot of fumbled mistakes or fumbled moments from the MongolZ, and have also secured themselves in the playoffs. So MIBR and baiN are going to fight out for that semifinals position. I mean, that's a massive advantage to hold going out of the bracket, but down in that lower bracket, it is definitely scary. I mean, Lynn, I wasn't really sure about them coming into this tournament. They've been a team that's been very up and down, weird circumstances surrounding this team. And to be honest, them outlasting NIP in that lower bracket is kind of an exciting prospect for especially a hometown type team. You know, you want to be able to get these Chinese teams on a big stage in front of that audience. Over to the Veto, Overpass, and Anubis, those are the permabans being removed. We have Mirage picked by Team Liquid and Inferno by the MongolZ, decider being Nuke. I don't think there's really a big surprise with the MongolZ selection, but for Team Liquid, there's a number of places they could have gone because their map pool just doesn't look great right now.
I'm actually surprised about MongolZ going for Inferno because Liquid have done reasonably well on Inferno, but the funny thing is they never pick into it. It's always their opponent's map pick, which they might sometimes win. It's one of the few maps where, sometimes you can see Ultimate having a map here or there, which seems to be one of the biggest weaknesses. I'm more surprised that MongolZ doesn't opt into the Nuke initially and leave Inferno as a decider. And yeah, for Liquid, they've experimented with a lot of the firepower maps, saying, hey, they were picking Ancient about 3 months ago, then they've been picking Dust 2 for the last month, and now it's over to Mirage. I suppose it's all about the roulette of saying, hey, can we play any one of these? Because unfortunately for Liquid, the conversations around this team has been that for the last 6 to 12 months, there's been a rot at the core that they have not been able to address. Liquid has degraded in ways that I don't think any of us even foresaw as possible.
Yeah, I mean, understandable that they would lean away from that Dust 2 as well, because when they played against 3D Max earlier today, it didn't look too great. A lot of moments where players weren't able to sort of slink off each other. I did actually feel as though again, it's just this lack of cohesion that exists on Liquid. Where once upon a time you could have criticized them for maybe having too many cooks in the kitchen, too many players that thought themselves maybe the win conditioner had to be the X factor or do something extra to win these rounds. Now sometimes I get this impression that fire is gone out, and you have players that actually know they need to do more, just simply failed to do so. So it is a trying time for Liquid right now, especially with them hoping to ramp into the major. Making a lower bracket run here would definitely be a good place to start. They face off against the MongolZ. Opening map in this series is Mirage. We're fighting for our lives here in Group B, with Team Liquid starting on the T side.
And it's hard not to talk about the elephant in the room. Well, maybe it's a loom as well. He's been spinning away a little bit. The room for Liquid Ultimate has not been having the best of forms as far as the non-IGL is concerned. Lowest rater on the team. You compare that to MongolZ, who've been heavily propped up by 9-10 and his performances. It's a clear-cut contrast coming into Mirage. But in this pistol round, hopefully it's going to be more about MOUZ in other ways. MouZ comes in from behind. Dually is good for one. And while Cobra pushes them back away from A, it's Ultimate coming in through connector, looking for space, but nothing to find as MouZ's picking up two. Ultimate, two of his own, but it looks a whole lot less impressive when he doesn't have the bomb and doesn't have an idea of where these last two players are. He needs the full ace clutch. And if there's ever a way to start out strong, that would be it. Murder Hole is still locked through, so if he was to break it, would end up giving out information to the CT side. It's not undoable. MouZ is low, and Techno is really the main threat you have to deal with. But right now, Ultimate has boxed himself into stairs. By getting information, they no longer have reason to peek. Techno keeps on threatening with the shadow, while there's been a full reposition, but this is certainly possible. Ultimate already with 4. The picture-perfect kill under Techno lines him up for what should be a round win, but MouZ will not allow his 2 HP to stand in the way of Mongolian destiny. A pistol round barely squeaked out.
Oh my goodness, I mean, that one hung by a thread. Really nice effort there from Ultimate. Talk about him as a player that receives a lot of critique here for Liquid, but almost clutched things back for them in that pistol round. I mean, the shots he hit were extremely important, but MouZ got the MongolZ into a winning position. He just wins that much harder, 2 HP or not. Wouldn't have think he would be tasked with clutching back for the MongolZ, but the MongolZ are probably just satisfied that it's looking like MouZ might get off to a hot start. That can be, and it's something we've talked about between each other, is just sometimes the MongolZ are a little reliant on the firepower to show up, but yeah, getting it all to happen at the same time, or even get 2 or 3 pieces to really feel in form, can be a difficulty.
That's the freest kill Cobra's ever gotten.
Yeah, this little sound bait that MOUZ tried to do inside of the B apartments while they took mid control hasn't really worked out. That's a solid kill for TYLOO to have found. But it'll be incredibly short-lived. Can't even get his hands on that MP9 inside of window, and it will be a dropping Cobra into Elige to finish off the 3K.
First gun round should be coming out now for Liquid, and hopefully they have the game plan to try and deal with what is going to be a lot of bonus buys out from the MongolZ, unless they choose to upgrade, which is unlikely. AWB does come out from 9-10 at the very least. I'm looking forward to seeing how he wants to put that to use.
Of course, having to play their second best of 3. Liquid shouldn't have too many extra plans here for the MongolZ game, but expect the MongolZ to be disruptive in any way they can. 9-10 starting the affair. MouZ incendiary down at the right time, and while he gets isolated, this has chewed down another as they try to make their way up ramped. A double kill here for the in-game leader of the MongolZ. And it's a pretty non-starter opening gun round here for Liquid.
And Blitz was one of the big missing pieces yesterday out versus bait, right? Especially when you look out towards that Ancient just didn't have the impact that you really wanted to see from him to help them close it out. And 2, it's how bait was even able to take it to a 3rd map. And if Blitz is coming alive with a little bit more to offer, well, that's great for the MongolZ. They're still hunting down Naf. It's an important weapon to try and take out, but risking more than 3 of their own would be a bit foolhardy.
Yeah, they are likely to just restrain themselves on top of that package, restrict the routes that Naf can move in for an attempt at this clutch. He's still drifting towards the site, but yeah, just making sure there's no one hanging around too nearby. Blitz was so quick on his flank. So they will allow the save. Naf will actually deploy a smoke just to try and create a further perimeter, but no one's that interested in hounding him down.
This does cause some awkwardness in Liquid's economy. They're going to end up buying at least a couple of weapons around this, or maybe a Skevelars, to see if they can run the Gladiator like you said yesterday. Switch and swap those AKs.
Yeah, they'll half buy around this. That was that opening pick for 9-10. And then just kind of a segmented A attack. Only 2 players coming up the ramp, but the back player dies so quickly that it's essentially a 1v2 on the site.
How do they want to use Nap over here? Another push down underpass. Blitz is putting a lot of focus out on underpass early on into this game, and as Elite will be climbing up quickly up to short, Blitz will be spotted out and taken down. Elite's quick to adjust back in, but while Techno picks up one, 9-10 is honed in, ready and waiting for these peaks to come through. Re-peeking out into the AK is where the real risk lies, but Elite seems to be the one handling them a little bit too easily. Brings it back to a 2 versus 2, and as he closes the distance, picks up the AK, it's another kill for Elite, taking matters into his own hand. Mazinho alone, pushing through the smoke, will not be able to get the adjustment. The GOAT of North America still lives.
Yeah, I mean, huge round from Elige. To think that that AK gets so much mileage, he gets so much distance just with that opening attempt up through short, catching Blitz in the underpass, scaling in towards that B-bomb site, had players in the apartments ready to spring into action. They get stopped by 9-10, and if not for his constant pressure, it doesn't force this extra swing by 9-10 into the apartments. And then Elige just tying the bow on the round as well. There's been a lot of talk around Elige and his struggles in this iteration of Liquid. But when you can deliver moments like that against a team like the Mongols, that is big. Naf starting the affair off early with a kill towards the Palace position. Blitz chancing the smoke and connector, and so it's back to a 4-on-4. There's good positioning here for Team Liquid. They can use this deep con position via MOUZ just to cause some interference, make it harder to read. Ultimate's looking to link up towards an A play, but they've got a couple deeply inserted spots, either via MOUZ or Elige inside of ladder.
Ultimate or NAF are not in positions to make plays for themselves at all. Ultimate's just trying to set up for MOUZ to find success, and as he will start to be...
Oh, what?
Given space, Elige peeks out and somehow wins that duel versus Cobra Zera. Coming back over to this A-bomb site, Mazinho has fallen, and Blitz will be pushed away, and this is something that we did actually see yesterday on Mirage from the Mongols. Mazinho didn't have the best CT side anchoring performance there either. Now, admittedly, it's early days, and Mongols even there did well. I think they ended the CT half 8-4 or something on those lines.
Yep, I think that's right.
But if Liquid have found weaknesses on this A side, I'd be interested to see them continue to exploit.
Good understanding, though, of what the reaction is typically for the Mongols. When they're down a man, they're the type of team that love looking for information and hunting in positions. Team Liquid just freeze. And even if Elige is supposed to die there, you know, the fight he wins on short against Cobra Zera is just not a fight he's supposed to, or a duel he's supposed to win. You know, these are the types of positions or spots that Liquid know can cause extra discomfort. They're expecting that reaction. They're able to punish the Mongols for simply not connecting to the head quite quick enough. Not a problem for Elige. So it's a little frantic here from the CT side of the Mongols. Losing to that half-buy saved AK. Now a spot where they get wrapped up in discomfort. They're shooting each other in spawn. Shuei in his series against 3D Max. A lot of very, very good calls and a very good read onto Blitz. I like to talk about that guy as the mastermind. Blitz is in his head.
Got to the top connector to try and prevent these players from coming back and recovering that weapon, but a boost up for Techno. He's really putting himself in harm's way right now. Has to be careful. Incendiary will follow him home. Gobrazero. He is a slim hope, but he is the last hope the Mongols have for defending out anything on this B site.
They're rotating. The Mongols have read this.
They'll have a good timing. But they still need a kill coming out from Gobrazero. It is absolutely vital. Techno comes through with one, will be traded immediately, and that makes this 5-7 a lonely threat, and that threat finds nothing. 9-10 at the back of the bomb site, and Mazinho's already hightailed it out with a M4 that Blitz dropped in connector. He doesn't want anything more to do with this round.
Yeah, that gets very, very scary there for Team Liquid. See how low a couple of those players are. Double Molotov into the both van and the balcony. And just all of that interference caused by Gobrazero actually almost allowed for Techno to sweep them up before they could break into the site properly. But as I was saying with Shuei before, it's not just about his calling. He was also fragging quite well against 3D Max. And a couple of key rounds. Even if that series ended up being a total nail-biter on the finish, you know, Team Liquid get bailed out by a few of these, not too dissimilar to their start here on Mirage, but low-buy rounds. Something Gravity was talking about in his exit interview. So Liquid bounce back. Get a little annoyed perhaps at the way this map started. Could have been ultimate clutch over a 2 HP Mazinho.
Yeah.
But just sometimes all you need is one hero AK, even if it's not the one you start the round with, as long as you've got one on the finish.
All you need is a hero. Liquid has plenty of those. It's all about you moving past their own kryptonites. Techno is not going to be a shiny green rock. That much I can tell you.
Oh, a little awkward on the timing there for Liquid. Seemed like they wanted to blow the con smoke, flash it as well, so they could take this fight over to Blitz inside of top connector. Naf is sliding out onto the A bomb site with the bomb on his back. He made a step, and so Mazinho can fully capitalize on that timing.
Bomb.
Man advantage here for the Mongols. That's the bomb dropped over by Sandwich. And only this connector presence available here for Liquid.
9-10 waits.
9-10 already. Yeah, he's already on the angle so strong, and they could have lined up, but ultimate last man standing. Should be a sitter. 3-piece here for 9-10. Picked off the first player ramp, if I'm not mistaken, but Naf kind of had to make a play when one side of that split gets dealt with so quickly.
MOUZ being taken down that early on over there was definitely not a part of the memo. I hope we get to see this one. Yeah, flashbang doesn't do anything over there to deter the AWP, and when MOUZ gets taken down, they have a choice. Either our two players in mid are just going to be slowly suffocated out, or we have to put the bomb at risk. There's nothing else about it.
Just a couple of missteps there from Naf, though. He makes two actually coming out from ramp. The first one, Mazinho didn't bite. The second one, he knew he was out in the open.
Well, speaking of Mazinho biting, he feels like he's been given a full meal over in the middle.
Those are the types of rounds I actually expected to see more from the Mongols at the very onset into the gun rounds. It's actually something I've just noted with Team Liquid, is that their default can feel a little flimsy. And Mirage is a great map where you can be extremely disruptive on defaulting. It's a lovely tag there from 9-10 called the leg of ultimate.
Liquid are feeling awfully dry As they move back to recover the bomb as well, Elise will give himself nesting ground into his old habitat, but this is a two-man play coming in through the apartments, only one of which is a rifle. Ultimate with the AWP, who has asked for MOUZ to come over and provide assistance, so at least they'll have a few more numbers to be added to the tally. But with 30 seconds on the clock, Cobra Zera's HE grenade could be incredibly strong as well to slow them down even further. Spots them out. That HE is going to be making its way over. Ultimate might be saying goodbye. Yes, he is. Mazinho, the kill over in middle does not matter. And it's a laser's picked apart by Techno as well. It's all enough, and he might just want to save this AWP. Indeed, he does. Backs off and away. Nothing to offer in the round.
Yeah, it was always going to be incredibly complicated if they wanted to try and win this. Naf may even die after time if he's not too careful. Just has to not swing anything and hope he doesn't get swung too hard. A little jump scare at the end. But that was always going to be difficult for Liquid. They get the mid control that served as a win condition in prior rounds, but they just don't get the pick with it. So the Mongols play within their bomb sites, and without the resources to properly execute into the sites, you know, they have a few flashes, a couple Molotovs, but they don't have any smokes to segment the site properly. They do have to just hope that they can find a pick and burst onto the scene. And they fail to get that first step to the equation. So exhausting a few too many resources. This time they're going to just hope that they can go with an exec right off of the gate, straight into that A play.
Mazinho is in a very difficult position for Ultimate to deal with. Smoke in the face. Ultimate doesn't have an HE grenade to try and pop it open over here either. This was supposed to be the main threat coming out into the round, and right now it is being neutralized by one $300 fake wall.
But maybe, just maybe, if Shuhei gets his pick at B, there's now going to be a third person coming over. Here for the Mongols, over on this B bomb site. Yeah, there is a weapon to be recovered.
A little bit further? Okay, he got it.
Yeah, he was just, I think he was maybe slightly concerned that it could be watched for, but
okay.
Sets that aside. Nice kill for Ultimate. That splits the map in half.
Azini's already put on a stopwatch though. As he comes in from behind, he's looking to trace out Ultimate. This is basically a 2 versus 1 on the B bomb site, but there is space for Shuhei to maneuver. M10 is the second player, but with Cobra getting the perfect timing. Ultimate spotted out now as well, has to fight for survival. Another critical shot being landed, but none of these shots will contribute to winning the round unless he actually does something with the AWP in the next.
Yes, another round, another saved ult. Yeah, they only came in with half of an investment here around that saved ult from the last time, so like you said, they will have money to buy in the following round, but you are hoping that Ultimate can have these contributions in rounds where it's not at the tail end of it. You know, 4 kills from the pistol round.
Yeah.
A couple kills here on the exit as well, but to see him more involved, because right now he's hitting shots. Just be nice if the round wasn't already over.
And it's times like this when normally you'd characterize a player like MOUZ. Hey, this is the guy who I'd like to make a play. This is the guy who I'd like to make a move on, right? In the same way where you used to say that about Nerds in the older Liquid. But somehow Liquid's never really been able to create that secondary playmaking opportunity away from your Elite, your Twist when he was on the team and whatnot as well. And you do wonder if maybe they can find a remedy to that problem right now, at least a band-aid, to get them one more round win, get them one step closer to potentially fighting for MongolZ's economy in a real way.
Also, this Liquid will know that this MongolZ is beatable. Played them extremely close in their last encounter at Blast Rotterdam. 13-10 and then an overtime victory for the Mongols. Still a clean sheet, but bleed. This gun round is just pedestrian. Weirdly less exciting than the round where they still had P250s. It's again an AWP that's isolated and alone.
I don't even blame Ultimate for this one.
No,
what are you supposed to do?
I don't know if I would have blamed him for really any of the rounds, really.
You're like, hey, maybe you're not a part of the pack, this, that. Nah, he's a part of the pack. The pack's just dead.
Yeah, that's a tough one to stomach.
25 seconds. The A side is free, but he's not going there. So I take it back. The B side is the opposite of free. It's super expensive. It's overpriced, some would say. Yeah, this isn't worth the bargain at all.
He would have just had to run and they would have known. So
is that a price tag or a phone number?
He's in trouble of getting pinched from both sides.
Well, another day, another 2 kills that Ultimate is wishing were at the start of a round, but it's not his fault that they're not.
And another AWP saved. 3 rounds in a row. AWP can carry forward.
James is watching this with tears in his eye. He's stealing strats right now.
Yeah, I don't... Is James even saving AWPs these days?
He's not, but hey, that's why I said tears. It's nostalgia. It's once upon a time.
Oh, PARIVISION's also not looking too hot.
And this is a good showing from the MongolZ already. I don't want to take anything away from them, right? Considering the shaky ground that they were standing on yesterday, it feels like they have found maybe some of their land legs again.
This is looking more comprehensive from the MongolZ, that's true. It's just... For Liquid,
Ultimate.
they've either won rounds or they really lost them. Being stripped out of their hands. Their grip not quite tight enough. Maybe another half-buy round will be what spurs them on.
You ever see a Deagle and think that probably should have been a Tech 9?
Oh my...
Because that's exactly how I feel right now. Leeds will get the 1-for-1 over there. 9-10 and Mazzinho have got to defend on this A-bomb set until Techno's able to rotate in. Mazzinho turns away from the flashbang, but he can't turn away from the bullet. Guess what? Naf, you don't have that ability either. Shuhei nearby will be able to creep through the smoke, get the headshot through, and bring it back to a 3-on-2. The problem is CobraZera slithering in the Serpent's grass. He will be able to come through from short. It's the bomb still on the ground, unable to be dialed in. Techno closes the distance. In Ultimate, the one round where last few seconds in a Duque would have mattered. Unfortunately, that's where he can't deliver.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a really tough spot to deal with. I mean, the bomb is out in the open. He knows there's a player from short that he has to worry about. Techno's on side of the site. This was kind of a crazy peek from Blitz. Decided to swing really wide. There were 2 players who to the opposite side of the window. But this 2K from Cobra was really what sealed the deal. Just when Team Liquid thought they might have found an in on that round. Was again stripped from their hands. Blitz is enjoying himself so much to the CT side, he's even AWPing.
Last round of the half. Liquid. Last chance for a little bit of an easier time going into their CT side. Let's boost it up. AW at the ready. Yeah, pushing forward over here is daring, but you know what? It works out. He will not be able to do much beyond that, but Cobra, at least from behind, will make sure it's a 4 versus 3. MongolZ keep numbers advantage. And now with Liquid completely split apart, they're looking at Elige. The only player with a chance of making something happen, but 9-10 is aware of Elige's tendencies. They're triangulating him down. They've left CobraZera to deal with the remaining B player, and they've said at least someone find the bald man.
And he reveals himself, comes through with a quick kill, and now he's going to have access open to the B-bomb site. You can see Cobra rotating back over to Snacks and short. He would rather be in a position where he can play off of Techno, and as Elise comes in from behind, it's a challenge with 9-10 that really matters. Ultimate, can he stay alive over here? Molotov in his hand. Techno will realize what's going on over here, but he doesn't actually choose to take a sideline into connector. 10 seconds left. 9-10 gets the critical kill, and as Ultimate moves forward, tries to plant the bomb. 9-10, remember, has already been traded. Ultimate can finally make this late round clutch something that seems doable, but Cobra Zera takes his head off before he has time to think.
Oh my goodness. Again, one of those moments where, yeah, he has an opportunity, but it's just simply stripped away. Cobra Zero playing spoiler into so many of these rounds. 12-5 from that youngster, and a pretty heartbreaking half from Team Liquid. Won 3 rounds in a row to jumpstart the engine, and then lost out the rest of the rounds in the half. Not for lack of trying, not for lack of getting close in a couple of them, but it's hard to say that the Mongols weren't ahead in man advantages or good positions in a lot of the rounds that the Mongols did convert. If not for that half-buy round, this could have been a real ugly half for Liquid if it wasn't ugly enough already.
Gosh, and now you look over towards the CT side where they've been struggling in firepower, if we're being frank about it. The only ray of hope you can hope for is maybe just, hey, Ultimate has hit good op shots, right? So put that weapon in his hands and then we can talk. But the problem between 3 versus 4 is it feels like that weapon might make its way into your hands a little bit too late, if at all.
Yeah, it's just simply as well hard to say that you can't have. I mean, you have to rely on the pistol to even get into a position where you can have that conversation of Ultimate having that AWP. Because the Mongols could just simply close things out. They'll have a gun round if they don't convert. It's also something about Navi's performance coach talking about wonderful and drinking salt water before his games, or salinated water. Well, people
it's
do
cool
like
that
creatine
esports
or
people are
electrolytes.
discovering electrolytes.
Yeah, the thing is you can get like electrolyte sachets, and I know a lot of teams do that. I know Vitality do that. I used to do it at home, even though I'm like not an athlete. It's just nice to have a source of electrolytes.
Yeah, pro tip to everyone, especially if you're traveling
routines.
a lot, you really need them because like planes destroy your electrolyte balances. They're really bad for you in that way.
Why is the plane using my electrolyte balance?
Because how else is it gonna fly, Michael?
Is that how that works?
Yeah, dude, they need electricity to fly. MOUZ is an interesting player as well, though, Michael, seeing him on my screen. And this is something where I think MOUZ has just been given this big elevation, right, coming out of the North American scene, coming out of MAT. And then he was put into a box that he really didn't feel like he could fill. He was supposed to be the Nico replacement on G2. And I mean, Soz talked about it as well. He said about how, hey, I think we might have given him too many responsibilities. I think maybe we might have crushed some of that development. I think we might have taken away some of that killer instinct in our,
sure,
in the speed in which we're trying to put him into the shoes of, frankly, the unfillable. There is no other Nico.
Yeah, I mean, there's just not a lot of players that also want that responsibility that has Nico type roles or aim or, the flair, really.
Yeah.
So sometimes there's only one of that type of player. But I agree. It's nice to see MOUZ playing because he wasn't until today. So I'm sure Liquid are happy to have him in their presence. They should also hope they can rely on him to turn the other cheek on the CT side because he's currently 2-11.
Elise doesn't have a head right now, and right now, well, it's on the ground rolling away. Techno and Cobra Zero with cleaner entries than you've ever seen. This is a janitorial service over on this B-bomb site. Ignore the red splatters on the floor. That's just detergent. Ultimate and MOUZ coming over, the inspection crew, and They don't feel the happiest. MOUZ just take down one of the contractors, looking for a little bit more. Swinging out wide will leave CobraZera and Blitz low. Let's not forget, this is not impossible. Ultimate comes through with another chance. Pull out a pistol clutch. It's a one-on-one. And this time he gets it done. Redemption for that first round. And Liquid, they at least get a leg to stand on.
Another pistol round, another ultimate 4K. But like you said, this time he shines and pulls through on the clutch. 1v2 and caught in a crossfire. But sometimes all you need is a little belief and dualies in hand. Blitz missed a whole lot of shots. Was even trying to harass, I think, MOUZ at the start of the post plant. From that van position, small crack angle, you can see into window. Not great for pistol rounds. But ultimate is. This is where Liquid fans simply pray they don't lose to the Force Spy.
Liquid fans have been simply praying for a while. I don't know if God has chosen not to answer them for now. It seems a little bit troublesome. Ultimate already dinked down to 44. He's lucky that's only Tech 9. And nothing more.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid are down that man. I mean, with the kill into window so early, Mongols know that that will kind of segment the players between the bomb sites. So they're just grouping, collecting, and hoping to hit B.
It's last second to window smoke out, and now it's trying to rush down onto the site. Naf hoping to divert attention away. Naf comes through with two big ones, and as it leaves, now reveals he's out of magazine space. There's also ultimate and MOUZ who are out of life, completely mowed down. CobraZera continues to perform 16 and 6, and with the leads now finally with that fresh mag, he's just going to be casualty number 4. CobraZera doesn't care about your goddamn pistol rounds.
He's styling on him. I mean, 17 and 6 for 4K in this round. Dinked up ultimate from long range earlier on in the round. And then this play into market is just devastating. Recovery on that open, finishing off the job. I told you the fans were hoping they wouldn't lose to that. And lo and behold, they have. Man like CobraZera. He's had his role swapped around a couple of times, kind of event to event, especially on maps like Mirage. I think it's been the most noticeable. Blitz has tried to step away from being this entry space-taking in-game leader. That's why people will look at his stats and go, wow, people think this guy's a fragging in-game leader? Well, he's actually trying to shift the conversation a little bit to his actual stars. But Cobra's sometimes felt a little off-tempo, maybe not finding his fit into what he can provide for the Mongols.
Ultimate just jump spotted into 3 players. Flashes overhead, he doesn't know what to do. He's calling for reinforcements. Please, somebody help me. And Elise does oblige. Naf comes in to steal away the kill. And Ultimate, who's looking for the AK, picks it up. Now with the chance to defend. Mongols have already lost 3. Liquid give back as good as they get. And it feels like they're getting frisky over on this B bomb site 9-10. We'll also end up conceding the AWP. This is a ton of weapons taken forward off of this Force Spy, rather even, Force Spy win from Team Liquid.
Yep, it's a back and forth to start things off. Pistol for Liquid, Force Spy for the Mongols, and a Force Spy right back for Liquid. They're back. And back at it again. Great shots by Naf, providing that support at distance, because Ultimate was in a pickle. He jump spotted 3, but he didn't actually have players that could make that fast rotation. They were too busy trying to deal with that middle presence. Quick responder. And he answered that call. Ultimate, once again, jump spotting. And seeing Blitz inside of the underpass, but It's a fairly vacant mid-control from the Mongols. They just plant Mizinho top middle. And they look to reset the round.
MOUZ is looking for information. He's got Shui by his side. Clearing out A main right now is a good move, but going further is opening themselves up to risk. Now, there's no one on the other side, but I'm surprised that they're exposing themselves this much because now Cobra Zera lies in wait. The Deagle avoided. Elijah's been called back over to the A site to try and provide assistance. So if they want to have these two players over in Palace circle back and come in from behind, well, that's not going to be an option. Blitz's AK-47 is supposed to be coming in with a quick kill, but continuing to spray is not going to work. It gives space for 910 to frag in and frag out, but Mizinho now left in a 1-on-3 with barely any time. Moves past the flames, but there's still the fire to deal with on the A site. That is MOUZ hidden away behind default box. Waiting and looking for a peek, but with ultimate covering off, the cross information is given over. Shuhei is insurance scheme. And he's finally struck through 3 and 13, but he's happy to collect wherever he can.
Yeah, I guess Liquid are back, because now they reset the economy here for the Mongols. Don't have to worry about another force buy. A chance to bridge the gap. And a chance for Ultimate to show us what he's made of on that AWP. I would say the opportunities have been fairly limited so far in the second half. Shuhei assertive on the mid-control. Deep nade. Jumps to cont following nade from Ultimate. No one on the receiving end really here for the Mongols. Unlosable round here for Liquid.
I still don't say
full
that.
Glocks. No flashes, no util, no nothing. Not even a P250.
Unlosable round here for Liquid, guys, please.
It's a 1-for-1 exchange against Glocks. M4 recovered now here for Blitz. 3 looking to fight from top con.
Shuhei takes a dink over here as well, but they will be able to calm things down. Cobra Zera comes in from behind and he snuck through and past. It's a real threat for Naflight. This is a headshot angle. You do not want to contest them with this. God, if Cobra had a Tech 9, this would have been a very different story, but that's not the case. 910 will just be moving back with the M4. He does have the bomb, so in a strange world where he's able to get the jump onto Ultimate, maybe he could have gotten the plant, but instead looks for the cross through. No one is watching short for now. There is a timing where he creeps all the way in. Now he's been spotted though. And with his reveal, 15 seconds, Naf hidden away. He's got nothing to do other than just try and deny this bomb. And, well, planted or not, 910 will be taken down. Decent damage,
yeah.
But Naf staying alive does actually end up mattering a lot.
An unlosable round. Nicely handled by Liquid. Not nervous at all. Was anybody. Decent mileage out of those Glocks, though. I have to say, the Mongols did a fairly good job of causing havoc. They just can't make it easy on themselves ever.
Yeah. It's something in sports that's very important, which is considered regulating your sort of how focused you are even in the downtime. That's what Liquid does. They make sure that they have to stay focused even in the anti-eco rounds.
Sure.
Yeah. That's why Ultimate can hit shots like that.
There's something to cortisol maxing, I suppose.
Well, that's certainly helpful.
Yeah, nice use of the... Well, that's... I don't know if we call that a bug or what, but it is a thing that exists. You can see just a pixel that turns a different color when a player passes by behind that smoke. MOUZ using that to great effect. Finds the kill. Techno does find one back. MOUZ and Shuhei, though, will clean up the mess here on this A-bomb site. 8th round here for Liquid. That gap now just becoming 2. The Mongols will be worried. They've only found 1 round, and that was the pistol on this T side.
Mongols have not come into this without investment. This is going to be a round where they're still certainly hoping to put a stop to Liquid's momentum. Because if anyone had told me this was the 9-3 half and then Liquid failed to convert on the pistol round, I would have said this game's already over.
Yeah, probably should have been.
Ultimate. Light might not be enough as MOUZ is being forced away. It's a good flashbang that allows CobraZero to trade, and now with the missed shot from Ultimate, it comes down to Shuhei. Elige finds 910 is on the lurk. And Blitz is just trying to make his way over, get a bomb plant, and Shuhei has a chance of lining this up, and with the incendiary that hasn't spread through, the bomb can be planted. Blitz and CobraZero now just Blitz left alone. This is really nothing he can do over here beyond maybe find one more kill, and even that evades him. Elige and company swarm through, and when 910 gets taken down without finding any impact on the lurk, that round already had become more difficult.
Yeah, once again, the Mongols putting a lot of pressure there onto Liquid. They get a whole lot of room. They get the entry they need to. They get a plant in, which is going to further reinforce this buy. I mean, they would have had a buy regardless. They've been struggling so far on this T side, so already at that max loss bonus. But I wouldn't be too thrown off here if the Mongols actually tried to play a pacey gun round. See how much it creates this chaos here for Liquid that they have to be just constantly on their toes, and there have been some struggles in making sure they have the dexterity to do that. But this game is falling away from the Mongols. They see the pieces performing in those Team Liquid jerseys. Weird Molotov thrown by MouZ. Didn't land to the underpass and didn't land into connector either. So Ultimate is going to continue fighting from here.
Interesting. He just drops over his smoke so that Blitz can switch out positions with him. Feels a bit risque.
Yeah, was a little bit of a risk, but no one actually actively peeking anymore on Liquid side, so they get away with it.
Blitz is really asking for that lurk position over here. It sounds like this where he has to perform a waterfall output with his missed smoke on connector. This is going to be disastrous. They move forward. They're able to spot out MOUZ, but all they see is their death firing back. Shuhei. Another 1-for-1 leads it into a 2 versus 2, and the connector smoke being arrived will not matter all as much as you thought it might have. A flash from MouZ might still need to go through, but the Molotov he's recovered is really the important part of this. He can't drop down in time to deploy it, finally being given a bit more space. Nafla and company will be cordoned away, and with the molly spreading just deep enough to get the cross through, the bomb can be planted. Shu has been late to go on a rotate back into CT, so they're going to have to come in from connector as well. And what a shot from MouZ, ripping heads off, spotting elbow Shui. It's another one for MouZ coming through with a critical double. Liquid will not be allowed to equalize.
I can't believe he even risked that. MouZ caught the angle just as he was rotating away from the bomb site. He saw that there was a player inside of jungle, honed on that position, just staring at default. He went back for the fight, decimates Nafly, and then just continued to keep on swinging. I mean, it's a very brave, very bold move there from MouZ. Could have been round losing had he just died to Naf's AWP. But that's the bravado of the Mongols. That's the confidence you actually need out of MouZ as well. Sometimes this Mongols roster can shell up. MouZ can feel less impactful. Techno can struggle to get involved. And especially when they're trying to bed in a CobraZero that has had pretty good highs, but also some pretty bad lows as well. leading by example to think that Mouzinho is one of the veterans of this MongolZ roster now.
Don't call him that. He's too cute to be a veteran.
Yeah, he's also just, I mean, he's 18 years old, so.
Yeah.
Cobra Zero was one of the rare cases where they picked up a player and it wasn't actually just like the youngest player added to the team.
Yeah, the first time that Mara didn't find a player out of daycare.
Guys, trust me, we can mold this guy to something brilliant.
But he's 20 years old. How can you mold a 20-year-old? It's not possible.
He hasn't experienced enough life yet.
Bomb out in Palace for Cobra
Zero. MongolZ.
Yeah.
Dry spell over. And hopefully more to come. Money is teetering on the edge here for Liquid. They'd have another buy, perhaps, but it would have a shortfall or two.
Yeah, you're expecting to see an early save from them if they're not putting themselves into winning ways on time. Op is out towards the B bomb side and it's been left alone. They're considering playing 4 rifles over at A, which would be the right call for the situation they found themselves in. But right now, Cobra, who's been locked out of the bomb site, is going to be relying on this push through connector. It's 2 already into the site, and MOUZ is caught off guard. Nap traded away immediately as well. It's Shue who is the surprising equalizer, but Elite is able to contain. Finally, 910 makes his way over, and his impact has been a bit more limited over on this T side, but with the bomb in the ground, it needs to be boundless. No time left for him to move. Ultimate makes his way over, and in through jungle will shut him down. Elige, that extra man, that 4th rifle that MongolZ just weren't ready for.
Yeah, I mean, they got the rotates there in time. Ultimate was very far away from the rest of the gang while they're defending that A bomb site. But when it comes down to this 2-on-1, able to pick off the final piece. Cobra did really, really good, actually, to found these trade kills. Had to put himself at risk, given that he was the bomb carrier. But Elige just playing around that smoke at triple. Doing the Lord's work. 10th round here for Liquid. Ultimate starting off with an opening pick. So that's the A lurk in Techno dealt with. The map will shrink here for the MongolZ if they don't decide to reset and reinvestigate the A play.
Ultimate and Shue are hoping to collapse in on versus Mouzinho and 910 up ahead. But, I mean, Mouzinho being the first guy to take the peek with the bomb, and there's no flashes, no nothing to help out. This double up is just going to rip them to shreds. Blitz will just be moving back over, trying to ricochet his way to save.
This is exactly what you wanted to see. Ultimate was having... I mean, he wasn't having the most impact on T side because all the rounds were kind of blown up before he could really get involved with the AWP. But he was hitting shots when given the opportunity, and he's still hitting shots now that he has a chance to play out the CT rounds with that AWP. He's hitting the important ones. 3K here where nobody could even really fire back at him. He reacted quickly. 21-9. Is Roland from Poland. And it will be a tie game. The MongolZ in a set of dire straits. This T side has not been what they had hoped. I wish I just had a leaked team comm from a timeout from Mara, just to understand his vibe.
He does look very
a translator,
chill, but as well.
That's just kind of the Mongolian demeanor from what I've seen.
I don't know. We saw some boisterous boys over there.
Yeah, there are, but those types of people exist everywhere.
Yeah,
it's just about the overall percentages of.
Yeah, like shout out Jwoo, boisterous as hell.
Yeah, be chill, be chill.
Yeah. 11 aside, and Liquid are hoping this isn't going to be a football match as they're trying to sprint through to the finish line.
I mean, let's also not underplay this. This will feel like a choke for the Mongols.
Peeks out from balance. Michael takes down MOUZ immediately, and he's traded. But look at the chaos he's putting out under the CT side. 910 thinks he can move in. Wasn't ready for ultimate in CT, and Mazinho's the next to fall. This is not how dominoes are supposed to go down. He took down a CT player. Why are the dominoes going the other way?
This is after the Mara timeout as well. They get just picked apart around the map. Sure, Blitz gets the opener, but they're spread so thin, I think because they wanted to try and stress the defense, and Blitz is the only one that comes away with the kill that he aimed for. So let me repeat again. Let's not underplay this. 9-3 half for the Mongols. Pistol round taken in the second half. 10-3 was the scoreline.
Yeah, they lost the pistol, but they won the first one even better.
I'm sorry, it was 9-4. 10-4 was the scoreline.
Even better.
10-4. Yeah, 10-4 was the scoreline. And Liquid are the ones that reach map point first.
And remember, Liquid is the team that even their diehard fans think that, hey, this is a team that's probably going to have to shake things up a little bit after this season. MongolZ on the other side. Look, we can say they're betting in Cobra's Yard, this, the other. It's been a lot of betting. And Mazinho right now, he's been put to bed in the worst way possible. 5 versus 4 to start things off. Liquid in favor and in the right positions as well. MOUZ, now that he's switched over to anchoring this A site, has been so much more impactful, and that impact might not be needed. Ultimate and NAF, the double off, so have found their way into another kill apiece. Leave 910 and Blitz alone, fending off what seems to be an inevitable win on Mirage for Liquid.
Simple shot from NAF. And 910, this is an inevitability. NAF might not hit that one to follow, but he will get another chance at it. A 13-11 win here for Liquid. They have to go through the ringer. A comeback here on map 1 in the series. This was their selection. They opted for this Mirage, and it wasn't looking pretty for a while. But on that CT side, they rally behind an ultimate that's hitting shots, and just a squad that are swinging off of one another. They had to work extra hard on that CT side to kick things off, but once they broke the morale of the Mongols, they were leagues above them on their holds.
I can't remember exactly.
Will just be total heartbreak for Mongols.
Yeah, and I can't remember exactly what MOUZ ended up being at the end of the first half. I think it was something on the lines of 3-11 or something like that. He ends 17-17. The work he puts in anchoring this A bomb site cannot be understated. It felt like every time they're coming to his site, it's multi-kills on multi-kills. Mongols were continually shot out of that A site, and the amount of time he was buying for Liquid repeatedly, look at how good their rotations were. Look at how smooth those calls felt like they were. They could have 3 players in middle for 30 extra seconds because of how much faith they were able to put in that A anchor and whatnot. And listen, NAF on the other side, I don't want him to go unsung. Great performance every time they're trying to come through, but for me, I mean, Elite helps the show get to where it is, but Ultimate and MOUZ on the CT side were really the ones who steal it from me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure MOUZ was 2-11.
Yeah, there you go.
It is actually an insane comeback from him on an individual level, and yeah, it just always felt as though there was another player that was making a play or was able to contribute. There were a couple of close rounds in that second half. I do think the Mongols on their CT side probably had a better time of having, you know, clean rounds, good position overall. Team Liquid just came in clutch on a lot of their players and fought through some of the more tenuous positions that they maybe started that CT side out with. So, I mean, hats off to them, because this game on paper could have been over moving into that second half, but they really showed up in a big way.
Yeah, rallying the troops, and honestly, for a map that I was kind of surprised that they were picking coming into this one. For me, Mirage, I look at this and I say, yeah, I think Mongols should be taking it, but Mongols run into much the same issue as they did yesterday versus bait, which is a second half where they're getting very little done, and it does feel in some ways like more of a mental block rather than just an individual fragging one, right? I mean, we see Cobra having a couple of good rounds even in that second half. We see Mazinho obviously stealing that one round away or whatnot as well. Players are still performing on an individual level, but the idea that even after your timeouts and whatnot, like you said, you're just being picked apart, there was no mental support, there was no sort of wall to back yourself into while you're being beaten down by Liquid.
And this can be the critique of the Mongols on these T sides, is that yes, sometimes they do play default down to the 11th hour, you know, very spread attacks, very, you know, we're not playing shoulder to shoulder, not necessarily always playing in packs. And until the end, it just seemed like they were doing that, but maybe being a little bit more aggressive. And that was the alternate, you know, aside from setting up the mid control. Do we see an execution from the Mongols once? At least Liquid tried to do some execs and got battered. The Mongols almost always wanted to hinge off of picks or finding a timing and setting up inside of Palace around a smoke where there is a pixel that MOUZ can kind of spot you through. You know, those types of things have to be adapted to, and the Mongols failed to do that.
And look, Elige being the standout player over here makes complete sense, because that first half, frankly speaking, all 3 rounds that they won were kind of on his back, right? Like, this would have been pretty much like an 11-1 scoreline. We would not have seen the comeback from Liquid be even remotely possible if not for Elige. So great job to him. But come second half, for me, I mean, listen, it has to be MOUZ, it has to be Ultimate, one or the other. Sure. But regardless, the idea that Liquid have 3 separate players and Naf on 19 kills popping off, you've got 4 players coming alive and hitting shots. This is the Liquid that you don't get to see very often, and I'm worried about whether we get to see it again in that second map.
All I want to know is what they showed Elige during Media Day, because he looks like he's seen something right now. Maybe is this just the state of Liquid? But yeah, no, I don't disagree. I mean, this was always the problem. It's always been the critique as well of this Liquid roster, is that, you know, you have a lot of win conditions. You have a lot of players that can serve as those win conditions. It's just not necessarily always gelled well together. And we can't brush past the fact that T-side was a struggle. Sure, he was a massive catalyst in getting them involved on that in that T-side, just with the 4K that he got. But yeah, these other pieces have to be all online at the same time. That's where Liquid look their best, and they got that in the end on this comeback.
Sorry, I couldn't stop looking at Elise's eyes. It's just staring into my soul.
Into the soul.
It's so much difficulties for me. But hey, that's the same difficulties he was experiencing in that first half over there as well. Michael, coming up next, it's going to be Inferno. We're going to have more to talk about that in just a second. Mongols are picking into some of Liquid's comfort zone with this one, but more to discuss on that after a quick break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Joke like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
If I was to tell you that you have a choice to pick between, statistically speaking, your opponent's worst map or statistically speaking, your opponent's best map, I would generally go with the worst. MongolZ, however, have opted into an Inferno that Liquid have had a surprisingly good record on whenever it's being picked into them. Welcome back to CAC 2026. Liquid are up a map after winning Mirage. I'm T-Time, is Michael Yumi Cassidy. Michael, are MongolZ in trouble?
The MongolZ definitely are in trouble. They definitely should have probably won that Mirage. You know, they've had their struggles on T sides so far in this season, and to be honest, maybe over the past year, there's been critique levied at this roster for sometimes just playing a little too standard or too samey between games. But moving into that Inferno, this was the map that they started to their foray into international Counter-Strike with. It was a map they loved to pick a lot, and it's a map that they, I guess, continue to pick, even if it is against a Liquid that, yeah, have maybe a decent track record, but they got really tested by a 3D Max that didn't necessarily do the most outlandish plays on that map. I think Liquid were good to brush over 3D Max earlier on when they played them, but they relied on some pretty heroic moments. But the good news for Liquid is that those heroes are here and showed up on Mirage.
The bad news for the MongolZ over here, though, Michael, is that when you look over towards the CS Asia Championships and the entire team list, MongolZ are arguably supposed to be maybe even the second favorite team coming into this, third at worst. Instead, you're seeing them struggling against what, frankly speaking, has been a bit of a disappointment for the circuit more often than not. On Mirage, they should have closed, and now coming into an Inferno where we don't know what face we're going to see, MongolZ doesn't get away with, hey, but oh, this is like a rank 8 team in the world. This is still one of the best teams at this tournament. They are still absolutely a real contender to win the whole thing, or they should have been.
Yeah, and the critique for the MongolZ is often levied at them, usually when they're playing against the best teams in the world. Not a Liquid that are in, not necessarily free fall, but have been progressively kind of worse over time. This is a surprising position to be in. Liquid a map up by the skin of their teeth. Big comeback on Mirage, 13-11 finish.
You know, Cobra looks like he just went up 4 passport ratings in the past week.
Yeah, we had this happen yesterday.
Yeah. It's 2 players left on the A-bomb site. And it's Naf and Elige. Both of them had a very good performance into the CT side of Mirage.
It's a good gap being found here by the MongolZ. It's a 3-2 split between the A and, or rather the B and the A bomb sites. Elige out in the open and caught both players at A full very rapidly. And so the MongolZ take the A bomb site, no problems whatsoever. Contacting up long and catching the gap. Liquid have nothing to say or nothing to offer up, even on the retake. And just like that, the MongolZ are back.
There's that T-side round they've been asking for so long.
Yeah, I just wish it happened on Mirage.
I saw get picky about it. The one thing that we obviously haven't discussed too much about is also map number 3, right? And while we wait for Liquid to say goodbye in this round, Nuke will be the decider. And as much as I actually think Liquid have a chance of 8-2-0 this, I don't think they have much of a chance to 2-1 this. Inferno will be critical for Liquid, and they know it as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that Nuke, as in even against some of the best teams in the world on that map, MongolZ can make it very, very hectic, hard to read, incredibly awkward. And that's really what the MongolZ do best, is that they cause teams a lot of discomfort because they don't necessarily play the most on-meta Counter-Strike. They've got a few rounds that they like to dart in here or there to just keep teams on their toes, but their bread and butter is actually leveraging some of the player positions and player experience to make a play or two. And that Nuke is one of the best maps in the pool, really, to do exactly that.
Spots him out, but a jumping Mazinho will quickly deal with ultimate. Elite is good to trade, but unfortunately there's no more kills for him to find. MOUZ will also be traded away. The CTs being split up across the map will have to go their separate ways, but as Elite starts to rotate over to see if he can reunite with Shuhei, he leaves a very lonely Naf in A.
Yeah, a lot on Naf's plate. He's gonna limit his risk. Opting to chase things out towards long. Oh god, gets caught quick switching. Just as he gets exposed to a couple players, fallback flash, but leaves access to CT spawn. And so they're going to try and pinch back into the B bomb site, but they're out in the open. This truck is providing a lot of coverage, but they line up for Cobra. Bomb dropped inside of CT spawn. And while Cobra moves back to recover that, Naf will try and capitalize on the timing, but it's being covered for. And Cobra Zero will even dip back in for a third, a 3K from Cobra. That good form from Mirage, carrying forward in the early stages of Inferno.
Good to see.
Yeah, he's a player that can be a little up and down for the Mongols, getting him to be consistent. He has been seeing stable improvements, sort of event to event. Maybe we won't talk about the Astana stats. That's not really like an improvement, but
it's okay. Everyone has one of those. MOUZ? Well, that's a good shot to find. Techno thought that with a foot spotted, he'd be able to get a quick kill onto a pistol and nothing more. MOUZ came through with a bit of a body built up pistol, and with Liquid losing another, maybe it's time for MongolZ to reroute over to A, where only ultimate lies in wait.
Well, that's kind of unfortunate for him. Having to keep progressing inside the apartments. And so caught his back and then catches his head. So it's now just about loss mitigation here for the Mongols. Don't take too many extra casualties. Naf is left at the sandbags, and Cobra taps him out. Another 3K here for Cobra. This time against the Ecos, but given how quickly there was an advantage found here for Liquid, Mongols will just be glad it didn't result in any further deaths.
Well, certainly a possibility. God, somebody give that chicken a break. Maybe that is what I am. More goes up 3-0, but now Ultimate brings out the AWP, and this is where we get to see whether his form was temporary or series-wide. I think that might be the bigger question coming out of Mirage. It's still a map where he has had some good pop-ups on Inferno. He's no stranger to it.
What I'm most looking forward to is these proactive steps that Liquid will likely take on the CT side at some point. For now, it's playing with in-bomb sites, trying to find the right timing for counter-util over towards top banana. They'll re-block off that half wall and retake it. But that's when you've got MOUZ in his element, being aggressive from top banana. That can be where he really thrives, but challenging around the smoke, he just gets spammed. The Mongols will bounce off that.
And Shui is dead already as he tries to beat the smoke. And Lee is left alone, and he's not left for long. Swarming onto the B bomb side, Liquid feel like they have maybe forgotten what it felt like to be on Mirage and winning every CT round.
Yeah, they just get ran over. It's another 3K, this time a different person. First 3 kills of the map here for Techno. And he whipped over for a couple of kills, entering that B bomb site. First time challenging past that smoke. Of course, he got the spam onto MOUZ actually as the first proper kill, but breaking into B. Even got caught off by the player new box, but it didn't matter. Adjusted to the head very rapidly. So not the fine form that Liquid were hoping to carry into the second map. It was just a risk. Maybe I leave this one there for MOUZ. Now, there are other teams that, in similar conditions, would kind of play in a similar spot as well, but they maybe would have coupled it with a few flashes, an HE or something to really make it uncomfortable. And if they tank the HE, MOUZ gets away with a couple bullets downrange, maybe finishes off a frag and falls back. There isn't those added layers there for Liquid. But you can't use all the resources. As much as Counter-Strike is a tactical game, you carry so few, 4 nades each. Maybe a 5th one if you're being cheeky and dropping extras and spawn and have the extra money.
Yeah.
So not every play can be perfectly facilitated.
Liquid would really like to deal damage to the T-side economy over here, though, because this is getting to critical mass. If MongolZ wins a clean round here, they basically have money to buy for the rest of the half. Liquid will never have an easy round. And it's maybe difficult to set that as your objective when you're down 0-4 and you're supposed to be down 0-5 at the end of this.
Sometimes you just gotta set small goals to reach big ones. Get some kills first. Then we'll talk about rounds.
Yeah. And for Shuhei and Ultimate and Nav, get a kill has been kind of that smallest goal they can possibly set 0-3.
Set small goals.
Yeah. Flashbang to force Shuhei away. He will be nestling inside the site, but a 1-for-1 trade blitz with the HE to do the job will lead the MongolZ back over to that B-bomb site. Now listen, Nav is boosted up. This is a good position. This is the best you can hope for with that saved A4. They don't have a Molotov. They don't have anything of the sort. And he will find himself the initial kill. Has one more body to bait out. And with a flashbang to help, maybe MOUZ can get something done. Instead of all of those maybes materializing, it's Ultimate who comes in from the side, and CobraZero, who's completely forgotten about the existence of Banana, will be reminded from the quick fruity entry in from Ultimate. Now 2 versus 2. 910 is low. This is certainly doable, but 910 coming in from the back lines is the real problem. As soon as he peeks, Zinnia will give him information. 910's HP is a non-factor.
That is a beautiful reposition there from 910. He's the planter. And by throwing that flash to the opening to the B bomb site, he slinks in through that coffin smoke and just takes CT spawn control. Bit of a gamble that they were going to be doubled up in that position, flanking in from Banana. But without that, Mizinho was in a bit of a pickle playing from the back of the bomb site. Another MongolZ round, another 3K.
Fortunately for Liquid, though, they do at least deal some damage out to the MongolZ economy, so if you can start to make this the start of your campaign, then maybe there's something to do about it. MOUZ, that is fantastic! Instant double coming in through the smoke, refreshes out on his own utility, and while CobraZero might have a flash thrown to help him, it's Elise who's being given a kill for free, 5-on-2. Not only are Liquid likely to take away their first round, they're about to do it in style.
That's exactly what I wanted to see from Liquid. It's exactly what I tried to set up earlier on. Just deeper util, more forward play there for MOUZ, and he just has a field day at the top of Banana. Can be a really strong position from him. And really just good heads up from Elige to know that when they're down members, the MongolZ love walking smokes. Chance for more kills at B, but it won't be MOUZ that finds them. It'll Shuhei and Elige right behind him. For Liquid's first round, they just completely stop any early plans from the MongolZ from happening.
Exactly what I don't know if you saw this or not, but this is my first time seeing it in the HUD, or maybe I just missed it before. If the player has no extra magazines left, it pops us this like little red ammo thing next to their name. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, that is cool. I actually haven't noticed.
Yeah, MOUZ had that in the previous round.
It's already rare enough that players are actually running out of ammo, so...
Yeah. Never been a consideration I've had to think about before. Reinforcement on the A bomb site is well placed. Elysian Ultimate are supposed to be the 4 extra hands they need to keep MongolZ increasingly honest. But as much truth serum they might be trying to pump into their guns, it is still MongolZ who have bluffed them out and go back to B. And this could be a very good timing to hit.
Shui does have some counter utility he can throw. MOUZ playing from the second oranges. Have to time this right. Smoke just about fading. Shui will throw it out and lands right in the nick of time. MongolZ caught behind that incendiary, but Molotov down deep, but MOUZ has struck in from that second orange's position. Shui flying over the top of Coffins, traded immediately. And while Ultimate tries to pick them on the cross, no smoke into CT spawn to make the journey. Neither take a bullet. 3-on-3 for the post plant.
Elise is going to be off on his timing by the time the rest of the team is able to get involved. 910 is watching out. He does spot out one. It's a quick adjustment to the second, and with NAF going down, Elise can really only try and play containment. A Molotov out towards Coffins. And Elise knows that his job right now is to continue to deal damage. MongolZ should not be able to get anyone out to safety with the bomb radius as high as it is. And Ultimate watching out in for the CT cross through. Only one to survive will be Blitz. And he does well to keep the op.
Yeah, doing damage to that economy. You talked about it earlier, but the MongolZ were getting towards critical mass, I think is how you put it. And if they weren't taking casualties, continuing moving forward in these rounds, then they would just be able to continue buying. That's a little unfortunate for Ultimate. He was getting ready to set up for flashes and got caught without his ult ready to trade out 910, because if he had, they'd probably still play out that 2-on-2 for an actual retake.
Nice kill from Blitz to start off with a death on Ultimate. That AWP that he worked so hard to save, as well as MOUZ's life, are all going to be forfeit. And well, while you're at it, why not add a little bit of pepper spray into Shuei's eyes? Elige finds another instance of Muzinho trying to sneak out over into A. But with Shuhei low, let's have spotted him out. This feels like an impossible situation for him to be in. Molotov will chase him down and get the kill as well. 4 versus 2. And both sides feel like they're an easy bet to lie down and get some sleep in.
Well, Naf gets mollied out of position. Dodges the flashes, but switching out to the HG. Blitz is looking to take some room and space. They line up for the spray down, but he doesn't finish off the second frag. And it's Elige that looks to find a timing in from behind. 910 just going back to clear that one out, and he'll find the head that he needs to. Ult recovered. And a 7th round here for the MongolZ. Things are going swimmingly. Talk about a lack of T-side success coming away from map 1. It's pretty much all successes here on the MongolZ map pick.
And outside of the round where MOUZ just gets a double kill through the smoke, have Liquid found openings in any of them?
They found an opening kill via MOUZ against the SMGs in the second round.
All right.
That's the only one that I can remember.
All right, so yeah. Well,
I'd say the second kill there for Blitz is actually just so well crafted. They know there's that smoke down. Blitz blows it open with the HE, and it's timed perfectly with a flash thrown in support by Techno. Second player at Banana didn't stand a chance.
Liquid will be able to bring together a buy as a result of saving that loss in 9-10, where the AWP is hoping to put them through the test again. Techno brought down with a early boost from Elise, and as MOUZ continues to aggress forward, the pressure out from grenades will force MongolZ to cede ground. Now, it feels like Mazinho is the only player who can find a play to be made in this round in a 3 versus 5. Liquid will at least be able to eke out a bit more success.
Yeah, I thought they'd only get away with 1 kill there, but it's really positive they did. Another spam kill there for MOUZ. Just tracing that smoke that's thrown at his feet. And it's seeming like the win condition is get MOUZ a double kill from Banana. Yeah, they tanked a lot of retail damage. So they need to find that one opening pick, and it just kept on getting better for them. And that will continue that way. Ultimate dealing with Mazinho. Mazinho's not had a great deal of success in these lurks and through smokes, finding timings. But it'll be a clean sheet here for Team Liquid. Second round on the board. Once again, it's that aggressive Banana control that reaps rewards. That would be a fairly logical thing to think, okay, the only rounds that the MongolZ have lost have been when they've tried to go B. Yeah. Will they go away from it? No, they just nade stack the hell out of it, and Shuhei hits the deck. MOUZ only survivor on what was 2 that started alongside him over at Banana. They just steamroll through them with good utility. The MongolZ should just crack into this B bomb site. Ultimate spotted as that close rotate. But Liquid knows just as well as we do that this is a terrible position to find themselves in. And it should be a done round. What a call from the MongolZ to nade stack that.
They don't have a choice of saving here either. Mazinho's coming in from behind. And as long as this bomb can stay alive, I mean, Liquid are going to think, oh, the pressure's on the MongolZ to perform, but that's really not true. Ultimate's already dead. And now Nav suddenly realizes the world is closing in on him. Peeks out and forward, it's 8 on the board for the MongolZ. And Michael, listen, Michael, you know, you're not quite as traveled as me, you're not quite as cultured as me. You know, I've been to Mongolia 1 more time than you, I'll have you know. I think I've got a better understanding of them as a people than you, Michael.
Okay.
You're saying they need to dodge their problems. They think they need to kill their problems. It's a mentality difference, Michael. That's all there is to it. We have problem on B, blow it off.
Well, I was going to say, if Liquid decide to not play 3B, I wouldn't have blamed them. You know, a lot of teams would adapt or move away.
They did adapt.
Yeah, they did adapt, but they didn't move away. So they don't go aggressive top Banana this time here on the side of Liquid. They instead post ultimate up on the angle, hoping to punish. Blitz Jiggle.
A little jump scare.
Does spot it. That is a little spooky. This will be one of the many variations they would have seen from Liquid coming into today's game. So start to explore the brackets. Elise tucked in the cubby, behind a smoke, but Smokes are not walls. Could be a timing here for Elige.
He's certainly hoping so, but with all 5 players in brackets, surely someone's going to be watching out for him to push while Blitz goes into the site. Shuhei and Naf are setting up a great crossfire. Shuhei doubles up, and with Naf adding another to the tally, Elise now becomes that hidden Viper, allowed to strike through. 910 peeks back, outspots his body, and with that, it's a Molotov to dissuade. Knows it should still be a long rotation back, so it gives him time to reposition. And with the A4, that might be the weapon for the job, but he's not moved away from the bomb site. Elise certainly doesn't know that, but Elise speaking out from the perfect angle will find himself another freebie. Great hold from Shuhei and Naf, but it's a nice topping from Elise to bake up this cake.
Yeah, took his timing, and as soon as his teammates took contact inside the site, MOUZ is... he's just killed him for the defuse. We're playing for in-game MVPs. MOUZ might have stolen that one. But yes, this was a good crossfire. Good play off of one another. They kind of anticipate what's coming. They don't get caught off guard by the fact that Mongols are essentially contacting into the bomb site. That's what MOUZ was doing. Why didn't he just tell him to get off the defuse and pick up the kit?
Well,
maybe he did, and Ultimate just was like, nope, listen up, I'm gonna get the defuse, I'll pick it up afterwards. Does it actually matter the order of operations? Probably not. So, a little bit of a silly mistake. Doesn't have any direct consequences, fortunately enough for MOUZ. So it will be a full buy here for Team Liquid, hoping that they can eke out a 4th round. Mongols have Tech 9s. And a couple of players. Blitz and Mazinho down to those weapons. Cobra on a Galil. Alongside Techno. So only AK on the field is in 910's possession.
Liquid have players in the right position. It's a good read. And Elige is going to be in the exact same position, but they catch out Shuhei and Elige. You can have the numbers, but if they're on the ground, does it matter? MOUZ forced a double again. Nap hidden away behind the smoke, but he's got a flying Tech 9s coming out at him, and he's lost his teammate as well. 910 gets his own double kill, and that leaves Ultimate in a 1-on-2. Blitz with the Tech 9 is yet to recover a weapon, and in his process of trying to find one, he could have fallen, but Ultimate's over in apartments. 910 isn't ready for this, but neither is Ultimate. Really comes out, immediate reveal, and AK recovered. Blitz has not been able to do the same, so suddenly he's the one in a disadvantage. Bomb not planted out for him, and Ultimate knows that, which is why he doesn't think Blitz is going to be out in middle. But by the time this bomb starts ticking away, it becomes more and more of a factor. He's still not on it. Blitz is creeping all the way through, and Tech 9 or not, it doesn't matter at that range. Mongols will replicate their Mirage scoreline.
Oh my goodness. I mean, as if. They have 4 on A. Cobra gets a double kill out on long, and then even with MOUZ getting the 2 kills right back, dealing with one side of the split, they know that this is a 4A bomb site. Naf doing his damnedest from the pit. It's another big double kill from 910. I mean, this is just a circumstance that shouldn't have happened. They had the pieces in the right spot. They had the better weapons, but the Mongols just catch them by surprise. That's what makes the Mongols such a threat to every team in the circuit, is they can play a little unconventional. They play on timings, they group up, they play contact. It doesn't always work, but when it does, do you look like a fool? Small glimpses, small moments here for Liquid in this half, but not enough to mitigate the threats. And so they're going to have to make another comeback attempt. Another 9-3 deficit. They stare down. But more than likely, Lightning won't strike twice in the same series.
That's the thing about Lightning, Michael. You don't really know until you're suddenly really scared in the night, wondering why it's so loud outside. Liquid are known to cause some raucous noises. It could be crying or it could be celebration. And as they move on to this A-bomb site, 9-10 lies in wait. Well, that's absurd. 9-10 was fully blind for that one, and they've just ripped them to shreds. Still, Liquid gets a chance to fight back with their Molotov to help, but they've not got HP for this post plant. And they don't have the time that they normally would either. Blitz is flashing Techno forward. The dualies are out and about, but now they're on the ground, and Liquid, they might be able to fight back. Blitz in a headshot angle. Too many players to deal with. Can't get it done. Liquid, take away that pistol round.
I mean, extremely critical kill there from Shuhei, just as the smoke bloomed, caught, I think, a glimpse and dealt with that first player, making it and forcing it into this 1 versus 2 where Shuhei actually was able to play alongside ultimate inside of the site. I am surprised that Liquid were able to crack through the A plays so coughly, especially with Mozinho inside of the pit. Him dying to the Molotov was... I mean, just kind of unexpected. Shouldn't have probably happened. But that's the first piece of the puzzle here for Liquid. Now, as I said on Mirage, they just have to hope they don't get force bought. They failed that test on the first map.
Damn.
Hey, they still made the comeback, so in some weird way, I guess it worked out.
Alright guys, time to lose to the force buy so you can come back.
Yeah, if that's the price you pay.
Good kill for Unleash Divine. Cobra trades away with Nafly and also gets good control over the apartment's area. And with 9-10 striking through the smoke, they do lose a lot of life for those 2 kills, but they get a numbers advantage. Now, watch out for Techno. He's still going to be critical, and with 40 seconds left, the 5-7 seems all the more daunting. Cobra ducks down underneath the balcony. There's no Molotovs. There's not really a flashbang pathway over there to help you out over here either. And as Techno continues to jiggle, he's worried about what's coming over. Hides away. Cobra Zera finishes off what Techno's already started. They can't get out of the balcony. There's no way forward. Techno just seals him out of this A side completely.
3 on 4. 2 players you know for sure are low. One of them rotated away. Techno was fresh. But jumping out of the apartments does not really give you a fair run of the shop. Because they don't get an inch out. And they get decimated. I saw that brewing. I won't think it's a curious call, but lo and behold, Lightning does strike twice. Just we'll have to see if the comeback happens too. Team Liquid winning the second half pistol and then losing to the force buy. It's one part of the sacred ritual completed.
But the question is the rain dance scientifically provable, or is this just a man in his underwear outside saying ooga booga until someone sends him to jail?
All right, moving on. Team
MOUZ.
Liquid. MOUZ is down. This is a force buy back here from Liquid, and they're not getting much ground. Naf is also gone. Found the smoke. Techno rather will be taken down by a Tech9. And Ultimate's just covering for the flank because Mongols are hot on their heels, but it's a little unfortunate. Just gets a glimpse at Blitz, then he gets shot in the side of the head. Only kills this round coming through Elige.
He hears him coming in to check out for mid in case. Knows that there's a chance for a 1 versus 1. You really don't have a choice but to take it, and you will end up losing it out there. So Mongols do feel like they have avoided the fate of Mirage, and Inferno should be, on paper, a comfortable close.
Yeah, not looking like that comeback's going to start. Clocks, 2 HEs, and a Deagle. So Liquid bring into this, so the Mongols are likely to move to map points. HE's already thrown down range to Banana, getting very little damage. And they'll get bombarded by HE's back. 3 land on the head of MOUZ. That's for all the times he got kills through smoke on CT.
To be fair, he did get bombarded by nades on CT as well. I feel like you've already got your vengeance for it. This might be overdoing it just a little bit. Nice crack angle peek, but at least there's one better. And it is going to be a recovered AWP. Cobra has been given that responsibility, and as Techno waits for the eventual Goomba stomp that he was always going to be offered up, it's a clean win for the Mongols. Nuke seems inevitable at this point, and for Liquid, it's just about seeing if they can get a gun round out or 2 before they head over there.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about it being a difficult sell, as, you know, maybe Liquid could win at 2-0. I was kind of with you there. Inferno is pretty solid sometimes, but their nuke has been questionable, as is that HE.
More air pollution than damage.
Yeah, there's a lot of HEs that missed the mark, but a lot of tag damage has been done to Liquid, even in spite of that.
And that makes his B-bombs all the more difficult to get. Techno with the Farmers finding 2 big ones, and Blitz felt like he could follow up, but instead he's given up that B-bomb site. Double smoke out towards CT is certainly not going to help, but Cobra Zera can't trace anyone through the smoke. Incendiary picked up, and the Molotov also could have been used to try and prevent that bomb from being planted. Wouldn't have been deployed early enough. Mazzinho. Smoke out at the back of the bomb site, hoping to take away one of the clear-cut angles that should be there, but it's re-smoked out onto CT. That'll force the Mongols back, and where Liquid lose out 2 big ones, it's a return kill onto Blitz that gives them a 5th round.
Yeah, a bit of a mistake made by Blitz. I mean, he's caught quick switching, doesn't have his gun prepared for a fight that's just around the corner, and he's just a free kill. If he had his gun ready, at least give himself a fighting chance, but he was essentially a civilian that stood between them and the bomb site, so it's nicely done there from Liquid, capitalizing on that chance. Because the start of that top banana take wasn't going swimmingly. You know, half wall smoke, good flash from Blitz's support, Techno gets the double. The round really could have just disintegrated right before Liquid's eyes. But they spring at the opportunity, and so they keep themselves afloat. Cool boost. Hard shot to hit, but they'll tank the nade straight to the face. And Blitz will even stick around to see if he can land the shot, punished for that action.
Rotations from the Mongols do start to come through over here, but it's Cobra's HE that I'm particularly interested in. 9-10 goes down over towards the A bomb set, and that means Cobra's HE is no longer going to be a factor. Mazinho will have to push through the smoke old school, and where Techno's found one that could be the distraction they need, but Mazinho's been watched out for. Techno will have to figure it out on his own, and with a Molotov behind him, there is no way to get those kills. 1 versus 3 for CobraZera. He regrets having moved back, but the HE overhead, can it do enough? No! It bounces awkwardly, otherwise Ultimate could have been taken down just with that. And now he has to put forward, take the duels, and honestly, it's Shuhei who's put at risk now. He's worried, he's scared, he's waiting for Naf to come bail him out. There's no Naf coming, he has to do it himself.
Oh my goodness. I mean, they do themselves no favors. A really nervy finish to that round. Had the nade connected. I mean, Ultimate tried his best to sort of dodge things out, but it bought enough time that the smoke faded. And then, like you said, they were waiting, hoping that Naf could come in on that flank to just alleviate that pressure, because it stood between just one duel, really. For it being a terrible outing. H-Stream update. 12-9 in favor of M80 over MOUZ. That would be a massive upset.
MOUZ, of course, winning map number 1, but even losing a map to M80 is not what they want.
Yeah. I mean, I guess not too dissimilar to our stream. Yeah. Winning the first map in the series. Not many would have expected that. 9-10 getting a little lost while full blind inside of the apartments. Also not punished. So gets the incendiary and the smoke down. We can now opt to reposition.
Smoke out towards Divider. Giving space for Elise to lurk if he wants to, but this is more about giving him space to retreat. HE to pop open that smoke from 9-10 means that he might want to start rotating back over towards B, but there's a lot of utility available for B, and that could be, frankly speaking, fool's gold. That's a good grenade to start things off. Smoke gets thrown forward as well. They're going to need the incendiary behind it, but as MOUZ strikes the scale over and out from underneath it, there's flashes all over the shop. Elise finds the kill on the Blitz through that flash chaos, and where there's still a player alive in the background, it's Techno with an MP9. Shuhei going out for the bomb plant. Techno spams him away, will not finish off the kill. That certainly could have been one way to get back into the round. Instead, they're going to have to get out of it. Are they still thinking of the commitment? Of course not.
Nah, yeah, this should be a save. They don't have the utility to break into the bomb site. Usually you want a smoke for the mouth of B, incendiaries for the back of the bomb site. At a minimum, one of those sets and some flashes. Techno moving in for some extra damage. And does achieve some of that, but he'll lose his life in the process.
So Blitz
wasn't quite enough.
Blitz does something there that Shuhei actually did in the first half as well, which is they're obviously so confident in the utility being able to stop the B bomb site from being taken over that they sometimes, and very often, players on the B site will just be overrun in their process of trying to throw it when there's 30 seconds left, just trying to throw out all their util left. Shuhei did this in the first half where he had an incendiary and he threw it immediately out for smoke, as dissipating, relying fully on that rather than responding to the actual stimulus coming over with flashes and whatnot and using it in that way. Unfortunately for the MongolZ, that could have been a open and shut case. Techno stays alive over there as well.
Well, Blitz also full sent it through the CT smoke. So
yeah, that's certainly not helpful.
Not an uncommon reaction from Blitz. Seen him get away with that many times. Seen multi-kills from it as well. But this was one of those instances where he ended up empty-handed and actually, I think, caught by the myriad of flashes that were thrown by both CT and T players alike.
I have a feeling that smoke's not supposed to be there.
Pretty aesthetically pleasing, though.
It looks pretty good. But MOUZ right now doesn't care too much about appearances. He's fine with splashing paint and blood across the walls with the B-bombs.
Hey, listen, been a bit inconsistent from half to half or even map to map, really, but when we get our POVs of MOUZ on his fights, the aim is there. There's some days where it's maybe a little off or he's over-flicking or overcompensating. He's pretty dialed in. It's about creating the right conditions for that aim to be put on proper display.
MouZ's up to some tricky business. Really wants to find Naf on the lurk. Naf has often been annoying, and right now is going to be no different. He's already swept away. MouZ thinks he's given space for Blitz to start rotating, but with 30 seconds, they know this is going to be an inevitable hit to come through on this B-bomb side. 9-10 already with one. Techno hides away. There's no Molotovs ready to deploy. No way to flush Techno out of this position, but he actually pushes himself forward. Elise is able to get the better of him because of it. 9-10 gets one more, but it is a 2 versus 2. MouZ yet to reveal. But Ultimate's thinking about it. He's certainly thinking about it. He doesn't think long enough. Naf left alone. Everything to do. And a man associated with many clutches is going to have to come through for one more if he wants Liquid to have a chance over here. But as his ammo is running out, MongolZ will snuff him out. 13 found, and Liquid do well with the rounds they receive, but MongolZ are done giving it to them.
Yeah, I mean, a pretty open map for the MongolZ. Held a considerable lead, didn't fall too foul to the second half shenanigans, and this time they don't allow that Liquid comeback. On CT, they were put in some pretty poor positions, sometimes due to the aggression or the lack of awareness from... Honestly, to be honest, I think I would probably put most of that on Blitz, maybe just getting caught off guard and actually misplaying a few of his spots. But by and large, the MongolZ were the better side. Not too dissimilar to our starter Mirage. This time they just finished off the job on the second map, which does limit some of the chances, perhaps, of Liquid causing an upset and winning this series, trying to make this lower bracket run.
Gosh, that round was silly. I think one of the things that for Liquid they will feel a slight bit of disappointment from is that, and this isn't something you can bank on every time, unfortunately, we didn't get to see that Ultimate who's actually getting to be super involved with the AWP and whatnot. It's obviously a very different map, Mirage. There's a lot less utility that can push you into a corner. It does feel like sometimes that's where he can struggle, but having that extra mileage from Ultimate coming out in that first half would have been great. It felt like even the rounds that Liquid were winning, why are they winning them? Well, they're getting multi-kills out on Banana from MOUZ very often. They're getting pushes out from rifles, and I think there was one retake in the mix as well. Beyond that, not really any impact from the AWP, if I'm being honest.
They kind of just mitigated him. They just didn't go to his bomb sites very often. But one of the rounds where they actually started top Banana and Ultimate was CT with the AWP, looking at top Banana, he gets jiggled and they don't go B. They just, in that first half, yeah, they maybe should have tried to get Ultimate more involved over on those B fights, but it's so hectic with all the HEs, Molotovs, top Banana pressure that I don't know if that's really a conducive environment for an AWP to thrive. And yeah, when they did try and put him there, the MongolZ just didn't show up. So I wouldn't necessarily put that on Ultimate, but like you said, different map, less dynamic. Moving into a Nuke, an AWP can be kind of everywhere. We actually have some AWPers in the circuit that do fantastically on this map, and I've seen some good performances from Ultimate on Nuke as well. So maybe things could look up, but it's just not a map that Liquid have had a good track record on recently.
Yeah, it does feel like wherever we're talking about maybe some communication issues, maybe some poor rotations here or there as well. It definitely felt like on the CT side, Liquid more often than not were rotating to MongolZ's tune rather than actually finding an instrument of their own. If that continues on Nuke, that's a very difficult map to get anything done on if you're not getting a full handle over rotations continually. And for Liquid, look, the one good thing is MOUZ continues to do pretty well, right? CT side, we see multi-kills from him. T side as well, we see some sharp moments from him. And I do think that MOUZ and Elise are always going to be that key if you want to even have a chance of unlocking Nuke. But equally on the other hand, MouZ stepped up. Cobra Zera still pretty damn good. Techno's still looking pretty damn good, and Nuke's kind of a specialist map for him as well. 910's never been a question mark for us, I think, across this entire series. Mongols are going to make this a very tough nut to crack.
Yeah, I mean, they're poised to take this series now. They choked away the Mirage, and some of that is the tenacity of Liquid, but the Mongols know that this is one of those maps that they've had in the locker for quite some time, not too dissimilar to Inferno, Ancient, Inferno, Nuke. These are maps that they rely on very typically if they're going to try and punch up against tougher opposition. So they know that this is their series now to lose. They just have to make sure that they find those advantages. Liquid have to do some soul searching, as they've had to do some soul searching for most of this season, really. But digging deep and finding success at the CAC will be an important step on their road to the major, not too dissimilar to many of the teams entering in at stage 1, which is a harrowing place for a legacy organization like Liquid to be.
It's a harrowing place to be in an elimination match this early on as well, in the third map where you're not feeling the best about it. But can they get out of it and put Mongols into the ground? It'll be a hell of a story to tell. Let's see whether they have the pens to write it. Back in just a bit. See you guys on Nuke after a quick break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. I'm too dope like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Liquid have a rare chance to try and fight back against prior stereotypes, be it actually getting a win out on Nuke or winning out versus a top 10 team in a convincing fashion. It is going to be tough over here though. Welcome back to CAC 2026. MongolZ and Liquid find themselves tied 1-1. Liquid might have had their best bet of taking this series be a 2-0 fashion. Nuke seemed challenging. I'm TTime's Michael Yumi Cassidy and we're here to run you through the action.
Yeah, and we move into a Nuke that, yes, the win rates are not equal for either team. The Mongols have had a far greater amount of success on this map than Liquid, but that's not to say that it's been easy peasy. A lot of their wins are very, very tight, 13-11s, overtimes. Yeah. Even against bait yesterday when they were playing them in that upper bracket, also a very scrappy performance, one that they barely brought over the line in a 13-11 victory. So it's not without its faults. The Mongols are not impervious to an upset on this map, but when push comes to shove, they have been able to squeak through on these victories, and it's something that they know can be this extra playmaking opportunity for a lot of the pieces that have seen improvements. I think you brought it up yesterday that, you know, Cobra has seen improvements in terms of betting himself into this roster and finding his flow of combat, per se, on Nuke especially.
Now, if I was to create a pathway to success for Liquid, that would be Blitz, because I'll be honest, and I hate saying this, I think anyone knows I'm a bit of a fanboy for the Mongols and Blitz especially, but Blitz has been giving less than a stellar performance in this entire tournament, be it sometimes having some questionable reads coming through, be it sometimes just not getting individual impact after putting himself in big lurking positions and big lurking moments. When it comes to Nuke, either one of those things being taken away from the Mongols gives them a lot less weapons in the arsenal. There is a world where Liquid can win this out, Michael, but you have to completely outthink Blitz. You have to completely outplay Blitz, and in doing so, probably try and deal with the pressure that Techno tries to put on as well, because this Techno is a player who, especially on that CT side, can be that sort of secondary man when it comes to being a playmaker, when it comes to coming back with kills that they need and whatnot. Those are the two key players that I'd focus on if I was on Liquid.
Yeah, and Liquid, I mean, need a map 1 ultimate and a strong MOUZ and Elige performance. You know, those three are the effective win conditions. You know, NAF has kind of been out of the topic of conversation in that regard for a little bit of time, and maybe because of the inconsistencies of ultimate, we start to look at NAF a little bit more and think, okay, well, we need this guy to be that baseline level output player that Ultimate is kind of failing to be at times. But when Ultimate starts off the series red hot on that AWP, you're hoping that down the line, further in the series, he can kind of at least get another showing like that, because I wouldn't put Inferno on him. He wasn't on the right sides of the map. That's fine. But on Nuke, you have a lot of opportunity to make the right rotation, go for a couple of opening picks. That's the ultimate that Liquid are hoping to see.
That's a Liquid we're hoping to see over here as well. It's not like I want to see Mongols being able to walk away with a win without being challenged, right? Even fans of the Mongols should want to see them actually gear up and kit up going further into the event potentially, because this current look of the Mongols, this current look where they're not able to get more than a round versus bait after being up 8-4, where they're not able to close up Mirage versus Liquid after being up 9-3, 10-4 if you're including the 4-spike conversion as well. This is not the look of the Mongols that is going to win or even be in the finals of a CAC. We've seen the field, we already know some of the teams in the playoffs. Mongols has a pathway to that, but I don't know if they've put on the right shoes to even really start taking those steps yet, and that step up is going to be needed. For their credit, 910 continues to perform. He's still pretty good, and it's weird to me that he's considered the stability of this team, and once upon a time he was considered such a wild card, Michael.
Yeah, and we're kind of starting to almost get to a point where we're dismissing the Mongols as being one of the major threats within this tournament, because they still sit within this lower bracket and with their tournament life hanging on a thread here in the series against Liquid. Last map in the pool for this series, loser eliminated from the CS Asia Championships. Team Liquid starting T-side on Nuke. Outside crawl, smoke down, and with the flash that's thrown deep, they manage the cross on 4. There's a player already down. Naf lurking and loses his fight to Cobra. Techno inside of the vents gets flushed out, and the dualies end up empty-handed, but Blitz is hidden away in the lower site.
Blitz? Does he go completely overlooked? The bomb's being planted in a position where he doesn't have access to, but at least he could and should have gotten the kill immediately after. At least give space for CobraZera to potentially perform, but in a 1 versus 3 where he's got no options, he'll be shut down immediately. Techno staying alive there felt like a mandatory matter, and unfortunately for him, Elise just completely swings him clean.
Yeah, absolutely needed Blitz to find 2 kills on that lower side if they even wanted a chance to come back in on this retake. Well cleared out there from Elise. And Ultimate getting off to a solid start as well. 2 kills in that pistol round. All right, Liquid, don't lose to the Force Buy.
You're asking a lot from them.
It's happened twice already, so just don't lose to the Force Buy.
3rd time's the charm. Liquid are hoping that can ring true for them. It's an empty ramp room, and that's a good start, but the compromise on leaving ramp room empty does mean that Elite has to deal with 2 Blitz around and about. And Mazinho will trade 9-10. A big miss, as that could have been a weakened member for Mazinho to take advantage of. He's still on the lower bomb side, has asked for support. Techno, as always, first man rotating down under. He needs some good Beagle shots, and he's just not landing them. Opportunities aplenty, but none of his shots feeling like they had any wish to connect.
All right, perfect. Just how you want your T-side to start. Win the pistol, convert on the second. Found the open runway they needed to get themselves into a bomb site, and that's job done. Some extra resources being salvaged here by Techno on his save attempt. Picked up that scout on the lower side, and a smoke to boot. Want to put that pressure onto the Mongols. When they find a method of success, they're so good at hammering that and finding small tweaks. We saw that on Inferno. That banana area was hotly contested, but also largely won by the Mongols. If they know that these players can shut down positions individually very early into this game, then that kind of confidence can carry the Mongols through some of the tougher times ahead. Chance there for 9-10. Took a pot shot just as Elise was jump spotting out towards outside. So I know that scout is on field. A lot of bullets put through the wall of smokes, but not a single connection here for the Mongols. So Liquid are down towards those secret steps. The Mongols making a heavy rotation. 2 players already down. 9-10 in close proximity, still holding onto ramp. Oh, and the door's opened.
And the flames are in.
Know that there is some presence.
This could be a very fast 3-player setup over here on the B-bomb site. And Liquid are disjointed. This bomb is here, sure, but your lurking presences could become liabilities, and that's exactly what happens there. Shuhei taken down. And now as the smoke is deployed, Blitz waits for them to start pushing forward. He'll have access to another easy free kill, and where Mazinho's found one of his own, it's not the force buys they had to worry about, it's the eco.
I can't even say I'm surprised. Simply disappointed.
We need to teach you how to lie, Michael. Watch this. I'm surprised.
And disappointed.
And
that's a real kick in the teeth there for Liquid. Naf trying his best to save this weapon and will succeed in doing so. Dying after time would have obviously been sad. He has some floating cash, so would have been able to buy nonetheless, but having that extra weapon means Elige won't be totally shortchanged. And a timeout that's called immediately after that kerfuffle.
I don't know what you're saying to each other over there. I will add, I'm not the biggest fan of a 3-1-1 split when you're supposed to be going up against an eco, just generally speaking, but that was going to fail probably regardless, considering the great setup that the Mongols end up having over there anyway.
Yeah, they didn't make any, they weren't throwing any illusions or misdirection, really. Wall of smokes, outside presence, lower sight. Blitz spotted them on his jump peak out from the double doors, so got some confirmation on numbers. They knew it was a risk, and they still went with it.
3-May update. MOUZ are, of course, up 4-0 in that third map.
Let's hope Flashy talks some sense into them. Proper gun round here for the Mongols. So they've got that AWP in 9-10's possession. Cobra Zera dealt with fighting towards door. So that's a key kill there for Naf to punish.
Well, he doesn't look very comfortable on the ground at all. Blitz is relying on himself to find a multi-kill over here. It is going to be another secret hit for Liquid. And Blitz can either sway them away or just knock them down. He backs off. This is terrible
His timing is terrible.
Couldn't ask for better for Liquid. They will hear Blitz as well, and as they start to move away, Blitz has got no idea about how many players that could have been. Smoke or not, they could have been a player venturing through as well, but he'll move back to reinforce through ramp, and if he's closer to the A-bomb site, that's exactly what they need. Techno will be the primary defender. Mazinia from the back of the bomb site looks to be the late round guarantee. And with 20 seconds, 9-10 will stay around over in heaven. Shuhei, a backstab that could come true, but 9-10's already found the first. Naf out in the open, bomb on the ground. The flashbang had separated them, and 9-10 is feeling frisky over in heaven. Ultimate, last one standing, the only one able to get a kill on that onslaught. But my goodness, that was impeccable.
Yeah, we're busy thinking that this timing for Blitz is awful, but by him blocking in towards lower, they get funneled towards that top side. They don't want to brave the smoke, and they run right into the AWP of 9-10. Constantly aware of the fact he could get flanked from outside or ladder. Almost gets, I'm pretty sure he did get jump scared actually by Shuhei shooting up that ladder. But all the shots connect for 9-10. Down to pistols now are Liquid. Just a couple Deegs, the rest on Glocks. Not a lick of utility. This is in a great position to lap them up on outside. Actually revealing his position and throwing a nade in.
Maybe don't challenge them, Mazinio.
Okay, well, he's been scared off.
For the best. Cobra wants a flashbang or something to help him out, perhaps. And leaves nearby. Shadows enough to bait up the shots. Jump scare is going to be quickly prevented. Blitz is playing cover, and 5-on-2 is going to be the end of things. Cobra believes in a fair fight, and if he can't take his Kevlar off, well, he can make it a 1 versus 2 in some ways, speaking out repeatedly. 4 kills for him to get involved and get on the board properly.
Yeah, I do always love when those types of rounds occur, because you can see the Mongols are almost, they laugh at some of the awkwardness that they find themselves in. You know, Mazinho was a little uncomfortable in his position. Cobra also a little nervous about the drop from top main, but also being swung by the other side, even though he had a teammate right beside them. So they kind of laughed through the anxiety a bit. Oddly, the discomfort is where I see the most chuckles from the Mongols.
It's a nervous laughter in front of a principal.
Yeah,
that's what it feels like.
Hopefully just trying to get a smile out of Mara. Because when that guy's cheesing, usually the Mongols are winning.
Liquid are in a stalemate. They have no smokes left beyond one on Elige. And they don't have outside control. There's only one place for them to go, realistically speaking, that's the A bomb site. They're trying to substitute a wall of smokes with Molotovs out in critical places, in junctions, but this is putting all the more pressure onto Elige to try and make a move through. CobraZera is anticipating this push forward that is going to come out. He will spot them through. The timing's all bad, but Ultimate Fighting 2 is not on the cards. Unfortunately for him, no one else does. And where Shu is left alone, it's a 2-on-1. Mazinho swings wide, and he's winning that every day of the week.
Yeah, there weren't a lot of options there for Liquid. You highlighted it rightly so. Didn't have that deep position down towards lower. Didn't have the resources. They set themselves up for that A play, and they are relying on that double split from main, but they find the opening kills, but also Cobra's just in a spot. And with that extra reinforcements on that top side, he doesn't go cleared until it is far too late. All that chaos, it brewed, and it came to a tipping point. Ramp rush now here for Team Liquid. Here on the half buy, Tech9s are swarming, and Mazinho doing his best to keep himself alive. He's called for reinforcements. There's that vent drop rotate in from CobraZera. But they see that Liquid have called it to a pause. And so this is actually a pretty astute mid-round here from Team Liquid. That A-bomb site will feel very uncomfortable. They're doubled up Hell side on the Mongols. I mean, the main pressure point will be Techno.
Let's come to help. That Smokes doesn't feel like it's going to be doing the most, but at least it adds a little bit of cover for Techno. Comes in with 2. Blitz popping open the smoke himself. Shui on the ground because of it, and MOUZ can't relay that bomb over. 9-10 never shy of swinging out, not since he's had those big rounds, and Elige is feeling a little bit boxed in.
Yeah, that putt has never felt so small. He's getting spammed from all sides. It's like he's trying to dodge a coffin as swords are coming at him from all sides. He did not volunteer to take part in the magic show. Mongols on a hot streak. Lost the opening 2 rounds of this map and have now won 5 straight. All started with that saved scout in 5-7. Otherwise an eco round here for the Mongols. And then they've just simply not looked back. This is a fake towards outside, but Mazinho spots them just as they're trying to cross the gap and get close towards Mini. So they should be very aware this is likely to be an A-side split.
They've tried this before. Cobra's position different this time over, and Shui has successfully managed to get underneath them. 9-10 just has to make sure Elige doesn't take them down, and as he's now vacated heaven as well, this is so much pressure onto the A defenders. Shui is about to take down the hut player. There's no way of stopping him. He heard 9-10 backing away. That leaves CobraZera as the only player still alive. 9-10 has no access points available to the A side, and with CobraZera eliminated, It's a great round from Liquid, completely out-calling the MongolZ in this one.
And 910 will lose his AWP. They go out on the hunt for it, and they will retrieve it. Yeah, really nice call from Liquid. They throw that wall of smokes, even with Mizinho getting that information. There's no one actually that can move in to quickly react, and maybe even Liquid realizing that they got spotted, change their attentions to refocus towards getting that deep position towards Hell, and also investigating Garage. Because it was looking like a fairly linear decision. You know, get into the smoke in main, burst out, similar to what they had done before, just at a much earlier timing. Just by rerouting, Elite got his kill. And that extra patience, all while the Hell flank is brewing. Found more bodies to drop on that top site.
Nine10 is going for a play out towards lower, while Blitz himself is... Oh, that's a long-range spray duel that he's lost. Doesn't lose his life, but that's going to be Elise's job. Puts him down and away. Early loss, and 910 is hoping that he's the one who goes by unexpected. Elise does think about it, but 910's just too fast. What? Now peeks out and over beyond. MOUZ is on top of the hut. Ultimate gets another for free. I cannot say I understand that decision making, but Mizinho would like to at least have a conversation still about this round. He's just not given a chance to say very much.
What on earth is 910 thinking? Has someone made a call that's made him think that way? It looked like he thought outside was completely open. He got one kill and full sends it out from secret steps. That is considering how good of a game 910 has had so far this series, that is a crazy decision to make. I'm honestly a little stunned that that's how this round develops, because his pick out towards outside, that I think would have kind of stunned Liquid to a certain extent, but... And all these following peaks from the MongolZ were far from the best. Still, Liquid have broke past that streak 2 rounds in a row now. And they've got the MongolZ on the ropes. Might be that round behind, but funds have run low here for the CTs, and it's looking like this Team Liquid T side is going to muster together what they need from this attack.
Mizinho is about to be challenged. Incendiary deployed. Shui immediately taken off, and Mizinho didn't drop down. He can stick around. He's got 910 to give him company, and Liquid are certainly going to figure that out as well. The second they get the kill, they should know that if he's stuck around that long, they need to deal with an AWPer as well. 910, deep smoke out and backs away. He'll leave it up to Blitz, who's already down below the lower bomb site. Blitz has a good position. And for Liquid, who are already dwindling in numbers, clearing every angle out feels unlikely. And when they're lining up, Blitz should have gotten both. Not able to finish the kill on the ultimate means Liquid still has a chance, but it's the Snowball's chance in hell. How long can it stay frozen? Ultimate backing away. This round will very much be down to Elise, but if Ultimate can get a single kill and make it slightly easier, that's exactly what they're looking for. Single kill not found. Elise doesn't do the same either. It is 6 on the board for MongolZ. Right as they were at the whims of their economy, they're able to stabilize, and 3 alive means they're more than comfortable in the next round to buy.
Yeah, I mean, great opening kill from Mizinho over at ramp, and 910 actually continuing his good form even after a very weird decision in the round gone by. Makes it very uncomfortable to continue progressing down towards that lower site, and that should have been a double kill for Blitz. It probably shouldn't have even come down to an afterplant for Team Liquid, because Blitz being on that lower site so rapidly, hard to say that any team would have anticipated that. Liquid get close, but not close enough. Round back here for the Mongols. Spotted, going outside and pulling out the Molotov. 910 just simply peeks. And he'll keep on fighting out from the secret area. Cobra going 1 for 1 as Techno falls. And so it's a 3-on-4 right out of the gate here from Team Liquid.
Altman's had some decent moments, but he might be regretting that one a lot. Liquid need a bomb plot over here at the bare minimum. They've done so well to get to 4, but they really like to make it 5. And with Mazinho taken down, they certainly have that option. MOUZ covers off the back as well. Blitz left alone. And where he missed out on a double kill earlier on, MongolZ, who found their way into an early 4v3. I really felt like this should have been their round. Shuhei, drop, MOUZ around the corner. Can't get the peak either. He is stagger stepping into Blitz's crosshair. And Liquid now will have their own money stressed and tested.
That's just exactly what you want from Blitz in a moment like that. Just a total shift up. Mazinho being that last bastion on the A-bomb site, Blitz flanking ramp. Not his usual position. Hard to anticipate and pulls the wool right over the eyes of Liquid. They had a chance. We're often looking at a 5-round milestone really to hit on this T side. But Liquid may be stumped. So Mongols hold another significant half lead. Things will not look so pretty moving into the second, even if their T sides have not looked the sharpest. Individuals are showing up. Mazinho full flash and dealt with over at ramp. 910 on that rotate, but Molotov'd off. So this time he can't equalize the affair and make things uncomfortable. But Blitz is already down lower, doing damage and just running right at them. Cobra right behind him from Decon, and a double from Cobra is just what the doctor ordered. Ultimate last man standing, 1-on-3, but bomb all the way over at ramp.
This is why I say you have to deal with Blitz. That's the pain point you have to address on Nuke. Look at how dynamic he's been in these past 4 rounds. It's 8-4 for the Mongols as they shut down Ultimate. But we've just seen Blitz be early down to the lower bomb site, nestled behind the silo once. We've seen him being outside looking for aggressive peaks before that. We've seen him now coming back down into this lower bomb site area, but pushing closer to the ramp to fight into 4 players coming. And the round before, the 1v2, he only gets that because they're literally checking everything. They're checking Heavens, they're checking Mini, they're checking Squeaky.
Yeah.
Blitz is everywhere.
How do you anticipate someone that's not in the same spot? Really ever. Incredibly dynamic from the in-game leader. An 8-4 half is more than enough really for a CT effort. But it will ultimately come down to pistol rounds. Liquid have been good on them. They maybe not been so good up against the 4 spies and the rounds after, but they've been good on pistol rounds. The Mongols want a smooth sailing decider map to send Team Liquid packing away from the CS Asia Championships. A pistol round would go a long way. They had a 9-3 advantage moving into their T side of Mirage. They know how that one turned out. That was a Team Liquid victory in the end.
Yeah.
So you cannot rest on these laurels. No time to be complacent.
(910) primary threat taken down and out. Flash in their faces. Ultimate good for 1. Make it 2. Ultimate has been very good in the pistol rounds, but right now it's still 2 versus 2. Elige has to come through with a double kill, hopes for a triple. Always been an overachiever. And he's hoping to not be burnt out from a bit of a hair. Corpusera 1-on-2, certainly possible, but when he's missing that many bullets, nah.
Yeah, snap decision as well from Liquid, you know, not trying to play as isolated fights or make him have to worry about a crossfire just to pick up that bomb, because I was actually dropped still at the entrance to the ramp room. They couple together and they just continuously try and fight him just to do what they can to trade. Nice shots from Elise. He thinned the herd and finished off the job as well. So there's Team Liquid again, striking in with a pistol round. No force buy from the Mongols. So I'm not sure how good I'm feeling about them not going for the force buy. They've been pretty successful at them. Flash burst with the Glocks. Not sure about how much mileage this will get.
Well, MOUZ shouldn't have gotten that many kills, considering how blind he was. But hey, it's Glocks, so it's all good. Liquid will be able to get as much as humanly possible out of an anti-eco, just keeping all 5 players alive. Having MOUZ be a little bit more comfortable as well coming into the CT side. He's going to be a player to watch out for.
Yeah, Shui providing some support while MOUZ was full blind. Certainly helped. First player did make it out. Had a chance to kill MOUZ while he was vulnerable. Not quite as easy as that. I'm just thinking. A couple more flashes. A couple of Tech 9s. Maybe there was a way. But Team Liquid brushing that one aside. The Mongols now in with a full buy. Now eyes will be on Blitz. He can be kind of a make or break sometimes for Mongols on this T side. Some of the lurking positions he puts himself in. The kills he finds on that outer yard.
One-for-one trade, and Ultimate makes it 2. Good to see him getting involved. You talked about how Nuke's a map where you would really hope that Ultimate can have his own pop-off moments. And with an AWP or not, the mobility he has afforded is certainly something you cannot underestimate. Naf. Little jack-in-the-box moment to bring it back to a 4 versus 2. Mongols have said goodbye to their advantage pretty much as fast as they got it.
This is probably just one of those spots, unfortunately, where they just have to smoke and plant. They'll clear out the double doors, and MOUZ just tucking himself in. There's no one on this lower side. No one has a fast response. Snap is making his way on over, but he deals with Techno before that bomb even considers being punched in. This is a free plant, but a 1-on-4 that will be incredibly taxing for MOUZ to win.
Doors have been blown open. 3 players coming over from those stairs. MOUZ has a chance to look for a spray down. Nap is low, and with both players having utility in his hand, he could have swung by into Shui's aim, but it's still a 1-on-1 every time over, and eventually they're going to win one of them.
Yeah, with them both pulling util, I really did start to worry for Liquid there for just a moment. But Shui makes sure it doesn't get totally out of hand. First shot was nice from MOUZ, but hopefully they don't find themselves in too many 1v4s. I'm not expecting total miracles to happen for either squad. Ultimate had to kick off this series, almost had a 1vx of his own. He get everything off on Mirage. Nothing completely followed through on Ultimate, picking things up over towards Silo, but 2 players dart down the vents here on the Mongols. In fact, a 3rd will join them, and they're audible on that rotation. Nap trying to keep things under wraps, takes a dink and will get finished off by Blitz, but not before he gets another one dealt with on that vent play. Blitz now trapped inside of the bomb site, commits to that plant. And 910 will try and support out from Decon, but it's a tough shot to hit, and he will not connect. Ultimate gets another. And so this fast-paced vent dive here for the Mongols just gets the plant and a kill, but nothing further.
8-8, Mongols feeling the pressure, and they don't have too many timeouts left. 910 will be able to pull out the AWP right now, and you'd hope, with a lot of emphasis on the hope, and he can be a pathway forward for them. He had a very good T-side opping experience out versus bait earlier on. But even while that was going on, we talked about how, look, that's hard to replicate. On a map-to-map basis. MOUZ is getting aggressive. Over and out for the first, but Mazzini is quick to trade. He's going to be boxed in completely. Ultimate there to avenge. MOUZ and CobraZera is looking for action where Elite had created his own. Blitz does the same, and it's a 3 versus 2, but with Ultimate finding a flying Cobra, he reminds him that snakes are supposed to be on the ground.
Yeah, they weren't in a great position to pounce either. They got information on both players for just a flash. Just when CobraZera went for that jump, both Naf and Ultimate shot at him. Naf repositioning to Hut and perfectly played. Timing is great. Blitz on this low HP. Small gap in the smoke, and Naf goes investigating past it. One-on-one now here for Blitz. And 50 seconds on that clock. There is a lot of options for him.
Does Ultimate switch out of the AWP is my question. He's gone back over to Heaven. There's bodies nearby. Blitz has chosen to freeze. Ultimate might have to do the same. On paper, this is Blitz with experience. This is Blitz with a pedigree in these situations, but he doesn't have HP. He has to plant the bomb. He has every advantage working against him. A Molotov picked up, deployed, bomb's going to be planted, and the wide swing from Ultimate is all he needs. The easiest 1 versus 1 he's ever had, and a triple kill to give Team Liquid a lead they might not have thought they would live to see.
Yeah, beautifully played there from Ultimate. You know, Blitz is playing with the clock because he knows the longer he waits, the more nervous Ultimate should become over time. And he's just hoping that because of the fact they dealt with that topside player so quickly in the 1v2, that Ultimate might have hedged his bets, put himself into the vents or close to the door, somewhere where he can make that fast rotation between the 2 bomb sites. Ultimate just takes the gamble and sits inside of Heaven, makes sure that he can't get flanked. And then once he hears that Molotov, knows that it's time to move. So really nicely done, kept his cool. Hit some important shots, 3K from Ultimate. Still finding impact as soon as he got that ult in play on the CT side. And finding more success.
19 and 10, man. Ultimate's had one hell of a series, and well, he's not done yet.
You can tell he's dialed. He's rotating ramp too, so he'll be here on time to address this.
God, they can't even go. They go through the smoke. Ultimate gets taken down as a missed shot will be his undoing. Do they have a secondary line of defense? Naf alone underneath in the bomb site. We'll have to deal with Blitz coming over as well. Blitz is taken down. Shui's rotation is good. And Naf, he spotted out Mazzini, critical secondary entry as well. Shui has support coming through. MOUZ will not have made noise. They will allow this bomb to be planted, and as Techno will hear the door opened up, he's lucky that it's not a default plant. Never was going to be after Shui had already revealed position and gotten the kill in the way he had. 910 should now feel as if the onus shifts to him. Op in these post-plant anti-retake situations is supposed to be deadly for the T side. But CTs come with utility, they come with the smoke, they come with the flashes, but MouZ comes with the shots, and that's what matters more than all. 9-10 picks off another, and MongolZ will make their way into this T side with their first round, courtesy of a beautiful triple from MouZ.
Was not expecting this round to pan out this way. Smoke on ramp, Ultimate in the right position. He's been hitting shots. When he shot between the wickets, suddenly that lower bomb site became tested, but really nice understanding of the situation there from the MongolZ. For Naf to have made that rotation, not sure if they would have heard his retreat into that lower site, but they were very, very aware of that possibility, especially with Ultimate being that only man in defensive ramp. And once Naf was empty-handed, it became a very dire spot. Cobra, very aggressive over towards topside main, almost punishing the peak from Alige. Flash will keep him at bay. And as they cross, some damage done onto Blitz on his descent. These are not perfect jiggles here from Xue on the corner. But gets the spot, deploys the smoke, and blocks MongolZ from making more progress. A minute left. This won't feel that comfortable here for the MongolZ. That smoke will fade probably around that 40-second mark.
I'm watching out for Techno as well.
Pretty blind.
He's had a real rough game so far. 5-12, and he's going to be insurance of some forms. Not likely to be the first one to make contact over here, but should the MongolZ make their way over to the bomb site, you're going to need him to activate. Xue, however, good early pre-fire, doesn't get caught off or taken down, and with 30 seconds now, you're going to need activations all across the board. Blitz already taken apart. Xue well positioned. 9-10 trades, and it's always MouZ to keep it going. 9-10 right there in the mix with him. Maybe Techno not needed after all.
There's no way.
How is MouZ taking on the mantle of the necessary aggressor?
And just such important shots being hit by 9-10. Xue reacted as perfectly as he could have. Didn't take damage. Did some on the pre-fire. Forced them away. Repositioned. Ultimate got the first kill as they were trying to progress and chase Xue down. And then it all crumbles. Xue looks away from his potential fight at Decon. I'm not sure if he's looking at Ultimate and what he's doing, or if he's worried about the control side window. But he looks away, and MouZ sprung to action. He ran through fire and flames to find the entry they needed on B. And just as soon as Liquid had a lead, it stripped right back away from them. These shots from 9-10, pivotal.
Liquid doesn't have money. Legion MOUZ come out with the potential of being heroes, but MouZ's already taken over every cape that's left from the building. God, he's just a man right now. He is just the man, Michael. We talked about how in the absence of Senzus, MouZ has been forced into a position of reliability, but he has embraced that mantle.
He's stepped up. While the roster has tried to figure out firepower, output, positions, 9-10 has stepped into that limelight, but in terms of output and key moments, MouZ has been the guy to shoulder a lot of that responsibility. And he'll finish off a complete ace. There were 2 rifles brought into this round MouZ dealt with like a bounty hunter, both of them at the very start. And there wasn't a single point where Liquid could have found an advantageous frag or opening. Not when MouZ's out on the yard. This will be a little bit deflating here for Liquid. They know this is their last real chance, proper gun round. They lose this, the Mongols are at 12 and they'll be pushed into a force buy.
They were doing so well. If you took a photo of some of the rounds they've lost, showed me the position and say, yeah, that CT side probably going to take it away.
Said before this map even got started, the Mongols don't mind a close shave, a close scoreline, especially on Nuke. Even with the Liquid answering back here in the second half and bringing the scoreline close. There are a few monsters that have arisen. 910 finding heavy impact, but MouZ serving as a massive opener, and 910 will spring to life. Blown open at the center of the smoke. Ultimate is dealt with, and he's been a key factor on the defense.
Shuhei. Can he step into the shoes of Ultimate? He's been forced away. CobraZera hunting for a kill. Knows there's damage being dealt, and Shuhei taken down because of it. 5 on 3. Liquid's last hope lies in saving. Not in this round. It has to be overtime. That's the only way Liquid can stay alive in the CS Asia Championships 2026.
Yeah, this is not looking likely. The flank on ramp is going to come in at a timing before Elige can properly set himself up at that backside. Out in the open, Blitz will flub his lines, but there the comp comes in late. MouZ goes out swinging, looking the wrong direction. Cobra there to trade. Man advantage still held by the Mongols. This is a do-or-die moment here for Team Liquid. MOUZ needs this kill from ramp. Back to 2-on-2. This retake is on.
I thought they had to save over here. 910. Only one of these two who's been getting real numbers out on the board. Is there a kit nearby on the side? Doesn't feel like there is, and they're going to have to back off because of it. You understand
why.
That
might have been, I know, but it also might have been their best chance. Post plants were not ideal there for the Mongols either. Blitz was their best perimeter player, or Cobra rather was their best perimeter player left. In that after plan, they were trapped inside of the site. Playing shoulder to shoulder, Liquid don't even hazard the glance. Oh my god, that is a hell of a shot from Cobra.
Ultimate won't have the op in the next round. He has been their primary defender. Look at the numbers. Look at the numbers across Liquid. Ultimate's on 21 kills. The closest to him is Naf on 14. And Ultimate's going to try and get it done with a rifle. And he does find the one. Naf's right there with him. But when your highest production have been taken down by Techno, he's finally had that impact that we've been missing. Shuhei chases in from behind. MP9 or not, Techno is low. But MouZ, in the meanwhile, is outside. Techno taken down, back to a 3-on-3. MOUZ turns away, back into A. MouZ is ready and waiting for it. Molotov up into the heavens, and with Elige falling, Shuhei, who chased into the wilderness for Techno, will now come back in a 1 versus 3. Mongols are 1 kill away from eliminating Team Liquid over here. And for Liquid, who have fought hard, they have fought long, they had their chances, they get to hold their head up high in this series, but only so long as it takes for MongolZ to chop it right off and eliminate them. Second to last.
Yeah, you see the smile on the face of Mara there. He knows things got a little nervy, but the team that he knows can perform at this high level really showed up towards the end of that map. Whether it was 9-10 on these openers or these kills in the mid-round, or Mazinho just brutalizing through the defenses of Team Liquid, those stars started to shine. Cobra also having just a solid series throughout. They had the win conditions they needed. They just fumbled some of those moments earlier on in the series. Liquid did a really good job compared to where most people would have placed them coming into a matchup like this. But when the heat got turned up, they get vaporized by a MongolZ on a warpath.
And it's all nice and comforting to say it, but look at these 4 versus 3s. Look, they should have won this. Yeah, it's also, they should have won those, right? It's also just the fact of the matter that when you're a star-studded team, your reason for losing can't be, oh, well, we just got outshot on the entry path a couple of times over. For MongolZ, that's an insanely cool moment where Mazinho steps up to maybe 3 rounds in a row. For Liquid, it's a reminder of troubles that have been a constant companion in this long, arduous journey to, frankly speaking, a little bit lower than they started up with.
Yeah, and listen, people love to point fingers when it comes to Team Liquid, whether it's Elysian, the rough performances that he's had, sometimes Naf and some of the performances that he's had. More recently, the easier target for a lot of people is Ultimate, but he wasn't the problem in this series. From Mirage to, and Inferno, I'll give him a bit of a break because they weren't attacking his sites, but here on Nuke, he needed someone else to help him out because he was finding openers, he was finding multi-kills, he was positioning himself well, and still they fell short on that defense. It was going to be a comeback effort here for Team Liquid, but Ultimate was doing his damnedest to make sure that they were in positions where they could accomplish that comeback.
And, on the other side, you look out towards, oh, well, we're asking for step-ups from Blitz. We get that step-up from Blitz. We see Cobra staying constant. For the MongolZ, this is a team that has a constant 3, and then when you have a 4th pop off, that's going to be the difference maker in a close map where maybe not everything is working out for you. That's the kind of team that Liquid are supposed to be when you look at their numbers, but only one of them reared their heads right now, and it is the most unlikely if you are to listen to popular narratives. For Liquid, it's going to be another tough loss for them. I know that they've not really been having the sort of fanfare that they'd like around them, but this honestly might even have been the best I've seen them looking like in a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough position to be in because there's maybe some loss of confidence from internally in the roster or even externally as well. But yeah, this Liquid offered up more than I think most people would have anticipated coming into this tournament. They've been trying to see those improvements, and it's come in small glimpses, and it's a shame that it has to be trying to find the silver lining in a loss. But towards the end of this game, that MongolZ that we've really been itching for to enter this tournament as one of the favorites, it finally showed up, and that was just unfortunately too much for Liquid to handle.
Yeah, and for the MongolZ, there's still a journey to be taken. Their loss against bait is still going to be punishment that they might be feeling because they have to play up against the winner between PARIVISION and Lynn Vision. And I can let you know right now, they are going to need Mazinho to continue to perform in some of the fashion they did right now if they're to win that match out against potentially a PARIVISION if they do go forward. We have 2 of the top 3 seeds in the lower bracket finals or semifinals already in Group B. This is already going to be a pretty interesting CAC playoffs to whichever way it goes, and MongolZ are only hoping that they can make their way forward. And there, of course, that is going to be on the other stream. For now, we've still got to be asking Liquid a couple of questions. We're going to have them for the interview in just a second, Michael. And I do want to talk more about Liquid because of that very reason. It's just, we see MOUZ showing up. We see, we see a lead showing up over on Mirage in a lot of ways as well. Do we go back to having the leadership conversation around Liquid? Is this just a, hey, and I'm not saying IGL in particular, but is this just, hey, the management, the coaching, the IGL, just, is this the forever Liquid curse?
Unfortunately for them, they've tried many different things. They've tried to play individualistic. They've tried to play structured. They've tried to shift things around in responsibilities, but they need to find the right way moving forward.
And let's see,
could be a number of different changes.
And let's see what they have to say about that as well going out of this tournament.
So, Shui, you end up the losing streak versus 3D Max today, and then 1-2 against MongolZ. A tough loss, and throughout the whole day, it's been a long day. So, what's your feeling right now?
I have a lot of thoughts, but definitely this tournament was a changer for me. I saw a lot of positive things from the team. We changed the approach to this tournament. We've been trying out a lot of new things, and I think the 3D Max game showed it. We got their revenge on them. We couldn't close it out the last time, but we played really good. I'm super happy and proud of the team that they played this way against 3D Max. Against MongolZ, that was a much tougher opponent, and we couldn't close it out. We couldn't follow what we needed to do. However, kudos to them. They played really good as well. They deserved the win. So, yeah.
Thank you. 首先的话，就是今天对阵3D Max 的时候，我们成功完成了复仇，就很高兴我们打出了我们想要的东西，然后也很就是个人能力上面也完成了也成功完成了这次的复仇，然后蒙古的话是一个很强劲的敌人，然后这次的话没有能完成，就是对蒙古的这场胜利没有能坚持到最后，没有打出自己想要的东西，所以就是确实还是比较难过的。
那感谢舒宇的回答。随着马尔布斯的加入，队伍部分的角色位置上都有一些变化。你认为队伍的磨合还没达到最佳状态，是丢失本场比赛的原因吗
？So with MOUZ just joined in the lineup, are there any role changes? And do you think that the team's synergy is not yet at its best form? Is the main reason that you lost after today's loss?
Sorry, I didn't understand the question. MOUZ or?
MOUZ joins the lineup, and then is the team's synergy not in its best form? So.
MOUZ, okay. No, I don't think that it affected the team synergy. If anything, it actually helped a lot. Having a player like Mario, he's a very positive person. Having him around, it's very good. He plays for the team a lot. He's a very funny guy to be around, so I think if anything, the chemistry there definitely went up. Positive.
Thank you. 就是马尔布斯的加入的话，并没有说会影响整个团队的一些磨合的一些问题，因为马尔布斯是一个很好的选手，他也是一个很有趣的朋友。然后拥有马尔布斯的加入的话，也是对整个团队来说只有正向的一个收益，这样子。所以并不是原因之一。
那目前你的指挥风格跟这个教练 Flasher 他的一个战术体系，你们融合的还算不错吗
？So we wonder what's your opinion of your leading style? If it's fitting Flashy's system, coaching system well, or what's your opinion?
The coach and Nigel always are looking to work together, right? We're trying to find a vision that suits both of us. Sometimes it takes a lot more time and a lot more effort, and it takes a lot of sacrifices from both sides. But I think that's what leads the team to victories in terms of same vision.
Thank you. 教练和指挥的话，总会在一定程度上是希望找到都适合彼此的一个领导队伍的一个方式，然后可能会有一些磨合的时间，然后可能会有互相的一些牺牲，但是总的来说的话，还是想就是教练和指挥，然后达到一定程度上的同步，然后达到一定程度上的和谐共处啊，然后再带领这个队伍，然后走向更好的未来。
那距离科隆 Major 还有不到1个月的时间，你们接下来会有什么样的安排和计划呢
？So less than a month towards the Cologne Majors. So what's the plan on the team?
It's very little time for us until the Cologne Major. We have to trust what we have. There isn't a lot of time to change. And now, like I said, for this event and for the Cologne Major, we're changing our approach a little bit with certain stuff. I think there was some positive signs throughout this tournament shown by us. So we're going to continue working on that and trying to make it even better and have a lot more work done by Cologne.
Thank you. 距离科隆对我们来说，距离科隆 Major 已经没有太多时间了，因为要从第一阶段打起。然后我们有很多的工作要做，然后要做一些小修小补，然后在这个科隆 Major 之前，然后尽量的对队伍完成一些积极方面的修补。然后这个赛事的话，也是有很多可以看到很多积极的迹象，所以要回去好好复盘，然后去提高。
最后的话，对这个屏幕前支持你们的粉丝朋友们说些什么吧？
So, any words to the fans?
Thank you very much, everyone, for the support. People here and people at home, it means a lot. We see your messages. So, thank you very much, and we're going to do better for Cologne.
谢谢大家，然后谢谢所有的支持，然后你们的消息他都有看到，然后他们会为科隆然后做更好的准备。
感谢舒毅接受的采访，也期待他们在科隆 Major 上面有一个更好的精彩的表现发挥。那让我们稍事休息，待会儿见。
Say what you want about Team Liquid, they do give the best media training in the business, that's for sure. That being said, we're going to be saying goodbye to the Team Liquid side. MongolZ will be moving forward, but we have to find out who they face off against. On A stream, it will be Lynn Vision versus PARIVISION to find out the opponents for the Mongols to decide whether they can still qualify into the quarterfinals or not. And over here on the B stream, we're going to be coming back in about 20 minutes or so with TYLOO versus paiN. It is China versus Brazil all over again. Can TYLOO prevail? Let's find out after a break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta brag on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Guys, I've got some bad news. Mario missed his flight, and we're gonna have to play with Victor.
I guess I have to carry you, noobs.
Yes!
Nav, can you flash for me?
No problem.
But bro!
Let's go! Come on! Come on! 2 more! Yeah! 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 Guys, since we're gonna be playing the first day with Flashy, I expect you to show him absolute respect. Keep going. Yeah! Come on! 2 more! Yeah! Nice! Well played! Chica, meet your old friend and new teammate, Flashy. Do you want to say something?
I don't know what to say.
You can maybe fake a smile.
At the end of yesterday, TYLOO find themselves losing 2-0 to Legacy to be knocked down to the lower bracket, unable to make the playoffs. If that's all I told you, well, you'd say that's pretty expected. But what's interesting is how they lost to them. An incredibly tight series, but have they missed out their only opportunity to make the playoffs? I think is the big question on everyone's mind. Welcome back to CS Asian Championships 2026. I'm Tea Time with Michael Yumi Cassidy, and it's paiN who will hope to be the second Brazilian team to beat the Chinese Dragon here and now.
Yeah, I mean, problem will be for paiN is that TYLOO will have been heavily preparing for them coming into this series, regardless of whether or not they expected to play them. It was the only team they could properly prepare for. And so the veto should reflect that. I'm actually surprised TYLOO have decided to opt for the Mirage as the pick. It's not a map that's uncommon in their veto. They do like to pick it. But given that Overpass is another map that they like to slide into, I thought they would want to leverage that, considering that's been a pain point, actually, for that Brazilian roster.
I'm more surprised that paiN don't pick into Anubis, considering how well they just did versus BC.Game as well, right?
Yeah,
and they've gone for a Nuke, where TYLOO picks Nuke sometimes. TYLOO is really comfortable on this map. I mean, this could be and look, I'm just saying veto-wise, right? We'll break down players and everything, but this could be a really big mistake from paiN to pick into a Nuke. This basically gives TYLOO 3 different maps that they're fine first picking in a lot of ways in a Mirage Nuke overpass, Michael.
These are the 3 maps that they only pick. So yeah, I mean, they get every single map that they could want, I guess, in a veto like this. But that's where we will start to talk about player quality and the approaches. You know, paiN coming away from Atlanta, we tried to have this conversation surrounding them, is that they don't exactly do a great job on that T side, setting up players to have players blinded when they go in for frags. They actually often use it to get deep positions and make things uncomfortable. Not too dissimilar to what the MongolZ do, actually, a fair amount on their T side, but taken to the nth degree. So I am curious about this paiN and whether they've been able to refine their gameplay from that tournament coming into this one. You know, they looked pretty solid against BC.Game earlier on, and there were more moments that I had seen in maybe their past few outings where they actually did catch a lot of the key players caught in good utility. So there's points of refinement, but when I got to speak to BigUzera at that previous tournament, he's saying that, you know, and maybe this is just because he was in front of the team, but the players that they've picked up are the right fit. You know, he's been taking a step back, not too dissimilarly to Blitz, where he's not trying to be the heavy fragging in-game leader that spurs the charge. He brings in a Period Junior and a VSM that can be those aggressive riflers, but they're so often left on their own and on an island playing extremities, on lurks, trying to find timings, that there isn't a lot of setup for those guys to succeed. And so a lot of the successes of that paiN roster are hinged off of individual playmaking from those two sides.
I will say, though, that this paiN feels like such a different flavor as a fan, right? Because for me, paiN was a lineup I looked to be finding these either up-and-coming or just clear rising talent players and converting them into a stage where they're ready internationally, right? You're thinking of your NQZs, you're thinking of your Davidoses, you're thinking of the kind of players that generally BigUzera has gone for before. Now it feels more like, okay, I'm going to reuse old talent and I'm going to find a new layer to it. Period Junior has already been the flavor of the month. We already have had Safe be touted as the Opera of Brazil. We've already seen VSM talked through and through. But they have to now get it done with a different style of team building, and let's see whether they can do it over here on Mirage versus TYLOO, who have had a pretty good showing in this tournament so far.
Yeah, these rifling cores head-to-heads, it's going to be a brawl. I know that for sure. TYLOO have a lot of firepower, but so do paiN. And it will be a quick burst here from TYLOO on this T side. Nade lands on top of them, but an instant headshot there from MOUZ, and trying to cause some more havoc. They find every kill they need to in the B play. paiN end up empty-handed, damage done to MOUZ, but that's about the best thing that they could have asked for. Jamyoung, head taken clean off at the start. Snow, lovely shots here on the retake immediately, and MOUZ simply doesn't react, but Mercury is watching the flank, and so Snow has to come in clutch. A 1-on-2, a full ace clutch required from the baby-faced assassin here on paiN, but he's being toyed with. They're playing positions. G ring around the Rosie, and G will put a stop to the madness. TYLOO take the pistol to kick the series off.
All right, good to see that at least Snow, who's the last remaining piece of the OG paiN, or well, I say OG, but from last year's paiN, is still here to kick up some fuss about things. Even if it's just on the pistol round initially speaking, paiN will not be able to take that one away. TYLOO's clean entries still end up being too much to deal with.
Yeah, it's weird to think that Snow has become the right-hand man, you know, in terms of veterancy on the roster. He's the last piece that BigUzera will rely upon to make his own plays and understand the vision. When it didn't feel like that too long ago, we were talking about him being the rookie and the one that needed to adapt and overcome the difficulties of playing more structured anchor positions. Now there's other wild cards that are thrown in Pyria and VSM. These playmaking type players. You know, the paiN roster, through all the different changes they made, you know, trying out Davideus, TGT, looked like they were trying to get more experience so that the playoff woes for paiN wouldn't continue. That was the frequent issue. Lovely shot from Pyria to kick off this force buy. We just hope that those players come in warm to this series.
paiN have ended up concentrating both Snow and Safe out towards A. The Deagle scout combo can always be deadly, but Pyria has to come through and perform. VSM good for one, make it two, and this should be TYLOO saying goodbye to their chances of taking over the B bomb site. It might have been easy to find over there in the first round, but now that paiN have been able to pull together a force buy of their own, seems unlikely. Zero, newest addition to TYLOO, now has to be the one to step up and look for a quad, one better than what Snow had delivered required, but without any time to do it at all. Bomb was already on the ground. Zero has been told to back off and save the Galil, and for good reason.
Yeah, I mean, force buy working out here for paiN. That first kill from Pyria slowed down the tempo here for TYLOO. They wanted to go for fast mid control, probably link up on some kind of a B play or maybe springboard that into a workup con, but with Pyria finding all that early damage, it set up VSM rather well, playing from bench. And then 4 in hand, moving into that second round. A key difference maker. TYLOO get outshot. So it's a force right back here from the Chinese. Yeah, just finishing off my point. The playoff spots for paiN when they've got them in tournaments, you've seen players just go absolutely missing from all the different roster moves, all the different pieces. Often it would just be Biguzera alone in the playoffs. So he's hoping that this version of the roster can overcome those woes. Going for experienced pieces from the Brazilian region that have had to do a lot of, honestly, solo carrying on the teams that they've been on.
TYLOO will be coming through with an execute out towards the A bomb site. It's populated with a lot of numbers, but there's 11 MP9s in here as well, and as they swing around the corner, Biguzera is forced to defend Snow. It's Safe who actually pushes through the smoke, and it's into his own demise. 3 versus 2 with guns recovered. Suddenly, TYLOO feel like they have an advantage, but where's the escort for the bomb? Mercury's been the poorest one off the lot, and now the Pauper has to perform. Finding the bomb at least will be possible for them. TYLOO get themselves bare minimum, but in a round where this was a 3v2 with guns recovered, 2 players who were supposed to be peeking down into CT, they thought they would win this. VSM, Pyria, closing in, Mercury not really having the HP to make this even a question.
I mean, that honestly looked like TYLOO are going to take that round. The decision to plant default side when they had just killed 3 players, two coming out from connector or through the jungle smoke. Why would you plant default open exposed to CT? That's a very likely rotation to make when jungle is already so crowded. So TYLOO got caught in that mistake, jumping around when there's no smoke down spawn. So the planting position from Blitz earlier on, where you're kind of between triple and default, where you're not exposed to short, even if that jungle smoke had faded, that felt like the logical plant for TYLOO to go for, but in the spur of the moment, make the wrong choice. So paiN will be very satisfied with the output there from Pyria to punish that play. These are already good signs. Pyria and VSM, some multi-kills where they've had significant impact in these back-to-back rounds. It was VSM from bench and Pyria on that CT rotate. Now, Safe did comment saying that from from his time on when he was on paiN once upon a time, because this is a awkward circumstance for him to re-enter the roster. NQZ having to take some time away for personal reasons. But he said the philosophy, the overall vision for the game of paiN hasn't really changed from his last outing with them. So doesn't feel like he's an alien entering a foreign domain.
It was PKL IGLing when he was last on, right?
I think it would have been with Biguzera for a moment.
Because I was pretty sure that Biguzera IGL'd safe, but maybe something to check up on between games. It's also just such an interesting thing when you consider that the story for paiN coming into 2024, I would like to say, was that, hey, paiN, along with some of the other South American teams, were the trailblazers for the metagame. They were the ones who had, maybe alongside MongolZ, shown that minor regions could define how the modern day of Counter-Strike would be played, not Europe in itself, but finding that same success has been much more difficult. TYLOO will start off with a B-side train. They've put a lot of emphasis on this B-bomb side, but as has Safe, he boosts himself up, gets himself the initial kill, and with MOUZ down and out immediately, TYLOO will be disillusioned of any real chances of going over for an execute there. Retaking out in mid will be difficult. They've got enough smokes left to go for it, but then executing onto a bomb site after retaking mid with 2 smokes is asking for trouble. Safe still not smoked off, out in short, re-aggressing forward and out. He really wants to make sure he's ready and close to the action. Molotov to clear out the ladder room, will start to push Safe forward. They will have heard it as well. Double peek means Mercury can get away with it, but it's still a 1 for 1, meaning it's a 3 versus 4 deficit for TYLOO. Time's running out. Safe's been found though, and that's the equalizer they needed, but Snow is not contestable right now. He has had so many big critical moments, now right up there with the rest of them.
Yeah, I mean, under a lot of scrutiny there, knew that jungle was exposed, the player was inside of the connector, his player on short being taken down by G so rapidly. The fact that this angle goes uncleared by Mercury is a mistake that Snow will absolutely love. Getting a little complacent on the side of TYLOO, not clearing everything. paiN are everywhere. Also, I did check. 2021 last time he played with Biguzera, and PKL was still on the roster at the time. So
there you go.
But he told me the philosophy is still the same. So I guess that's the PKL influence all these years later.
I believe it. ESM, waiting for the peeks through, and the Tech-9s look awfully fragile against the spray down. TYLOO are not without threat in some of these 4.5 rounds. It's where they do some of their best work. They're not doing it right now, though. I'm just letting you know, just in case.
in case the scoreline wasn't evident, these force buys have not been as successful as they'd like. Oh. Close call there for DSM, but that should be okay. I'm very surprised Mercury managed out another kill. Didn't look favorable, but he's done some extra damage. That should be it. Yep, nice shot from Safe. 3 survive here for paiN. And they get off to a raring start. They lost the pistol coming into this map. Win the force buy and convert 4 more to follow.
We've had a lot of these, haven't we?
Yeah, I mean, conversion rounds appear to be a difficulty.
Timeout call by Joking. He has a lot to say to try and get the adjustments through. TYLOO so far have shown us a lot of back base. Yes, it's been executes, it's been 5-man plays, be it B or be it A. It hasn't necessarily been that same leaning on a default. And maybe that adjustment won't come yet. You really would want there to be a set strat being pulled out, some sort of pocket guarantee to a round win at the end of a timeout. But it's often easier said than done. Smoke in the face of VSM. Jamyoung is out and about. This time it is going to be closer to a default, but the aggression coming up from paiN Gaming is where Zero might have the ability to be involved earlier than he normally would see the kill feed. paiN don't push forward. They will not go further.
Yeah, where paiN feel they're most exploitable on CT sides is when they know that they're losing an area of the map consistently. You know, if TYLOO can strong arm paiN on the B default or A default or on mid, they often feel forced to make reactions. And there are so many teams that have experienced that and punished paiN for investigating the other areas where they've lost some position.
Safe is going to be in a very good position to rotate in over here as well, Michael.
Yeah. He's just going to be a little late to the party because he's still watching that murder hole. VSM smoke out, and first player out through that window. MOUZ gets decimated. VSM not adjusting to the angle in time. Imperial will meet the same fate. Safe is here in time, though, with that quick rotate, and the double kill from Safe is right on the money. Back down to a 2-on-2. Bomb dropped. Jamyoung will move to punch in those digits, but Snow is moving in on the flank. BigUzera just needs to buy time.
These are the perfect players for TYLOO in this 2 versus 2, but BigUzera and Snow are always explosive. Jamyoung able to avoid capture for now. Snow continues forward. Bigu has to be playing first contact. Zero instead gets his head taken off. Jamyoung alone, 1-on-2, first taken down, and they know where Snow is. Snow dropping down and down 6 feet under. Jamyoung will save the day, just as Safe thought to extend it.
Yeah, perfect read there from Jamyoung. Put himself in a tucked position. Snow couldn't see him from the apartment's flank. And even with this monster effort there from Safe, just causing so much chaos. Even with Snow getting that contribution from behind, that experience that Jamyoung offers, and the lethality that he brings to the table, TYLOO collect on another round. It's another B-side finish. But there was only one survivor. And so paiN want to nip this in the bud early. Timeout called. They'll discuss their plans to likely disrupt the flow of combat here for TYLOO.
I would love to see Zero doing a little bit more, even if he's maybe asked specifically to be in a veteran spot to put that pressure on, though, that you're talking about, Michael. I mean, you saw even over here, Safe is so fast on the rotate. Why? Because he doesn't have to care about A. They already have full A main control. Safe just has one responsibility. It's to make sure that murder hole can't be crossed through. And that means it's always going to be very fast to the bomb side. This shouldn't have had to be a big double coming out from Safe because of how speedy he was. TYLOO brute force that site. They don't win it with finesse. And that's where Zero could be the difference maker in later executions.
Oh, double nade towards the underpass. Mercury tanks a bunch of damage. Third nade will not connect. Mercury already backing away from that. They only have the VSM probe from short to keep eyes on middle. Doubling up inside of Palace are TYLOO. That's bomb on the back of G. Got a fresh smoke that's down. Will certainly change the timing here for TYLOO.
DSM is fortunate to have left on ladder room. Would have been burned into Jamyang's crosshair had he not. Good position for Pyria. Spots out the short player. Jamyang taken down early. It's still going to be the bomb going back over towards the A side. G is yet to reveal. Safe having pressure put onto him, but VSM coming in from behind, and G will never get to reveal. TYLOO should save here. It's a 2 versus 5, and they don't have money for the next round. They might need to force buy around it regardless.
Yep, save call. Round has not gone to plan. They get picked to pieces. Early death inside of Palace. Nice position from VSM. You know, they Molotoved out the ladder room. It gets cleared out. They're even on the hunt for G. paiN reacting accordingly. G will be able to save that AWP. But paiN go right back to winning ways. Straight after the timeout. Just a little bit of a passive approach to start things off. A stream update. 12-3 in favor of PARIVISION over Lynn Vision. There's a lot of vision going on.
Yeah. Unfortunately, not a lot of linen.
Yeah.
And I hear that's great fabric in the summers. TYLOO right now, they're hoping that G can maybe spur them on with an aggressive off-peak or two. Jamyang is the one who finds Safe, actually, and punishes him for the aggression. VSM, Deep Smoke, gives a little bit of safety to BC.Game where he otherwise might have been made a target. Bigu is worried. With number already lost, VSM makes his way over. Jamyang should have been ready for it. It's so many times that VSM has made this exact move. But the equalization is there. VSM is low. BC.Game makes it 1 and 2 better. Is he going for more? No. Snow wasn't in position to push through the smoke here either. MOUZ should have the advantage on paper, but with the Galil at the ready, he couldn't get the kill on time. And now G's the one found out and brought down.
Yeah, perfectly done. I mean, BC.Game just head on a swivel, 180s to find these 2 kills, top connector. Snow takes that timing to walk around the edge of the smoke and finish it off before VSM gets hounded down by either utility or the player up close. No chance really for G to clutch when Snow just keeps applying that pressure. TYLOO taking another timeout. I mean, you would not be thrilled. You picked into Mirage, and you're getting picked to pieces. paiN are just finding a lot of output in these individual moments. These chaotic execs or the splits that they have planned, they're getting shot on the side. They're falling into crossfires. Looking pretty simple as far as the rounds playing out here for paiN. They're just reacting to the next kill coming, and they've got good setups to do exactly that. It's only really been on that B bomb site in a couple of rounds, one being the pistol, where things have gotten a little too hectic to handle.
Nose down. Safe next to follow. TYLOO should be in a good position over here, and with BC.Game taking down an A as well, this might be paiN finally forced to take an E. As well as they have been performing, their rounds have not been without blemish. So saving these 2 weapons is actually pretty key, but Pyria has other plans. A flash through. VSM to come in from the side. MOUZ could be blindsided because of that off scope. And now you're left in a 2 versus 2. You have got yourself an incendiary, a smoke, and a couple of kits. VSM will be the one to lead the charge forward. G not smoked off. VSM spots him out and will be felon. Pyria has to back off and away as well. He knows that he can't get onto the bomb in time, and as Zero looks to hunt him down, he will be successful in doing so as well. TYLOO finally getting back on the board.
Yeah, just pacing up. They simply paced up. I mean, quick kill from VSM at the start of the round, making the short jump, and then just the reaction out from ramp. And there was an extra member that they didn't account for. BC.Game tucked in at triple, but his 2 quickest A-side defenders outside of him serving as sort of this wild card, just died so quickly that things fell out of place. Missed window smoke once again from TYLOO. Second time that we've managed to catch that. Observers are on point. I'll excuse the first one typically, but more than once and a half, and you've got problems.
And they certainly have problems. Ooh, Mercury. Feeling a little bit sneaky. Is really hoping that someone tries to peek through in middle. BSM's been in these positions so many times, but BC doesn't know that. He's been found out. And now the B bomb site feels compromised, but Peria Jr. could still alleviate that pressure. Mercury taken away. Instant clear, but Safe in position. What an adjustment from Safe. He's unbeatable on this B bomb site. G left alone wondering where it all went wrong, has a 1 versus 3 to deal with being peppered, being primed, being tenderized, and it's nothing that he can find.
Yeah, beautiful shooting from Safe. Catches them as they're breaking into the B bomb site on their descent, even aware of that short side flank. Every peek impeccable, every shot adjustment connects. And so Safe is that safe pair of hands they needed, because the anchor on that B bomb side, Peria just gets fully flushed out and cleared out. If not for this play from Safe, it's probably another TYLOO round. That's not even a calling mistake. You know, I think you could look at a few rounds on this T side for TYLOO and think, was there an idea? They had a plan. Just, it's not always as easy as just executing the plan. You have to hope you stop your opponent from doing something crazy. This is a gap. 4 on A, and they're quick on the cat split. Peria back to the bomb site. Misses out his opening line and only does damage onto G. Doesn't convert on the kill, but a lovely tap from VSM brings it back to 4 on 4, and he'll find another head. He's just collecting them. Man advantage here by paiN, courtesy of VSM, but he'll wait for the rest of the team to be in position.
I beg you stop peeking him, but because Zera's on the other side, so how can you stop? Mercury 1 versus 4, and TYLOO did find the opening, they did find the gap, but they also found out that Safe isn't the only immutable man here on this B-bomb site. 4 players kept alive. paiN Gaming have never looked better. 9-3 half, and look at the smiles on their faces. That's the story being told.
Yeah, I mean, I always remember the first time I caught VSM at a flashpoint, man had the widest smile, the biggest one I've ever seen from Brazil. And you can see he's cheesing right now alongside Safe. Everyone's in good spirits on that paiN side. And you see the contrast, yeah. Joking is giving them an earful coming out of that half.
Chamyung is rubbing his eyes, trying to wake himself up.
Because this TYLOO is looking a slumber. I mean, they had some... I actually think they've had some good calls on this T side. But their best calls...
met Safe and VSM.
paiN had other plans. Yeah, exactly.
It's just... Look, a call is great. But you know what's better? A triple kill.
That's all it takes sometimes.
And look, these statistics are important, but TYLOO, they're also feeling the pain of not having played as much international Counter-Strike as maybe they could have. Maybe they should have.
Listen, we kind of neglected to bring it up when we were talking about the MongolZ and a comeback. As the T-sides for paiN have been a bit of a sore spot. So, winning this pistol could go a long way.
0. Well, VSM's taken him down, but he's traded out for 4. No, the only way he can kill is without actually getting to put some eyes out on MOUZ. TYLOO. have generally been very good at taking away these pistol rounds, and as always, I question conversion more than I question putting yourself in the position to convert in the first place.
Kind of crazy there from MOUZ, by the way. I mean, sitting through the flames and finding 3 kills. Really nice shooting, but tanked all his health in the effort. paiN, I'm sure, can't quite believe that he got away with that. That's been the point of criticism for paiN is, you know, they've got a lot of players that can make plays on the T side, but they don't necessarily do the greatest job of setting everybody up. Often playing fairly detached from one another, not going for bursts or executions, trying to slide in for timings and tricky positions. So we'll keep an eye out. They've got a pretty decent round buffer to play with. And so they can explore a few different looks, but this will not be one of them. It's all Glocks.
I like to see some
damage exchange.
Yeah, I like to see some quick kills versus Glocks when there's an M4A1. MOUZ not even taking a gander when he's going for the jump spot. All 5 players out in the middle. And TYLOO will be able to close this one out pretty comfortably. Or will they? There's been damage dealt. 20 seconds left on the clock, and paiN do inevitably just need to go out to their deaths. Zero getting kills with the MP9s is not what they wanted at all. And instead, they will allow MOUZ to finally take down VSM, that pesky VSM.
Yeah, he was being such a nuisance, just jump spotting and firing off a couple shots, continuously jumping back and forth between the bench and mid-floor.
I just realized VSM has 125 ADR right now. Never mind, 133. Insane.
Yeah. All that extra damage he got on the Glock.
They just shot G in the head for the USB. Hopefully that's something that doesn't come back to haunt them.
That's one less bullet with an AK.
G also doesn't have an AWP right now, so was already slightly crippled in terms of the resources he would like. And paiN are pretty intent on making this a B-sided hit. They've got a potential of a split to come through if Biguzera and VSM want to stay committed to the cause of middle. And with there not being an AWP on the other side, something they should know, that wouldn't be too surprising, but Biguzera starts to back off and VSM will be left behind. The smiling demon of 17 frags and 133 ADR can handle himself. That's the call, and I agree with it. But there's 50 seconds, and they need to get a move on soon. Jamyung is still here on this B-bomb side. He still has a smoke to try and delay, and as they start to push forward, they will have dodged out the presence of at least 2 players. But MOUZ makes a jump over in time, but it's Snow gets into immediate kills, make it 3. What are paiN Gaming eating?
Yeah, he just demolishes
He's
every
looking
single
for
one.
an ace.
Yeah, well, he got traded immediately.
I mean, MOUZ gets the fast jump on. He's on the other down side of the bomb site. Snow whips around to get another 180. There, look at this. This is absurd.
Yeah, that's a thing of beauty, really, from Snow. Everywhere, all at once, and really, honestly, solid timing for paiN to hit. They hear these flashes clearing out middle. They throw the smoke and the flashes to follow, bursting out of the B apartments as TYLOO start reinvestigating that mid control. So it was the perfect timing to spring in and catch a Jamyung that would be fairly isolated. And even before that happens, you see the target priority there from Snow. There was this urgency from TYLOO to provide some support from short. And so Snow knew which fight to take first.
It's
really,
been a very
really nice call.
Long time since I've seen TYLOO looking this fundamentally outclassed on an aim level. Like, I'm not looking at any of their players and thinking, yeah, this guy should win a duel. It's like, whew, thank God he won that duel.
Yeah. That's probably where some of the frustration will come from, some of the early timeouts from Joking. They're going to need some aim displays. MOUZ trying his best to be elusive, but it's Jamyoung that springs to life. Snow around the smoke, just a hard target, but there's Mercury on the backup. Jamyoung ring around the Rosie on the bomb site, plays the other side of the smoke, and it will be safe that hounds him down, but caught down to 3 HP. They call it quits on the B play, just planting safe at the van, hoping that he can stay alive and keep a couple of players busy. Zero just spotting the underpass presence from Big Uzera.
Oh, they go back.
They should know that Safe is still here. I mean, he was on the site floor. There's nowhere else he could have gotten off to.
But paiN have just rejigged TYLOO's positions away completely.
I can't believe they left Mercury alone.
This isn't a bad position to be in. This is the right weapon for the job as well, but Mercury's going to be spotted out because Sarah checks jail.
What a clear.
And Michael, I don't think they knew Safe was still there. That's the problem. Mercury had a full belt of utility, and now TYLOO have a 2 versus 2. Rather, 2 versus 3. Sorry, Safe is still there. I'm forgetting he's there, and I've got global oversight. Somebody get this guy's cloak of invisibility off of him, but maybe G can at least spatter it with blood. 2v2 and Safe still having a chance to do more damage. It's well placed, and G is now low and doesn't have a kit. All he can hope to do is take down Big Uzera, and even that small, tiny, baby objective evades him.
I don't remember if TYLOO still have a timeout left, but if I'm joking, I would call a timeout. There is no way they didn't know that Safe was still at the van. There is nowhere that he could have gone. They had complete control of the site. Safe was last spotted at the bottom side of van. If he had somehow made it into the apartments, they would have heard him jump. There's no way that he could have made it into the apartments without them knowing. And so the fact that there was no priority put on flushing him out, like you said, that belt of utility available there for Mercury. Also, what he has to do is hold the other side of the van so he can deploy it and fully flush Safe out of position. TYLOO, a massive misstep that prior round, and coming into this one with only USPs. paiN are set up for a 12th. 1 kill for Zero, but that's all they'll get.
G will barely get to touch an op this entire game.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly a priority on that T side, but on C team, you would have hoped that you would have a chance at it.
And this is the 9-3 close that you expect. And now look, it hasn't happened yet. TYLOO can still fight back. Yeah, there's a needles pathway through this game. But for TYLOO, the problem is all they have are needles when they might need swords.
Not feeling too good. paiN are feeling themselves, though. 20-9 on Snow. 18-8 on VSM. Now, Period Jr. is a funny number, so I won't say that one, but he's not necessarily had to do the most heavy lifting. Big Uzera out through middle, and it's VSM that hope to capitalize on the chaos. Pyria, awkward spray, and there's the trade from Snow at least. 3-on-2. Snow playing close to the connector smoke, and they blow it right open, so he gets pantsed. And Safe will slink back away, bomb on back.
Knows where everyone is. On paper, should be able to at least move away and guarantee himself a one-on-one somewhere or the other. The problem is G will be completely settled into the deepest angle he can find. Oh, I cannot believe that Safe has just bought plot armor.
G hit him. He shot first.
And now it's one-on-ones either way. And MOUZ might be caught moving into the bomb site, Michael. MOUZ might be caught over here right now. This 1-on-3, where G even hits Safe first, is slipping away. But can Jam Young still hold on to these last grains of sand? Or is Safe just going to pull out another hat trick? Yes, of course he is. And of course it's on that B bomb site. paiN Gaming, what can you do when you are faced with absolute brutality?
They knew he had that AWP. They knew he had time left on the clock. Safe, the stand-in, the one that comes in just ahead of paiN's ambitions for the major, for this tournament as well at CAC. He steps up in a big way, delivers a key clutch, a 1-on-3, and he had a hell of a game alongside the other key pieces on this roster. VSM, strong performance, Snow as well, moving into that T side, just became a demon. But this is a pretty soul-crushing defeat for TYLOO. They pick into Mirage, and they don't get the superstardom that paiN display instead.
And to go back to what you were saying, Michael, there's so many places where TYLOO do the right thing. Right? And I think the biggest example would be this last round. G puts himself in the right position. He hits the damn shot. It doesn't matter. And that's what it felt like for TYLOO. There was never a road back. There was never that option to come back into this game. And yes, you have Nuke. Yes, you have potentially Overpass left. And yes, these are your 3 map picks. But if Mirage, which was your actual map pick, is going to be this clear cut, who are you to make a difference?
Yeah, I mean, this was an underperformance. It felt like from TYLOO, but you could see just how much firepower exists on this paiN roster, how many potential win conditions they could have. Big Uzera at one point or another, before the additions of Period Junior and VSM, you can maybe see him in some of these games where he is the only one that's going in for ambitious playmaking opportunities. He's the only one that shows initiative, but you have a VSM and a Period Junior that know the right times to strike, and as they've come into the roster, now you don't have to push Snow to go in for hard entries all the time, only when it feels necessary or he feels comfortable to do so. And damn, did he look comfortable going in for some of those entries on that T side. I mean, the standout player for sure, but he is one of those pieces that often before those extra additions could have looked a little uncomfortable being forced to be the playmaker.
It's so funny to see the stat that opening duels won 1 out of 1, and I know which round that was. It's where he just goes and runs and gets 4 entry kills. It's absurd and insane, and that kind of sums up this entire game for TYLOO. They just couldn't get anything to work for them. They get onto the B-bomb side, they think they've put themselves in a position where they have a 5 versus 3, Safe gets a triple kill. They put themselves in a position where it's a 3 versus 3 and they've got control across bomb sites. Somehow they forget that Safe is hiding away in Van. Snow drops onto a bomb site, gets into a position where he's got a player on either side of him and he 180s between them, gets headshots on both and follows up with another double kill. You can't do anything to fix this situation if you're joking. All you can do is hope that paiN are slightly less sharp. And to be fair, Michael, I don't think this is possible to sustain. This is just too damn good.
the thing is, TYLOO had some good calls, it's true, but we can't ignore the shortfalls that they had on that T side as well. Most of their successes came off of pacey, bursty plays, and they didn't necessarily always go for that. They were losing some of the opening engagements as well. So they have to really hope that they can rally themselves moving into the next map in the series, because this paiN roster is looking on form, and we move into a Nuke where they will be able to likely leverage that extra firepower, but we'll see how that goes after the break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I love my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the CS Asia Championships 2026. paiN are looking incredible going up against TYLOO, already having taken that first map away. I'm Tea Time with Michael, Yumi, Cassidy, and we're about to head into Nuke. paiN's on map pick.
Yeah, I mean, it's a map that TYLOO have looked quite successful on as well, so it is one of those positions where paiN are picking into territories that TYLOO are fairly familiar with. But we have to put it into context. TYLOO are playing mainly regional opposition coming into this year. They may have kind of surprised in the opening segment of this year when they actually caused an upset and defeated FaZe, led to some of the FaZe downfall, actually at the one international tournament that TYLOO were able to attend. But outside of that, it's Chinese teams and a mix of Asian teams and Australian teams that TYLOO are often experiencing their successes on Nuke. And so it might actually put them in this spot where there could be some false confidence around this map. Even if they know it is successful, they were also hoping for greater successes coming out of their own pick in Mirage.
And yes, I realize that we were coming into this series talking about how, hey, maybe it's a mistake for paiN to be picking Nuke, right? When Anubis is right there, it's a map that TYLOO has very little experience on. paiN looked incredibly good on Anubis versus BC game, but now coming out of that Mirage, I have a lot less reason to doubt paiN, right? If that's the showing they're going to have for us, well, I can very easily expect that paiN's looked at what TYLOO has to offer and said, you know what, we're probably just going to be better than them anyway. We'd rather get our comfort maps in over here rather than a map like Anubis where TYLOO also has very little footage on it. We don't know what they're preparing. It's very execute heavy as well. It's very easy to cascade into a bomb site on Anubis rather than Nuke when it comes to playing up against a team that's maybe a level above you. I would rather it be an Anubis and a Nuke, if I'm being honest, Michael.
Listen, this is also the perfect world CS Asia Championships based in China. You know, we have TYLOO and Lynn Vision playing on both streams right now, both a map down. And for the Chinese fans, that's going to be disappointing to look at. They're in positions where they need to make these lower bracket runs to make it into the playoffs, to give the fans what they want. It's a tough time, perhaps, to be a Chinese Counter-Strike fan, because this TYLOO, on paper, should be punching up and should be able to contend with the likes of a paiN. That's, you know, leading into this series, we're talking about the firepower of these cores. I expected it to be a brawl to kick off this series, but really that firepower was only properly on display from the Brazilians. TYLOO did not look in good form coming into that first map, and that's what has us worried. You know, whether or not this is going to be played positionally well from TYLOO, the paiN roster is pulling through with multi-kills. They're coming in big with their mechanics, and TYLOO just simply aren't offering us that same prowess.
And it's not like they don't have that in them. You only have to look back to yesterday in their performance versus Legacy, where, yes, look, we said it all throughout the game that Legacy looked like the better team, but TYLOO took it to multiple overtimes across one series, 2 maps only, but it's 19-16 and 16-12. TYLOO could have already been in the quarterfinals. They could have already made those Chinese fans happy, and they've got that big load hanging over their heads. And no, I'm not talking about the C1 silo. I'm talking about the idea that a quarterfinals was almost earned and then forsaken. paiN, however, are still well en route in their journey forward.
Well, a tough task ahead of TYLOO, but they'll get the good grace of a CT start. Already a plan offered up here by paiN on this pistol. Molotov for that top side of flash that will follow. Smoke as well. Should land towards heaven. Yeah, we'll bloom right behind Zero, but VSM in with the entry. Past the Molotov, they are not deterred. Only the one player that sat inside of the bomb site here for TYLOO. They'll have to try and retake that man down.
And with the boost up early on for Snow, that means Zero is going to be even less useful. If you don't have to worry about heaven, you basically don't have to worry about anything on this A bomb site. There's such narrow pathways to come over and out when it comes to Hut, and even Mini is going to be covered off by Snow, who jumps up to dodge bullets, turns around, and puts down Jam Young G. He's left with nothing to do over here, and he's even been isolated out, triangulated his location, 5 alive, and Snow already off to a good start.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, just it's beautifully done. The Molotov, the opening kill, and then the instinct and the snap decision to go for that quick boost. There was no more resistance being felt on the site. They knew that that smoke in heaven would last a little while longer. And by putting Snow up there, there's no way Zero is ready for that duel. It's such an uncommon play. So off to a rough start. They're looking for a TYLOO comeback. And paiN are the one with excuses. They played a game earlier today against BC.Game. TYLOO didn't.
Hey, they're warmed up. We weren't.
If you're going to prep for teams, I'm going to be honest, I don't know if that I would prep for BC.Game. I would prep for paiN every time.
And the scoreline certainly makes it seem that way. MOUZ kill and an upgrade, and why stop at the kill in that case? Great damage, and TYLOO are giving themselves a shot at bringing out another force by win, this time in their favor.
So much mileage out of that 5.7 into the Mac 10. No one's going to feel confident, and that's the healthy player dealt with outside, so a total of 15 health remaining here for paiN across 2.
And I don't think plot armor strikes twice.
I don't know, I'll wait until the round is finished.
Happened to 5.7.
The round is finished. They go decon, it's game over.
Can the round be finished? I mean, like, guys, come on. You got to get a move on eventually.
Actually, I think they're just going to save. I think this is a place of security. They're saving this.
Well, that's not helpful.
Why'd he shoot?
He's just trying to prove you wrong, Michael. That's not very nice of you, VSM. Baits him into a peek, gets another kill for himself. Hey, who wants to keep his 1 kill per round guarantee for that, end game scoreboard?
Yeah, I mean, fair enough to call a save in that situation. You know that anyone breathing on you will be enough to take you down. No one would be in with a fair chance at all. So Snow and VSM save those 2 rifles. Once again, TYLOO, find a force buy. Winning conversion rounds has been a difficulty here on the B stream.
Say has already gone, and Mercury was really hoping to have some assistance from that. G with the scout is being tunneled in on. Biguzera's bomb is the only potential liability, but Mercury won't push forward to test it. It's Zero who's trying to get a kill. Ooh, circling the entry point out to hell, and Jamyoung will find another. It's back to a 3-on-3. Jamyoung pushes through, and that Biguzera stress point, well, it's feeling pretty stressed out. Behind, Jamyoung will look to stop this plant from happening before it does. Can Safe cover this off? Safe drops down as well. Jamyoung comes in from the side. Good for 1. Safe dodging bullets, and Jamyoung running out of them. Leaves Mercury alone. He tries to move up, fast playing the ladder, and paiN will fight right back with the 2 saved weapons.
I mean, you just love the killer instinct out of Snow. He just immediately springs to action, kill to main, immediately moving towards hell, kept the pressure applied. You just see how uncomfortable this makes TYLOO. Even the fact that Zero wrangles the kill back onto him, it's a very labored endeavor, and it has to be just constant reactions across the board. This is what paiN can be so good at, is just creating this chaos, these unhealthy rotations on that CT side, where typically you have this string of operations you want to comb through. paiN just make it weird, wacky, and unusual with just how aggressive they can be in particular spots. Typically slow rolling, but when they feel a point of weakness, they know to bite down.
TYLOO are going to think about rerouting back to B soon. They've given up any option of going for a lobby crunch or a play to those lines.
And positions aren't bad for the double M's. Mercury and Musea could deal with what's coming over pretty well, but a flash that misses, and Mercury is good for only one. That's already your biggest weapon taken out of the round. Unless they walk into Musea, he's not going to be given the most opportunities over here. Bomb's being planted. Mosea's going to open it up. I've lied to you. He stops the bomb from being planted. And even if Safe gets a return kill onto G, it's Jamyoung to bring it back into a 3 versus 2. Watch out for Pyria, though. He's not been able to make his mark on Nuke so far, but a backstab would be a great way to start, and that's exactly what executes through. There's time, not much of it, but time to rotate. That's what they think, and Zero's ready and waiting with the 5-7. VSM challenges him, forces him away, but Zero's still done his job. 10 seconds on the clock. Jamyoung makes his way back over. VSM peeks back out. It's a deagle. It's hard to get much with that one, with the head already taken down. Jamyoung recovers the FAMAS now, and VSM will just blow him to bits before a bullet can be put out. And Zero, all that damage you took versus VSM earlier on, now is where it comes back to haunt you. Opens the decon doors and walks into the jaws of death, and it is smiling.
I can't believe what's happened in this round. 2-on-3. They're in a real rough spot. They're trying to escape when they find it into the 2-on-2. They're trying to jump up towards that top site. Zero's inside of the vents. Neither finds a kill. Yeah, whether it's VSM on the spray or Zero getting the drop on them, that kill could have just secured the round entirely, and then it just continued to hang in the balance. Now they're getting caught on the ladders with each other. I thought TYLOO were about to answer back with another force buy, but VSM secures it, still yet to die. 6-0 in these 4 rounds. And no 2 kills more important than the ones he finds at the tail end. So it's down to USPs, a singular Zeus in G's possession, and a P250 to boot. It's been a scrappy start to Nuke. In all honesty, I was expecting this type of behavior on Mirage.
Yeah.
But that just didn't happen. That's clear.
I appreciate ambition.
Well, Biguzera ran into Pyria's Molotov, so damage has been done.
Hell yeah.
Nice sharp shooting there from Pyria. 4th round for paiN. They have stabilized their economy now.
G will be without an AWP again. The one who suffers the most at the tail end of Force by Wars is often the AWPer.
I can't even really remember the last time G had an AWP. Has he even had it?
He had it on Mirage in the end when he got the shot but didn't get the kill, and they lost the 1v3.
Ah, yes, of course.
Yes, I don't think he's going to forget that in a while. G is walking back into an unoccupied ramp. Now he does just go for the jump spot, but he realizes the risk that ramp room now poses. You only have Jamyoung to defend this. And he's the player that China's always had. This is why you can leave him alone. To anchor positions like this. A flash out in their face, and Safe is not going to live up to his name. 4 quick kills up from Mr. Young. And TYLOO will find their 2nd round.
Yeah, I mean, that's beautiful stuff from Jamyoung. I mean, G actually does a pretty good job of telling paiN that ramp room is open. The jump jiggle spot that he did from hell didn't overexpose himself. paiN spring to action, and that one and done position from Jamyoung, he finds the perfect timing to spring to action. Cannot sit in that position for very long. If they come out the left side of ramp from that T-side perspective, they're going to see you. So he lined them up and knocked them all down.
3 AKs and an AWP is what they take out of that.
They've been performing trades mid-round. They know that Snows cannot and will not be going for this, just saving inside of T-spawn.
And paiN never really had a chance to build up their bank.
Well, I thought, yeah, their money stabilized, but yeah, they didn't exactly have a ton in savings.
Yeah. So if TYLOO can take one more of those away, then that early frantic hullabaloo situation can be forgotten. But it's still a critical round they need. And G, who unfortunately has yet to get a kill with the AWP. In this series, I do believe, will need to change that. MOUZ decides to take matters into his own hands, so an early pick on outside, and he's looking for more. Pushes away the man from Marshmallow, and VSM takes damage from Mercury as well. Mercury played cover fire, only to help them back off and away to safety. VSM low. But Mercury himself will not be without blemishes to his body. Peria, there is a timing where he pushes this smoke. There will be a world where he does, because the timing definitely isn't feeling like he will.
I'd like to just clarify against this slander. G got 1 whole AWP kill last map.
I would like to submit a formal written apology to Mr. JGEE. I don't remember his full name, so...
Compare that to the 11 that Safe brought to the table.
Hey, it's all just ones at the end of the day.
Currently, G's on a big fat 0.
And he's not just talking about AWP kills. Could come to a change. Flashes come through for the B side. 0 picks up the 1. Peria trades it away. Needs Safe to come through and provide assistance. Safe is just dead though. And G will double up his AWP kills. More importantly, TYLOO will find some sort of headway forward where paiN no longer have money and TYLOO can build up theirs.
Yeah, they pieced that one together pretty quickly. I mean, 35 seconds by the time paiN start moving in with that execution, but TYLOO had already started to rotate that extra support on over. This was an ambitious move made by MOUZ, but it's actually a move that I've seen Art do on Legacy. It was crazy when I saw it the first time, because it's so in your face, it's so brutal. I think they whipped that out against Game Release, if I'm not mistaken. And let TYLOO whip it out here. So Flash is Brazilian Counter-Strike from TYLOO.
I think I know what the call is. Quick, choo-choo down mini. Go, go, go.
Oh, they tried to go for the run boost actually as well, and just cross as quick as possible to Unbreakable, but they go right into a shooting gallery. 1 drop through main, 1 kill, but that's about it. G getting 2. He's making up for lost time on that AWP.
All right, we've got a map on our hands.
Yeah, hopefully. Now that G actually has his hands on an AWP as well,
yeah,
maybe he can start to be engaged in this game, because, yeah, we could say he only got 1 AWP kill on Mirage, but I'd hazard a guess he only had an AWP maybe 1-2 rounds in total. So
it was rough. And paiN don't look superhuman anymore. You know, we're not seeing the unreal, ridiculous Snow just walking in and getting multiple entries. We're not seeing these late round safe performances where he on the AWP can just take over a bomb site as long as he's there. This is a bit more measured, and this is also the risk that paiN always ran by picking into Nuke.
Yeah, their T sides have been, I mean, the area they've needed the most work on. There are some maps where they find a lot of success, and you can see that playstyle and why it works. But when they can't get into those forward spots, they can't create that chaos. They can feel a little stunted. Well, that's a fantastic opener from MOUZ, just spamming away at that door. Peria catches the bullets.
HE pop open is not going to be well placed. G has got another HE grenade.
The chaos.
But he's also got Snow shooting him down. Snow pushes forward for even more. Jamyang wasn't ready for him to already have taken control over Hell. And Mercury, who's boosted up, is the one to finally respond. 2 versus 2. And the piece of information, what the CTs have in mind, 0. Generally, the A side anchor, they know that as well.
They also know Mercury could have inserted himself down towards that lower site. 0 limiting some of the options here from paiN by pushing forward into lobby. BigUzera, the only one that can really make an active move. And he's the one with the bomb on his back. VSM still stuck on top of main, worried about making sound cues. And finally drop on over. 30 seconds remain. And this top side will be investigated by VSM, but it's positioned in door. This is a heads-up fight. VSM's clearing for it, but 0 gets the drop on him, and now BigUzera running towards that lower side. Knife drawn. Mercury will find an easy one. TYLOO closing it out and taking that lead right back.
God, what a stroke of good luck to have Mercury boosted up in a position where they've lost out 2 entries. It looks like Snow's just going to rip it out to ramp because he thinks he's got a clear pathway forward over there, and Mercury just blows him open. I mean, look at these 2 entries from Snow. That is just perfection.
Yeah, and you see the elements in the team that we've been talking about here with paiN. You know, they walk through this chain of smokes through credit to try and catch an unusual angle. They get the kill they want, and they just spring to life, but you're right to highlight the fact that the boost was called for TYLOO, because if not for that, that ramp room was open. B site could have been taken.
Now all you have to do is make sure this half-buy doesn't come back to hurt you. First kill should have been free. It should have been free, and now they're fighting back, but Mercury will take the duel and win it twice over. 5-on-3 have paiN given up their chance to make this a memorable pistol round, with the bomb now down and having to be recovered by Peria Jr.
Alright, so paiN, I mean, TYLOO should know that there's a possibility paiN can be down lower. So Jamyang's put himself in a position to try and cover out that whole site. He's exposed to those control room windows. He starts to hear progress, calls an extra rotate over. G will cover off those double doors, but these windows are really what he has to be concerned about. BigUzera lining up utility, G missing out on his shot. Jamyang finally converting. Nice. G will hit the flick, so it's all on Jamyang to just dance the bomb site. A solid hold, getting ahead of the paiN play. And so that force buy, those pistols don't reap the rewards paiN were hoping for. This is looking good for TYLOO on the recovery, because to start this map off, when it was that back and forth, I was just thinking, well, if you're the team behind after being embarrassed on your own map pick, you're probably not feeling too hot.
Mosea doubled up early on versus the guns. What more can you want if you're a fan of TYLOO? This is looking to be 6 in a row.
The round's barely gotten started. We're 20 seconds in.
Well, we're also 5 seconds away from the next round, Michael, so that's...
I mean, Mosea just hard challenged door and
one
quick double bursted 2 players instantly.
Look, if paiN can do it all across Mirage, TYLOO can do it back to them, all right? That's only fair.
It's just, you know, what changed? I guess the map. The map changed.
Certainly helpful. To be honest, that's the other thing as well, by the way. I can't believe TYLOO didn't pick Nuke. Well, I was pretty surprised, but that's also because I thought it would be second phase banned out, so...
I thought it might be the decider. As well, you know, like, that was an option to decider.
Jamyang? He's popping. No, never mind. That's an incendiary. They're popping them open and they're moving through. They don't even see him. They're fully gray screen and they get the kill blind.
I can't believe Jamyoung's done that. Played close to the smoke. No presence elsewhere.
No help.
Incendiary down. They just spam it because they know he's close.
That's why I thought it would be an HE.
Even that, I would... Yeah, it's a curious move. Still, 5-on-3. Player spotted. Out from Mini. They haven't rotate available here for Mercury. G caught inside of the vents. They need Mercury to be the pry bar into this round. He'll wait for MOUZ to link up. G is still just trying to run distraction out from the vent, but he's not a real threat.
Flashbang through in. It has to be the right first. You're right, Michael. Mercury out and about. First kill found, but the trade is good. Mercury doubles up, and G, who's never been a threat, will not be one right now. 5 on the board for paiN is not terrible, but considering the momentum they had from Mirage and the way they started out Nuke, I'm sure they would have liked more. For TYLOO, the 6 in a row, however, has given them a chance coming into the second map. But now comes the real test. You talked about how paiN have had some difficulties on the T side. They're no longer on that T side.
Yeah, I mean, 5 rounds is enough coming away from that first half. Very strange last round for Jamyoung, who had actually been a main resource, really, for them in spurring on this defense. I like to clarify, you see teams do that sometimes, close incendiary, but it's usually another player with them, either coupling it with a
like
flash or an HE or something as support, because if the intention is to incendiary one side, it's because you want to fight or cause chaos on the other, or potentially threaten the walkthrough. But when you do it alone, yeah, things can go very wrong. So a bit of a fumble, a curious choice. paiN will be pleased, because now they're on that CT side and pressure's on TYLOO to find openings, gaps, and successes on those core players that spurred them on in that first half.
Good kill in Iberia early in. MOUZ is hoping to forget that last round, but Snow is hoping to remind him of what he can do in these pistols. It's only the 1 kill, so he's been limited, and VSM is hoping to come in with a thing of beauty. 2 big ones, but safe losing his duel makes it doubly more difficult for VSM, and 0-0-0, baby. Quick triple for the newest entrant, as he's the one who wants to make it a main stage more than anyone else.
Yeah, he was the one with 2 players nearby while he was committing to the plant. So he was very nervous. He was on low HP and still able to wrangle that last kill. Really nicely done here from Zero. Head on a swivel inside of the site.
Well,
okay, what the hell just happened? He got dinked by Safe through the box. Down to 38, Mercury. Forced away from outside because of that. So it will be cleared by BigUzera.
Picture perfect. Duck underneath the crosshair. Give him a little 1-2 punch.
It's already too low, or glass already blown open. They should know.
And with the amount of noise that's being made, there's going to be a pretty clear-cut guarantee that there are more than just those 2. Bomb out in the open, already feeling weak. G has dropped down to 30 HP, and as VSM and BigUzera have set up for a mincemeat machine, it's back to a 2 versus 2. Now, the double MP9 swing when the bomb is being planted will give the CTs an advantage no matter what happens. They cannot dial in these digits. They might even need to think about backing off and looking to reset, but the time is where that no longer feels like an option.
Yeah, because patience here from paiN. Not peeking on that tap on the plan.
Wow.
Snow even wide swinging.
And now Zero doesn't have the bomb. He also doesn't know where BC.Game is. Snow's around the corner of the silo. He's still hitting away. My god, this positioning could not be better. paiN Gaming, what a recovery on the CT side for Spy.
Yeah, well, it's all's fair in love and war. Win a pistol, lose the force buy. That's just been the trend so far on the B stream. And why not continue that into the second half here? TYLOO felt good, and now they don't feel so great. Can they answer back with their own force buy again? I guess we're about to find out.
Snow will be able to pick up the first one, but there's already man inside those smokes and beyond. That's MOUZ, and MOUZ does get one, but unfortunately for him, Snow makes up for prior errors. The lower bomb site can be quickly picked up and populated. G's been left behind to see what he can find, and a single kill is absolutely necessary. You can't let this be a 2 versus 4, but G isn't relevant here. Snow still worried at VSM. Where is he off to? Oh, G finds Snow, and now suddenly a threat level's been elevated. VSM coming in from ramp. BC.Game and Safe have to be the ones to make a move. BC.Game is off into the distance. It's a 3 versus 2 pretty much. And as VSM starts to make his way over, it's Safe to spot out one, but VSM has died. The bond is not for them. Safe has a kid. He'll get the defuse out. G comes in, but it's not on time, and the A4 didn't have the bullets necessary to even make it a chance.
This round is all over the place. I mean, the late G lurk, the forward play, I thought they were going to try and isolate VSM on that ramp rotate. They had already gotten such a forward spot in the after plant, and with G being so detached, they kind of needed that extra safety, but they play from the ramp and that dark cupboard, and they just don't have a position on that bomb in the after plant. It's a very curious set of choices and decisions. TYLOO will feel a little heartbroken, but they want to keep that pace applied. Fast A play looking likely. MOUZ gets one above the smoke. Flashed up. Julio Jr. under pressure at the back of the bomb site and overwhelms 2 entries here for TYLOO. And the rotates are getting chewed through all the same. Safe gets dinked. And BC.Game sits behind that door smoke. He has to be the one that comes in with a multi.
Does he know how low they are? Because if he doesn't, he's just going to have to save. Safe isn't getting involved. This is a 1 versus 4.
And he doesn't have a kit. So it will be a save. It's a damage dealing mission here for BC.Game. And he only gets away with that one, but it looks like 2 players should die to the bomb here for TYLOO. They're all in close proximity, and 20 health at this distance won't quite cut it. Sole survivor being G, but mission accomplished. TYLOO break through.
And they rip apart the economy of paiN as well. There should be 10-7 unless Safe is just an absolute hero. Just in this battle of endless aggression, these last few rounds that TYLOO have brought to the table have been so frustrating if you're on paiN.
For sure.
And now TYLOO get given their weapons and their advantages, but there's a force fight to deal with, and the pharmacists revealing themselves will show exactly that. They remember that there's still an AWP over here. I'm surprised that they're challenging out in ramp room, but a 1-for-1's not terrible, especially when it gives them complete control over ramp room.
Do they clear for Snow? He's the hidden element. Audible up the vent, and a smoke down. Mercury still clearing forward, and Snow dealt with.
Safe. Oh, I'm gonna say I might have the better of him.
He should have heard the scope.
He would have. BC.Game's
not looking the
covered
right
off
way.
by the barrel. And now suddenly Safe becomes deadly. AWB, perfect position. They know where it was as well. 3 versus 2. And it's all on the shoulders of Mercury. VSM close range. G with the bomb, keeps it alive, but Mercury's the difference maker. Safe, unable to fire off another shot. Leaves BC.Game in another 1vx, but this time it's doable. At least as far as the numbers are concerned, the positioning makes you doubt it. Having to come out and through vent, but is he going to get another blind side? They're not checking. They don't have a clue. Good for one, but it's number two. He has to worry about his move busted. How is this working out for BC? He has the kid. He has the smoke. paiN Gaming have got the steal. Look at VSM's face.
Simply absurd. And why wouldn't you call a timeout if you're joking? Through all of the chaos, through all of the bad-looking rounds, the heartbreak, the struggle from both these sides. paiN exhausted one earlier on, but for joking, to see that happen, they knew where BC.Game was last spotted. He got a kill down lower. And sure, there was ample time for him to reposition, but one of the most likely rotations, either through main or through vent, neither seem to be accounted for properly by TYLOO.
I mean, let's not forget Safe getting this second kill, right? Let's not forget Safe coming in through the vents over there because they're looking for a second frag rather than just, you know, going for the guaranteed duel. BC.Game even gets his first kill because the gun barrel is blocking off vision to the stairs.
Yeah. And his cruel and unusual punishment. The back and forth that had been offered at the start of each half.
Yikes.
Safe just fully exposed to outside. Did not expect the dry cross from TYLOO. And now Jamyoung inserts himself into the garage. Kyria looking for a possibility, but he turns his attention towards outer, and so Jamyoung capitalizes.
God, no one looks like they're ready for TYLOO in this round.
No one looks ready for much of anything this game. This has been so... This has just been a game of mitigating expectations. A scrappy Nuke.
Just imagine joking in the pause, just tells them, guys, listen, game's getting pretty weird, but remember, we do weird better than anyone else. So roll with it. And TYLOO are rolling over it, rolling over the hopes of paiN. God.
Okay. Falls an M4 to pick up. Snow might have had an easier time on the duel, but...
Dude, they have to force buy. Actually, they can't force buy. It's just, they just don't have a buy anymore. No matter what they do. $1,900 loss bonus. This is Counter-Strike Go back in 2016. If you're watching this now and you're getting this sinking feeling where you realize it's going to be 4 rounds in a row where you don't have money, that's CSGO. Welcome back to the days of brutality.
Yeah, it's also just so painful. I mean, when you're the one that's further away from the finish line, to have it be so back and forth and never being able to get your economy in order. Yeah, this sucks. So it might be forces all the way through until the finish here for paiN if they don't strike in with success with at least one of them.
But some of paiN's only success has come off the back of forces. Snow might be skywalking, but he's not looking like Luke. It's Safe from behind. Pyria steals one, but the AWP in the hands of Safe will see no action. Jamyoung recovering the bomb, and it's back to a 3 versus 2. And while the storm has begun to settle, VSM is still that solitary thundercloud who comes out and about. Can't deny the bomb from being planted. Mercury gets a quick side-eye in just in case. And boy, is he happy that he did.
He looked away just as VSM swung, so that is crazy that he turns his attention in time to save his teammate. Yep, up down main, good catch by our observer again. Oh god, Big Uzera does wrangle the headshot.
Speaking of good catch.
Yeah, all right. No saving that AWP this time over. I wasn't even sure if MOUZ would go to pick it up, to be quite honest. This game has been so brawly. I don't know that an AWP will do you much good.
Look at G's face and tell me you know how to say no to giving him an AWP.
Look at Jamyoung's face and tell me you're feeling good about how this game is going.
I'm feeling great about how this game is going. Jamyoung said 4 whole words.
As a spectator, I mean, I'm entertained. It's just simply, you know, we're fighting for our tournament lives here. TYLOO are one of the hometown favorites.
They're looking like it.
They just need to finish things off here on Nuke. They make the hard choice. They will have a gun round, but it will be one without the frills often necessary on this CT side. You'll be missing out on incendiaries, smokes, flashes, HEs.
Something out and about, and they have to make sure that it isn't the eco where they end up finding banana peels on the floor and wondering, what happens if we walk over these?
I've actually been really enjoying these topside execs from TYLOO. They throw just a storm of flames onto that top side, either around the main smoke, to Mustang, to Hut. They're creating so many no sort of off zones essentially on the exec that there's not a whole lot of places to stand that are as uncomfortable as it typically is sometimes entering that top side.
Sorry, I just saw Rix in the background and I didn't notice him at first. I thought he just walked away from this game after seeing what's been going on.
You know what, man, I got nothing to say anymore.
No, he's just sitting on the floor and saying, you know what, maybe I need to get down to earth a little bit for this one. paiN might have thought that after that Mirage, this was going to be smooth sailing. But just as that glass was broken, so were their dreams of a 2-0 potentially shattered. Now they can still bring it back. This is their Hail Mary. This is their quick hurrah. But it comes without kits. And it comes with very few HEs. And it comes with a lot of weight on Big Uzera and VSM to make moves on their own. Well, speaking of moves, Big Uzera will move down on the ground. Mercury spots out VSM as well, backs himself away. He will nestle himself inside garage, knows that any time bot and any space made is going to be enough, but MOUZ is the trade. MOUZ tries to creep over in true snow there to cover it off, and as the lower bomb set is being attacked, VSM needs to deal with Mercury, otherwise there are 2 points of rotation that are cut over and away. They are bringing out 3 players. Had Mercury even found a single kill, paiN would have been in some serious trouble. Instead, they have a numbers advantage. Smoke ready and waiting for G to deploy if he wants to cross over away from the AWP, but G's found one. Safe taken out. VSM and Snow chiming in with a kill apiece, and now it has to be G to put that op to honesty. 2 versus 1, and both are low, but as the HE grenade will close the distance, he does the same. He's just built different right now. G gives them 13.
Just as we closed Mirage with Safe winning a 1 versus 3, G is tasked with the same numbers, the same odds against him, this time in an afterplant. It is clutches galore across these maps, and both the AWPers shining bright to finish off their opponent's map picks. TYLOO rallying even in through all the chaos here on Nuke to push into a third map a decider needed between these two as they fight for their lives in this lower bracket.
Zero looks like he can't believe it, and I understand. This is probably one of the most shaking and shocking series he's ever had to play, and it's not even over yet. Jam Young stepping up massively, and he was a consistent piece, but my god, if we're going to have G and Safe looking as good as they have in this series, going into an overpass, I'm so excited right now. This is going to be so much fun, actually.
Yeah, I just hope that people can actually have thoughts in their hands when they play that map. Because, yeah, for a while, G just didn't have it many opportunities coming in, or I guess out of Mirage, but on Nuke, he had those chances and he hit the shots that were kind of absent so far in the series. So, I mean, this is good news for TYLOO. It's good news for Chinese fans. But for paiN, they went through a hell of a lot of the same heartbreak that honestly TYLOO experienced on this map. It was hard to say who would be able to stabilize out through it. Even with TYLOO having a 5-round gap over paiN, I wouldn't say that this was a stable finish from them coming out of Nuke. But they got these big hero moments. They found the gaps. And they didn't fall foul to the continuous force buys in the end.
Let's not forget, paiN were up 4-1 versus TYLOO initially. They also won out a force buy of their own on the CT side. They probably didn't have any right to afterwards. The joking pulls out that first time out and everything that we had with the saved AWP over there too. You can see it right there that they did end up winning. TYLOO, fantastic run and great recovery too. Now, here's the other point to sort of ponder. Did we see a worse version of paiN over here on Mirage, do you think? Do you think individually they're not quite as sharp? Or is this also where, you know, that D side tumultuous nature, if they're ever starting off on that D side, if they ever look like some of their communications are having questions about them, that sharpness just won't be on display in the first place?
It's just a very high-risk style that paiN offer up, and there are going to be teams that excel at fighting against it and can leverage the extra firepower that their roster has to offer up, and there are some that will just play conservatively enough that the successes won't be found. So it's always hard to pinpoint with paiN. I just wish I saw greater versatility from them. You know, in respect to TYLOO, they actually went for a lot of these topside executions, and maybe there were Rinse repeating that same strategy a fair few times on that T side, but it offered up a different look, and then you still saw the individual playmaking in some of the other rounds as well. That's all I ask for paiN, really, on those T sides. I feel like it just offers up a few more threats, and maybe doesn't find them at such a poor deficit, I suppose, coming out of a map that otherwise they're fairly comfortable on.
Yeah, and look, I will sound like a broken record right now, but paiN are going to be going into an overpass where, frankly speaking, TYLOO are very comfortable on this map, and paiN haven't been the most comfortable themselves. There's been a lot of losses, and sure, some of them are against good teams and whatnot, but we're gonna have to wait to discuss about that a little bit more. paiN might not be in quite as comfortable waters as they thought leaving Mirage. Well, they're definitely not when TYLOO's looking that good. Can they close it out and overpass, or will TYLOO fight back even further? Let's find out after a break.
She said she loves you, but she can't love me.
But I love you.
Yeah. Look, I know my man's going crazy. I gotta break on myself, I amaze me. Like I'm back in the 80s.
I won't play window anymore.
What's going on?
Play your role. 1xBet.
On to the next one. The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Boy, am I feeling the rush right now. 1-1 as we go to an overpass decider between paiN and TYLOO. It's elimination on the line. Welcome back to the CS Asia Championships 2026. I'm T-Time, and I'm with Michael Yumi Cassidy. paiN might have felt like their job was almost done coming out of Mirage, Michael. I think they might have been wrong.
Yeah, I mean, certainly. The back and forth nature of this game has only really come to fruition in that second map. I would say that paiN clearly were the clear-cut better team coming away from that Mirage, but it's good to see that TYLOO have fought back a little bit. A bit of flair from both AWPers on both maps to close out the maps they've won. And so now it moves into that overpass, which is what makes that so exciting. These AWPers coming online on these separated maps, and that, I mean, Overpass is a great AWPing map and a map where I expect both of them to thrive. It's actually one of the selections, Overpass, for Safe, that I think this is a map where he is at his most comfortable, especially in the early days, rebedding in with this paiN roster.
And for TYLOO, who played up against Legacy earlier on an overpass, they did have a hard time starting things off. I mean, you look out towards that map, I think they started with a pretty clear-cut advantage in the way of Legacy, but as things went back to their CT side, TYLOO looked better and better, looked much more well-adjusted, and if you're going to be able to get your C legs out from underneath you when it comes to playing an international team on a map as complicated as Overpass, I feel pretty good about them coming into this matchup versus paiN. They should be in a very good position to fight on both a tactical and just an individual level.
Yeah, I would only be, I guess, worried really for paiN in their ability to